Next on Weather Underground, we are tracking another night of life-threatening weather in the center of the country. See the cities inside a tornado watch right now that could bring intense tornadoes and hail bigger than baseballs. It's an unfolding event the Storm Prediction Center deems a particularly dangerous communities to evacuate as the water continues to rise. Live coverage next on Weather Underground. And hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. We're joined in the lab tonight this evening by Dr. Rick Knabb. Another intense night of severe weather across the plains. We're going to be with you live through the evening to keep you updated. But first, check this out. Yeah, that is exactly what we're concerned about tonight. Intense and life-threatening tornadoes. New video we're seeing tonight of the tornado that spun up in Mangum, Oklahoma earlier in the week. But Oklahoma once again squarely in the crosshairs for severe storms and tornadoes again tonight. Tornado watches in effect for us right now, 2 different watches, and the only difference on these really is the locations and times that they expire, okay? But it's really an intense line of storms that'll form here. It extends from around Peoria. That, by the way, is actually that's our third right there. That's a newly one that was just issued. That goes until 11 o'clock tonight. We've got another one here that does include portions of western and southwestern Missouri. That's a particularly dangerous situation right there, meaning we could have intense tornadoes, 3-inch diameter hail, or larger, okay? That'd be bigger than baseballs. And then you see this area that's down here around Oklahoma City as well. That's a watch that goes until 10 o'clock this evening. Also, a particularly dangerous situation. That'll include Oklahoma City and Lawton, Ardmore, Wichita Falls, Texas included in that as well. So a lot going on for us this evening for sure, folks. Let's get right down to the storms. They're going to fire up. They're going to fire up quickly, and a lot of them could be spinning here and then spinning up tornadoes as well. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for you right now. We'll get right down here southwest of Oklahoma City. This is going to be just outside of Lawton. Although one is about to come right through the Lawton area, we've got a storm that's just now to the east of Lawton, headed toward Rush Springs right now. Comanche, Grady, and Stevens County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. And don't be surprised if these storms fire up really quick. They start producing hail almost right away for you here, folks. And then they may be spinning up some tornadoes as well. Then we've got more. We'll time that out. Place like Rush Springs, 407. Alex, around 423 is when the storm will be in there for you. Now let's take you outside of Shawnee. This is going to be east of Oklahoma City. From, say, Kanawha here up toward Holdenville or just past Holdenville coming across Highway 270. Hughes, Potawatomi, Seminole counties are all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. A place like Seminole, please heads up on that storm that's coming your way. And there are actually 2 storms within there. And that storm right there, actually a little concerned. The shape these are taking on becomes a little concerning because you get these little tail ends, and you might be getting some weak rotation in those storms already, and they just fired up just minutes ago. That one there has already got a hook on it here, just north of Kanawha here. So all these storms have the possibility of quickly spinning hail and tornadoes out of them. So we're going to watch those 2 very, very closely. They're out there in completely open air, so nothing is right now messing with them, so to speak. We don't have any atmosphere around them. They're starting to contaminate these storms, so they're free to do whatever they want at this point. We're getting some lightning that's now starting to jump. A lightning jump with those storms, meaning a lot of lightning that happens in a short period of time, could be often be an ending for your evening drive tonight. Take you to Columbia, Missouri. Storms there building, and they'll go through the evening tonight. We're talking about some high winds, heavy rain, lightning. Couldn't rule out tornadoes that happen for us in Missouri either, and so we want you to be extra vigilant of the weather for the remainder of the evening, and for some of you even overnight tonight. Take a look at our Torcons here, by the way. South Central Oklahoma, Torcon of 4, Northeast and Central Oklahoma, then Southeast Kansas. We've got a Torcon of 7 for us. That'll be Oklahoma City and Tulsa, by the way. So just want you to be really, really cognizant of the weather for you tonight. Then we take you up into Missouri here, a Torcon of 7, Central and Southwest Missouri. That will include a place like Springfield. It'll include a place like Joplin for you tonight. And then storms that'll go all the way up, we think, potentially now to Lake Michigan, northeastern Missouri, and then north central Illinois. So, you know, from near, say, St. Louis up through Peoria, and then storms that could fire all the way up towards Chicago and Milwaukee. These are all places that we're worried about tonight that could have really intense and potentially life-threatening weather if you're not paying very close attention to what's happening here. Again, just now beginning. The entire event is just now unfolding for us here across the plains. But again, some concern, and we're already seeing with these storms that have only lasted maybe half hour to 40 minutes, they're already showing signs of potentially producing some hooks here and some rotation on them. So knowing that that's happening and happening very quick with these storms that are firing up, you need to be very, very aware of the storms tonight. Well, we know that storms tonight are likely to train over the same places, meaning that they're going to rain over the same locations over and over, kind of like cars on a train track. They go over the same spot over and over and over again, right? So it's going to exacerbate the flooding scenes like we've seen here in Logan County, Oklahoma. Significant flooding here. The Cimarron River has come out of its banks. Some homes have been swallowed up by that river. And look at the extent of it, by the way. Look at all of the land that's gone underwater here as a result. These pictures coming from the air from Logan County, Oklahoma here, but so many different places. Now with another threat of storms coming in that could produce rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, could send more neighborhoods, more roadways, more land underwater for us, unfortunately. So another threat that will follow for you throughout the evening tonight. A lot of roadways blocked off for you by local Florida authorities. Let's talk a little bit more about that flood threat. Dr. Rick Knabb with us this evening. It just seems to be a slow motion disaster for these folks. And knowing we've had so much rain the past week, these storms tonight are absolutely of no help at all.
Yeah, and I would say this disaster is starting to accelerate. The next couple of weeks don't look any better in terms of the very wet pattern. And tonight is going to be another rough night. That trough over the western U.S., reloading the atmosphere, the beginning of the thunderstorms in the same places. And in addition to the severe threat, we've got the moisture going to be focusing along this frontal boundary tonight, but it's also going to be pooling in the unstable air out into the south and east of it. So in the very same places that you've got the severe weather and tornado threat tonight, you've got a severe flooding threat. I would not be hesitant to put it that way, given that you've got all of these aerial flood warnings that are still in effect for high rivers, creeks, and streams, and some flooded roads as a result of the rains that we've seen in recent days. But this is going to add to it. It's starting up in Kansas and down here in Oklahoma, and they've already issued a flood advisory along I-44 near Lawton that's in effect for the next hour or so. But this is just the beginning of what's going to happen. We've got flood watches. Take a look at how much rain has fallen in the last few days. This is a big part of flood forecasting, with more than ½ a foot in this area from Oklahoma City to Kansas City, Wichita to Springfield, including Tulsa and Stillwater. And then that has caused a significant rise in the creeks and streams and rivers. So with the ground that wet and the rivers that high, it's not going to take much to flood. In fact, all of these areas in yellow and orange, it takes less than 2 inches in an hour to flood. And with this juicy atmosphere, Mike, I think that the downpours, even if they're brief, could be heavy enough to cause flash flooding just like that. Turn around, don't drown is going to be something we got to be saying over and over again because we've had too many people this week already get into trouble in their cars.
Being in your car during a flood is about the last place you'd ever want to be. Too many people are unfortunately getting themselves in trouble. Dr. Knabb, thank you. More with Dr. Knabb coming up. Let's take you to Tevin Wooten. He's in Tulsa for us live right now, where we saw the forecast there, Tevin. Heavy rain that we see is likely just going to compound the immense issues that we're already contending with.
Yeah, Mike, we're sort of in for a double whammy. Of course, we've got that flood threat along the Arkansas River, which, by the way, approaching moderate flood stage here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Major flood stage downstream across portions of Muskogee County. But here we also have that tornado threat today. Of course, let's get right to that first. We do have torcons of a 7, so a 70% chance of seeing a tornado within a 50-mile radius today in this area. We saw that tornado threat just a couple of days ago. It's a renewed threat again today. Now, let's focus on the flooding, because that's something for a lot of people that will be more urgent, especially in the days and weeks and months to come, where they're already having evacuations in portions of Weber's Falls, Oklahoma. That was ongoing last night, and of course in Muskogee County as well. Areas near Bixby likely on standby, if not already heading out as well, because of some of the water starting to approach some of the homes. We were at the Arkansas River earlier this morning. I do believe we have some video of that. If we take a look at this, you can see from above, this is a large large raging river. Typically, it is nowhere near that high, but several piers are underwater now because of the high water. Where are we getting this water from? We haven't seen rainfall today, and we didn't see much yesterday. Well, it actually came from upstream along the Keystone Lake Dam. We can actually show you what that dam looks like as they're opening up some of the floodgates. They are dropping out at about 160,000 cubic feet per second. That was last night and this morning. Now they're starting to approach 185,000 cubic feet per second, and by later on this afternoon, they will eventually approach 215,000 cubic feet per second of water out of that dam into the Arkansas River and downstream, where we will have significant impacts for the days to come. So that's a heads up for a lot of people there in the Muskogee area. We do want to talk about the temperatures, though. They are certainly hot. 84 degrees. We're starting to erode that cap, bring in more instability, if you will, in terms of daytime heating. You can see the sunshine. It is beaming down. The moisture is there as well. Dew points, 71 degrees. So now we have a tornado threat. We also have that flood threat today. This is a very serious day for Oklahomans. Of course, they took very seriously the threat a few days ago, but in short order, it is back again in the forecast. So we're going to keep tabs on things here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Of course, we've got crews spanned all throughout the country with the flood threat, the severe threat, both alike as well. So let's get back into the studio, I believe, with Dr. Nav now.
Yeah, Tevin, thank you so much. It is going to be round 2, round 3, and multiple rounds after that of flooding episodes in Oklahoma and Kansas and Missouri. This is just tonight into tomorrow morning, but this is nowhere near the end of it. And that's because of that trough that's going to be parked over the western U.S. while that hot ridge is off to the east. So this is tonight. So look at the moisture coming out of the tropics, out of the Gulf of Mexico, that's pooling over Oklahoma today. But then tomorrow, another surge of moisture comes through Texas, and it starts to focus through Kansas and Missouri. And then on Friday, with that pattern kind of locked in like this, it continues, and it surges even farther to the north into places like Iowa, even up into Wisconsin. And maybe by early Saturday morning, it starts to edge eastward. But look at that. It's still over Oklahoma City early Saturday morning. So let's look at the next couple days to round out the week, Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa. So this is going to be on top of what happens overnight tonight. And then look at this. On Friday night into Saturday morning, Kansas City metro, but still involving vulnerable and very wet areas like Wichita and Independence, Kansas, will be getting in on the flash flood risk. And I don't even want to start to get too deep into what's going to happen next week, but this could be just the beginning of a very serious, not only flash flood episode, but a river flood episode, because, Mike, this weekend, next week, the week after that, I don't see huge changes in the pattern. And this water, it's all headed down to the Mississippi River.
Yeah, a very stuck pattern. And ultimately, at the very end, Louisiana is going to contend with everybody's water, because that's where it all drains to. Dr. Nav, thank you very much for that. I want to take you to Pittsburgh this evening. We've got a chance of some stormy weather that rolls through the Ohio Valley. Could get us here in western Pennsylvania as well. Cloudy skies overhead at this point, but severely heavy rain we think could be on the way for you here across portions of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then eventually moving into the northeast for you tomorrow. When we take a look at the radar, things just now getting going for you here along the I-71 corridor from Cincinnati up toward Columbus for you right now, and plenty of showers and overcast skies for you in western New York. Here's a look at the future radar and how we see it playing out for you this evening. We don't think an overwhelming threat of severe weather like we've got back maybe across the plains here, but this is the area right in here we'd be concerned about. Could include Cincinnati, Columbus, maybe over toward the Youngstown area, Wheeling, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, then on your way toward western New York. And then look how that storm system may hit us overnight in a place like maybe State College or Williamsport, and then shift down into northern New Jersey and around New York tomorrow morning. Then look at this line of storms come back in. This is what we're dealing with tonight across the plains in the mid-south. Those storms really nailing us in the morning in a place like Indianapolis, Dayton, Toledo, Detroit. These are all places that could get hit in the morning. Then that line of storms swinging through the Ohio Valley through the day tomorrow. So we've got this warm, moist, unstable sector of air between that cold front and that warm front, and that's where you tend to see the most amplification of the storms. Daytime heating provides a decent amount of energy here. The air's going to be buoyant. It's going to want to rise here. As that air rises, it'll cool and condense, forming a large thunderstorms here. And then you've got some pretty strong winds that increase here coming out of the west or the west-northwest here, and it'll really drive those storms across Ohio and Pennsylvania. There's a look tomorrow, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and look at those storms, how they then push their way across the northeast here with some heating through the day here then across Pennsylvania, Maryland, the Delmarva, Jersey, New York. You could see some more storms erupt there later in the day, 8 o'clock in the evening. Look at this. Could be D.C., Baltimore, Philly, Newark, and New York. All these places, once you be very, very aware of those storms that come in. But then again, look at that line there that lays down across southern Ohio and across the Ohio River. And Dr. Knapp talked about it. Any more rain that you add to some of these tributaries that all feed into the Mississippi is, again, really tough news for you here. Well, we want you to stick around. Coming up here on Weather Underground, damaging storms. Not the only threat unfolding right now. Of course, life-threatening flooding, and we have live coverage. We're going to head you back to Tulsa and meteorologist Tevin Wooten.
Yeah, we've got a double-fold threat here. The flooding threat and also the severe weather threat coming later on today. In fact, storms are already firing up to our south and west. Let's take you to the sky right now. On any other day, you would want blue sky. Today, you do not want blue sky. That heat is coming in. We can feel it beaming down. Temperatures already in the 80s, and we're just getting started.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Weather Underground. We're with you for an extra hour tonight. We'll be with you until 9 o'clock, but live coverage on the Weather Channel goes right through the night tonight as we follow severe storms for you and the possibility of some intense tornadoes tonight. We have a lot of storms that are starting to initiate now, and a lot of these storms are within tornado watches deemed by the Storm Prediction Center as PDS, meaning particularly dangerous situation. Hail to Lawton, near Shawnee, and then north of Oklahoma City, we're talking Guthrie toward surrounding us in Oklahoma City, right? So around Lawton, near Shawnee, and then north of Oklahoma City, we're talking Guthrie toward Edmond here. Let's take a look at these storms here right along I-40, though. This is a really interesting storm here because it's starting to develop what we think might be a little hook here on the tail end here. Creek, Okfuskee, as well as Okmulgee counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And already hail cores forming here near Okima here. So 5:15, the expiration on that severe thunderstorm warning. But there is some rotation right in there. You can see it, the red and the green right next to each other. This now will likely come right across I-40 here over the next couple of minutes. So if you're traveling this evening, you have plans to travel this evening, I definitely keep an eye on the radar because there could be storms that are firing up in the place where you want to get to. Same with this storm here. And the thing about these is you've got pretty intense winds farther aloft. So the tops of these storms are getting sheared off the top here. So you get some anvil blow off the top. That'll be this up the farther north part of the storm. And then the real business end of the storm, the rotating part of the storm, is going to be down here toward the bottom. Okay, so you're going to get potential good inflow. We get completely unpolluted air, so to speak, that's not been contaminated by any other atmospheric condition today. So you get strong inflow that could come right into there. It'll form a hook. Next thing you know, it's spinning and it's producing a tornado. Kingfisher, Logan, Payne counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. So that's going to go up along I-35. It's going to be potentially near the Stillwater area. But Rush Springs, we've got a storm that's formed here. It doesn't have a tail on it yet. We'll watch to see what happens with it, but that could be a huge hail producer for us. Comanche, Grady, and Stevens County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for you right now. And that storm could maybe slide maybe just to the south of Chickasha. We know that the danger increasing for you. We can find tornadoes, and then overnight hours, people could be asleep. Do you remember this just a couple of weeks ago in Rocky, Oklahoma? A tornado happened about 1 o'clock in the morning. The only way you could see it was illuminated by lightning, and that was it. So we've got a nocturnal threat for you tonight, and we'd like you to be really aware of the weather. What I do is put all your stuff in your safe room now. Be ready at a moment's notice. Get to that place in the middle of the night where you've got to wake up the whole family and get them there in a matter of just maybe minutes or seconds. Less than a 5% chance of a nocturnal tornado, right? That's historical, right? Adair, Guthrie County Emergency Manager reported 1 house destroyed, possibility 2 to 3 outbuildings damaged on a farmstead just south of Interstate 80. Okay, the debris from farmstead landed on interstate at mile marker 77. That was right there. That was Iowa. Okay, 1:30 in the morning happened for us here near I-80. So there you go. There are obviously opportunities for nighttime tornadoes. Semi-reported, by the way, into a ditch. So nighttime driving, again, a huge danger for. We saw in that video there. The only way you really see that thing when you're driving along and next thing you know, lightning flashes and it appears in your front windshield. Look at this, by the way, nighttime tornadoes from 1950 to 2010, so a good 60 years of record keeping here. Look at the states that have the highest opportunities for nighttime tornadoes. Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, all over 40% of their tornadoes happening at night, but it's really concentrated here across the South with quite a few nighttime tornadoes happening for us from West Virginia across the Midwest, and 37% of all tornadoes in Oklahoma are nighttime tornadoes. Those are scary stats, folks, and maybe stats that get you thinking about what you're going to do even tonight, right? Certainly roads are underwater after flash flooding swamps Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Missouri. Look at these vehicles in Dallas County, Missouri. Drivers had to be rescued from the flash flooding here. First responders had to use rescue boats, and 3 people were pulled out after they became stranded. I personally talked to a girl yesterday who was just unaware of the conditions. Next thing you know, she's chin deep in water and has to be rescued, Dr. Nab. I look at the threat of storms. It goes on through this evening. It'll ramp up through the night, potentially heavy rain through the night. That nighttime threat of flooding, my goodness, that is so scary.
Yeah, it's hard enough to see how high the water is above a road when it's daytime, but at night is exceptionally difficult. And if it's raining on top of that, to reduce your visibility, nearly impossible to judge how high the water might be across the road. Now, this graphic shows you into tomorrow morning. So this is between now and 7 a.m. Central Time. So this isn't necessarily going to be before sunset or even before you go to bed tonight. This could be a problem late tonight into early tomorrow morning. For those of you who drive at night for work or for whatever reason, heads up, because this radar is going to light up overnight tonight. Let's look at the future radar and see the problem. So between Oklahoma City and Kansas City, you're going to start to see the thunderstorms cellular, but then evolve into a line that is going to result in a lot of training going on. Watch how the same areas, and this is getting to be past midnight Central Time, the same areas get heavy rain over and over and over again. That's training textbook style. So by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, it will have been raining all night in this area, so your morning commute could be significantly hindered. Most fatalities, more than half of them, Mike, occur in vehicles, and to date, about 2/3 of the deaths on roads in vehicles.
Those are scary
really
stats.
Scary.
It should get our attention. By the way, we do have a new tornado warning here right along I-40 east of Oklahoma City. This includes Seminole County. Take shelter right away. Hook Foreman, we're back after this. Welcome back. You're watching a special edition of Weather Underground. This was a tornado spotted yesterday just north of Effingham, Kansas. No reports of any damage or any injuries, but we have seen the tornadoes coming fast and furious this weekend. It is another night tonight. We are in the midst of active severe weather and once again, the possibility of tornadoes. Welcome in, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. We're going to be joined here in just a moment by Dr. Rick Knabb. He's going to follow the flood threat for you, as well as Tevin Wooten. He's live for us in Tulsa. Let's talk about the storms that are happening right now, what the risk is for you for the remainder of the evening. Look at these watches that are in effect here. Tornado watches in effect. Particularly dangerous situation. This watch right in here that includes Oklahoma City, Lawton, Ardmore. That goes until 10 o'clock Central Time tonight. Already some storms that are firing in this area, and we'll get right down into those storms. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings now being issued with these storms. And these were 2 storms that were east of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, that really caught our attention because just moments, it seemed like, after they formed, they were producing hail and they were producing hooks on them. So we're going to take into these storms. Numerous warnings have now been issued, okay? So Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties right now are under tornado warning. So in Bearden, in Castle, in Okemah here, these are all places where you need to take shelter quickly. That storm right there, by the way, right on I-40, and then coming across I-40 and then north of I-40. But you can see rotation right in here, okay? Green is coming toward the radar. Red is going away from the radar. So a dangerous situation right along an interstate right now. That storm also producing a pretty large hail core, we think, at this point, where we could see hail that could be 3 inches in diameter today. You can see the timing on this, 4:48 for you here in Okemah and in Woodward Corner, about 5:08 for you tonight. And then we've got another storm that's south of the Cromwell area. And notice here in Hughes and in Seminole County, a tornado warning for us with the possibility of some hook, maybe a hook down in here. But there could be multiple areas where we've got spin here just outside of the town of Seminole, okay? I think the spin is going to be right right back in here. Okay, so that looks to be some weak rotation right now, but could this thing tighten up and then just take off? Absolutely. So right across Highway 48, we'd be concerned for you as that storms come right past, say, we walk you here. So time it out for you here. Wetumpka around 507, in Butner around 444. So in all those places, I'd say right now, good opportunity for you to get to your tornado shelter and just camp out there for a little bit until the all clear is given. If you don't have a tornado shelter, get to your basement if you have one of those. Another great option for you. If not, they're an interior room of your home. Is that a back floor? Those are very susceptible here to the high winds from a tornado or just from straight line winds that can be quite damaging as well. Look at this. Storms again are going to be really active for us for the remainder of the night. There's the future radar. A lot of storms blow up here, but then move their way, by the way, into northern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, across western and southwestern Missouri, and even some storms a few hours from now that get into Illinois. Those storms get really intense and produce huge amounts of rain, by the way. That's why we're so concerned about ongoing flooding that'll occur for us here. Those storms go right through the night. Here's where 1 o'clock in the morning and really intense storms still hitting us here. Chicago, St. Louis, Springfield, Joplin. Those storms are hitting us all. And St. Louis, by the way, it could go on for hours for us. Unfortunately, eventually storms rolling in through, say, Indianapolis overnight and eventually into a place like Cincinnati, Dayton, and Detroit. Now, overcast skies for us right now in the nation's capital. Showers and storms are on the way for us, okay? They happen for us likely tomorrow, though, as we've got some energy rolling across the Ohio Valley and then eventually into the Northeast. And we'll have a continuation, by the way, of some of the storms tonight across some of those same areas. So here's a look at the threat area tomorrow, highlighted in red. The most likely area for severe weather is going to be, say, near Baltimore, then back through Harrisburg and into Pittsburgh for you tomorrow. Really unstable air mass here between our fronts, and so that's where the warm, moist flow comes in from a general southerly direction here. If we get any daytime heating tomorrow where you've got a relatively, say, cloud-free sky or mostly a clear sky, you're going to get some air that wants to bubble up here and storms will want to explode here. Then we've got some strong winds that cut in across that, really forcing these storms to drive across the Ohio Valley and right into the Northeast. There's a look at the future radar. You can see it gets a little muddled for us, say, middle of the day, but then watch these storms really get going 5, 6, 7 o'clock. They extend from Indiana back into Pennsylvania. Some of those storms could get really intense coming right down the I-95 corridor around 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Just giving you the heads up on it. It's coming your way now. All right, get ready, folks. A lot more to come here on Weather Underground. Our top story, it is a dangerous tornado threat tonight. Torque on as high as 7 in major cities, including a place like Tulsa, where it's a double threat for us tonight.
Yeah, Mike, it is a 1-2 punch. We've got that tornado threat this afternoon, but we also have the threat of flooding and rising rivers. The highest level the Arkansas River's been since 1986 in Tulsa.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weather Underground. You're taking a live look right now as our storm trackers are out there in Oklahoma. And we've got a couple of warnings right now. Storms have really started to take off this evening, and we want you to be aware of what the risk is going to be, because some of these storms have gone from a severe thunderstorm warning to tornado warning just like that. So they're forming quickly and they're spinning quickly. All right, so let's show you the radar right now. Quite a few storms here, and they extend from Oklahoma all the way up into Missouri tonight. We have warnings. We've got storms southwest of Oklahoma City, north of Oklahoma City, east of Oklahoma City, but not in Oklahoma City right now. Numerous warnings for us right now. Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties under a tornado warning for Bearden, Castle, Okemah here. Those are all places where you've got to take shelter very quickly. Observed tornado just north of I-40 here. That thing came ripping right across the highway, has now gone north of I-40. And so this is going to come, we think now, just probably to the west of Okemah here. Don't see anything. Right in there is where the tornado would be. Don't see anything that's showing up that would indicate debris. So that's a good thing. But we've got a hail core in there. Hail today could be upwards of 3 inches in diameter, by the way. As we time this out for you here, could come, I think, probably past Okemah here, but Woodward Corner could be there around 5:06. So you've got some time, but because that's a good distance. But think about right now where you're going to go when that tornado could come your way. Then we've got our other tornado warning down here. Hughes and Seminole counties are under a tornado warning as well. We're going to zoom down in here, also forming a hook right there, right along Highway 9. It looks like it might be tightening up a little bit, but right there between, say, Highway 9 and 56. There's a possible tornado forming here. You can see the hook right in there. We get some inflow that comes in this direction. If the inflow gets strong enough, you're really going to start to see that thing ramp up. Then the entire storm system there moving, say, east-northeast here. So we time this out for you here and show you, well, that's good. That's good news right there. Relatively uninhabited areas here, relatively rural locations, not even showing up on the tracker. So that's great news. But again, between Highway 56 and Highway 9, the ones you'll want to avoid at this point. Now let's take you up into northeast Missouri here, a storm that's developed just outside of Quincy, Illinois here. Look at that storm in Marion and Shelby counties that's formed around Honeywell, Shelbina, and Warren here. That storm's got a lot of hail on it. This is north of Highway 36 here and just north of Monroe City. Could be looking at some rotation in there, but certainly we've got a solid hail core right in there. I'd anticipate a golf ball size hail is where the rotation would be. And so the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for that. I don't see anything that's indicating a hook necessarily, but just could be brief spin-ups because a lot of these storms themselves will have rotating wall clouds on them, and you can get these brief tornado touchdowns, then they'll lift, then they'll move on, they'll cycle again, they'll produce another tornado. Warren and Philadelphia, locations that could be in the path of this storm, and you'll want to take shelter and be inside. 446 for you in Warren and 451 for you in Philadelphia. Want to show you, by the way, some new video that we have in the other large threat that we're following tonight. That is flooding. My goodness, what is that? That is a whole barn being washed down the Cimarron River here in Oklahoma, slams into a house, trees swallowed up by the river. This is amazing stuff. I mean, the river has really come out of its banks, second highest crest on record, and we're fearful here. This house is about to go. That house looks like it's about to go. Half of it's in the water. Just amazing. Listen to it crack. And it's like they're all just standing there waiting for it to go. The force of water is truly amazing. A lot of homes, they're just dangling on the edge here, some that have gone in. Just crazy stuff. I actually believe this home, we've got a new update. I believe this home here has actually now washed into the river. But look at that. Literally a barn just floating down the river and smashed into a home. And then, I mean, Dr. Nab, the power of the water.
Scary.
Isn't it something? Those pictures are really stunning, what's going on for us in Oklahoma.
And I wish I could say that this is going to be the last day we're going to see that kind of thing. But unfortunately, you know, the Cimarron River, the Arkansas River, Oklahoma's rivers are really rising quickly, and we're going to add a lot more rain over the next couple of days and maybe even over the next couple of weeks. Look at all the rivers that have come up very quickly, you know, the Cimarron and the Arkansas, but look at what's happening up in Missouri as well, and then along the Mississippi. And that makes the risk of overall flooding into communities worse, because when rivers and creeks and streams come out of their banks, more rain increases the chances that structures as well as roads get flooded. But we're also going to have the potential for significant and maybe even life-threatening flash flooding, quick flooding, whether or not you're close to a river, here in the area between Tulsa, Springfield, Joplin, Independence, Kansas, and that's going to be largely later tonight, but it's starting, okay? This is going to be the corridor ahead of that front. That really is the focus for the heaviest rainfall. We've got the severe and tornado warnings in effect, but also now that we've got thunderstorms starting to form just north of Oklahoma City, not far from Logan County into Stillwater, well, including Logan County. They've already issued a flood advisory, and this is an indication that it's so wet, any rain is going to increase the flooding, and they are expecting the flood risk to increase in this area tonight. Same thing along I-44 down in Lawton. And if you look at the future radar, watch how the training really ramps up here in northern Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, and southwest Missouri overnight tonight. Turn around, don't drown. Mike and I will be back in a moment to highlight the flood and the tornado threat. Stay with us.
The Pure Gold Sunset Forecast, brought to you by Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, beer in its organic form.
You're watching the Weather Channel. We are watching a live tornado in progress now in Oklahoma. This is near Okemah. This is going to be east of Oklahoma City. Pretty intense spin on this. You kind of get a distant view here. Clouds are very, the skies are very cloudy here, so you're not getting a lot of contrast here, but right in the center of your screen, you can see that tornado. And literally just moments ago while we were away, you could see a definitive touchdown here, but obviously very, very violent weather is taking place for us right now in Oklahoma. And actually, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can probably see that there is some contact with the ground there. Yeah, definitely there. Dr. Nav with us here as well. Dr. And you can look at the rotation on that thing too here. And these storms have gone tornado very quickly after they've formed.
Yeah, and maybe not moving quite as fast as last night's storms and the night before, but still northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this is the kind of situation, Mike, that you don't want to be going outside to check to see if this warning is for real. It'll be on you too fast. Look, you can even tell from this shot how fast that's moving when the camera is still like this. Look at that thing whipping by to the right.
It keeps, and the camera then keeps moving and moving to keep it in the frame there. The thing about some of these storms too is I wouldn't be surprised if they cycle, whereas a storm may produce a brief tornado touchdown and then it'll lift and then it'll produce another tornado touchdown. It is not out of question that some tornadoes could produce 2, 3, 4, 5 touchdowns before the end of its life cycle here. So a pretty intense storm force happening right now. You're watching it live here in Okemah. This is, again, just outside of Oklahoma City. There's a look for you right there, a different view, and check that out. Look at the spin on that, too. Coming just behind the trees here. The good news is, we've been tracking this storm, and it was a relatively rural area. I don't see a lot of buildings in this shot either. See a lot of trees here. You get a lot of rolling farmland in this part of Oklahoma, and so that's maybe the good news out of all this. Pretty ragged wall cloud here. You don't see the smooth bottom to the wall cloud. To me, that often indicates that you probably have more opportunities for, say, more frequent but less intense tornadoes, Dr. Nab.
Yeah, now if I've got the different tornado warnings straight here, I think what we're looking at here is the one cell that's passing north of the center of Okemah. However, there's another warning for a cell that's off to the southwest of Okemah. So if you're in Okemah and you perceive that this one is passing you by, there's another cell off to the southwest. Okemah is flanked by tornado warnings, multiple circulations on radar.
And we've been watching those on the radar. The circulation have tightened up on both of them. And both of them formed at about the same time. They were kind of twin storms, if you will. They formed at about the same time, moving in the same direction and just paralleling each other here. But this is what they're doing right now. We believe this is the northern storm right here, and you can see how it's roping out a little bit here, so it may cycle here, but obviously some concern here. If you're in the path of that, we want you to take shelter very, very quickly here with Okmulgee, Okfuskee counties under tornado warnings right now, and this coming past Okemah. It's going to come north of Okemah here, probably it's coming right past Castle right now, and we've seen a big lightning jump on the radars. And look at that thing rope out there, kind of like an elephant trunk, if you will.
Yeah, and that seems consistent with the less well-defined rotation on radar. Not that it's not there, just that it's not as strong as it once was, but the cell off to the southwest of Okemah appears to be a little bit stronger on radar anyway.
On this particular storm, even on the radar, I see 2 different rotations within that storm itself. So we've got a lot of concern for you here. And again, you're looking at a live tornado happening for us east of Oklahoma City. This is in Okemah, Oklahoma. We're coming near Okemah, Oklahoma, just north of there. We've circled it for you on the radar of the storm that we're following, but the other one that is south of there is also of a concern here. But you're watching it live as we are, folks, with a little rope tornado now, and a little bit harder to see, if there's any contact with the ground here, but it's a little pencil-thin tornado at this point too, Dr. Nab.
Well, yeah, it really gets weaker and weaker by the moment, but that doesn't mean it couldn't, like you say, cycle again, because there's still a decent wall cloud there, still rotation on the radar, and we've been able to follow its progress because of the camera going along with it on the road there.
I mean, just amazing stuff. That came across I-40, by the way. And again, this is just moments ago that we watched it right there. That's just pretty impressive stuff here. At one point, by the way, it was a pretty intense cone tornado, and then eventually ended up roping out for us here. So just keep in mind, folks, some of these storms could produce numerous touchdowns over the course of their lifespan here. All right, we're going to take you through some of these warnings on the radar and help you understand what's going on here, because we've got opportunities for some storms here and numerous tornado warnings. There we are, Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties, tornado warnings. That's the storm that we've just been following there with the live pictures. Those storms eventually, we think, could get toward the town of Okmulgee here. And if you're watching us from Okmulgee, Let's go. Let's be ready. Let's get to our safe spot now, because I think they're probably going to extend these tornado warnings. Then we've got the other warning that's south of there. That one's also had some pretty decent rotation on it, by the way. And so we look at that storm. It's also got a solid hail core within it as well. The tornado would be hiding right in, and then the outbound winds in this direction, so there's spin right in between those two. But it's not those aren't the only warnings that we're following. We also got warnings north of Oklahoma City along I-35, going to slide north of probably Orlando or over Orlando, and then near Perry, Logan, Noble, and Payne counties under tornado warnings. We'll review all those warnings, show you the pictures next. And tonight on Weather Underground, tracking a night of life-threatening weather right in the center of the country. Cities inside tornado watches, and inside those watches, intense tornadoes and hail bigger than baseballs possible. Deemed a particularly dangerous situation by the Storm Prediction Center. And not only are we dealing with tornadoes, but damaging storms that could produce significant flooding. A disaster grows here. Round after round of storms forces communities to evacuate as the water continues to rise. We have live coverage for you right here on the Weather Channel. And thank you for being with us right here on Weather Underground on meteorology. And tornadoes, an issue for us right now. But just moments ago, this tornado touching down for us just outside of Okemah, Oklahoma, this east of Oklahoma City. Pretty solid cone right there. And then over the course of its life here, eventually got a little thinner, roped out. But these are the kind of storms. And this storm actually produced a tornado very quickly after it formed. There you see it spinning on the ground there and moving quickly, too. This thing was moving about 30, 35 miles an hour, coming right across these power lines here, and then pushing off to the east-northeast. For all of you that might be in any of these watches that we have today, including Oklahoma, portions of Kansas, Missouri, up to Illinois even, we'd urge you to really pay attention to the radar tonight and make sure that you have a way to get alerted and know what action to take if a tornado warning is issued for your area. Let's get right to the radar and show you some of the conditions that we're dealing with right now, including particularly dangerous situation here around central Oklahoma, extending back toward Wichita Falls, Texas, and another watch, by the way, that also extends up into portions of Missouri, deemed a particularly dangerous situation. That includes places like Joplin, Missouri. All right, plenty of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings popping for us right now. So let's get right down to these. These storms, again, flooded up very, very quickly, and right away it seemed like they wanted to produce hail and tornadoes. So we'll get down to some of the more immediate dangers here, including this storm that's getting closer and closer now to Okmulgee here. Creek, Okfuskee, and Okmulgee counties are all under tornado warnings right now, and that warning goes until 5:45. There's a look at the rotation right in there, okay? And that's going to be working its way very near, we think, Okmulgee. Okmulgee sitting right here, right-hand side of your screen, so it could be coming close to there. The good news is, as of right now, on its current trajectory, it's going to a relatively rural location where there hopefully is not a lot of stuff to hit here. But both of these storms that formed in tandem here produced hail right away, big anvil tops to them, and then not long after that started producing rotation and tornadoes. Okfuskee County here, Bearden, Castle, and Okemah here, all under tornado warnings. A tornado could be lying right back in here, the tail end of that particular storm there. So from, say, Okemah here down toward Wetumpka, those are areas where you really need to be inside right now and getting to a safe location. Could this storm right here, now the first one passed west of Okemah, could this one potentially come right over Okemah? There's a solid rotation on that, by the way. Inbound that way, outbound that way, and so you've got rotation right between the two. And then we noticed there might be even a little bit more of a hook starting to form there, and could be actually two locations within that one cell we could be watching for spin-ups. Then we take you along I-35 here. A storm between Mulhall and Perry that's coming across I-35 now and producing some wider, broader rotation, but nonetheless rotation right in there near Orlando and about to come right over top, if not right on I-35 as we speak, and that storm system pushing off to the northeast. Probably going to slide past us here in Stillwater. And a lot of farmland up in here, but nonetheless, if you happen to be that one farmstead that's in the path, you're in trouble right now. Please take shelter quickly. Now, we did have one tornado warning on this storm that was just outside of Quincy. That no longer is tornado warned. It's severe thunderstorm warned, however, but we've just got a ton of instability in the atmosphere. And we can actually map that, okay? So on this map, this should show you how much instability is in the atmosphere right now, and it's in this, and I'm going to change the color on my pen here. It's in this area right here that we're really concerned about. Those are the areas that we have PDS tornado watch is in effect right now. And so a lot of action happening for us right now, Oklahoma in particular, and storms that are firing up through Missouri. But all this area is going to fill in, we think, for the remainder of the evening. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is in Missouri for us right now. He is in Joplin. Mike, we know we've got a storied history with tornadoes in Joplin, especially on this particular day, and now a day where we think severe weather's coming their way.
Yeah, Mike, you were here. You were one of the first in town 8 years ago this evening when we had the deadliest tornado in over 60 years and still the costliest on record. We're here because we put ourselves here because there is a chance that we'll have severe weather and potentially a tornado. We hope that we don't have any tornadoes near here. We've talked to a lot of folks, and they remember very well what happened just about a mile or so north of here on the south side of Joplin. Back to today, we're looking southwest. Our storms are going to come in from the southwest from northeast Oklahoma. There is nothing on the radar right now, nothing imminent. It's going to be probably at least a couple more hours. It's going to get in here eventually. In fact, the HER model, one of our best convective models, does pop stuff around 6 to 7. And most of the heavy rain tonight and the severe is going to follow a track northeast along and primarily north of I-44. That corridor, much of that is now under a flash flood watch starting at 7. A new flash flood watch kicks in at 7 and goes until 10 a.m. in the morning. As you well know, it's been very wet here in Joplin. They've had 5 1/3 inches of rain over the past couple of days. We could see another 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches, and that could kick in more flash flooding. But of more importance from a safety perspective is that tornado watch, a PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Some of these supercells could get in here and cause spin-ups, as we've seen in Oklahoma. With that said, that watch goes until 11 o'clock tonight. So the entire evening, a lot of folks will be on edge here, Mike, in Joplin and across this area. And we hope for the best that everything just moves on through with maybe some rain, wind, and some lightning, and we don't have to deal with any tornadoes on this day 8 years ago where 158 folks here in Joplin lost their lives. Mike?
Yeah, it was a very tough day. There's no question about that, Mike, and we hope that history does not repeat itself. But glad you're there and keeping the folks updated on what's happening. That is Mike Seidel. He's in Joplin, Missouri. We'll check back in with Mike here throughout the evening as he keeps a very close eye on the skies overhead. We know there's going to be a risk for some storms through the night tonight. Again, we get back to the radar, and you can see a lot of storms that are already flaring here in Oklahoma. But Mike sits about right in here, okay? Now, this entire area likely to fill in because we've got a decent amount of instability, and now we're maximizing the heat of the day today. You saw Mike had a decent amount of blue skies still overhead there, so we're still heating up the atmosphere here, and so that'll get some storms potentially bubbling up for us a bit here. But just a really dynamic atmosphere is unloading on us. And if you look at the future radar, look how those storms will really get going now. 7 o'clock this evening, and we could have some huge hailers in those as well. But any one of these little individual storms could produce a tornado. Wouldn't even rule out tornadoes up as far north as say, Illinois. And then watch how these storms come together overnight, and they start just pumping out heavy rain here. And any of these storms here could also be pumping out tornadoes as well. Rainfall rates can be 1, 2, or 3 inches an hour here. And so all these locations that are already completely saturated and a ground that can't take any more rain is going to have a lot of potential flash flooding here, and the rivers are going to swell as well. Look how those storms really stay over us in St. Louis. Be concerned about some flooding in St. Louis overnight tonight, and tomorrow morning could be a very rough morning for us there. Chicago, we're not ruling out storms for you either. Yes, you're on the northern end of all this, and maybe a little less instability there, and they come in later tonight. Those are all beneficial things to keep you from maybe really seeing the most intense of the storms. But between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock tonight, that's when you're going to have some of the storms come through here in Chi-Town. All right, new video, by the way, the Cimarron River. Have you seen this? I mean, this is just nuts. Watch this. The Cimarron River here in Oklahoma washing away an outbuilding here, slams right into that home, and half that home was already in the river. Isn't that just something? I mean, absolutely amazing. We've had trees, we've had homes that have collapsed into the river. It is swollen to its second highest crest on record. And just listen to that house. It's starting to give way. The power of water, Dr. Knapp, we underestimate it sometimes, but we really need to be as heads up as possible on what's about to unload on us here, because that pattern does not change. It's locked in for days to come.
Yeah, and an important thing to remember about river flooding is it's not just a result of rain that happens where you live along the river or near it. It's you know, the Cimarron River is a big river. It starts all the way over in southeastern Colorado and then comes into the Mississippi. These are big rivers, and any rain that falls anywhere in this area is going to go downhill and eventually into those rivers. So when you dump as much rain as we saw over the last few days in northern Oklahoma, that's why the rivers are swelling so badly, and unfortunately a lot more rain is on the way. So let's take a look at what we're going to be seeing beyond what we've already experienced. Unfortunately, thunderstorms are starting to blossom in northern Oklahoma, and they're going to be spreading farther north along this frontal boundary. It's going to be a focus overnight tonight for some heavy rain. Now, we've got brand new flash flood warnings. Unfortunately, Mike, one of them is not far from the Cimarron River. This is in portions of Logan, Noble, and Payne County. Already, in this short amount of time, about an inch of rain has already fallen, but because it's so wet there, it's going to start flooding very quickly. So that flash flood warning is in effect till 8 p.m. local time. Now, over in the Okmulgee area where we've got the multiple tornado warnings, we also have a new flash flood warning because of the very heavy rain rates. Look at all that lightning. That's indicative of the instability in the lift and how much rain is going to be coming out of these thunderstorms. That warning is in effect till 10 local time. So when you got the tornado and the flash flood warnings in the same place, Mike, you got to take shelter in the lowest dry location in your home.
We talked about this earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Same deal for folks. So please be aware of all the dangers that you have. And we'll have more with Dr. Knapp here in just a moment. We get out to Tevin Wooten. He is in Tulsa for us tonight. Tevin, same deal. We've got a double threat: tornadoes and flooding, just like we had to contend with earlier in the week.
Yeah, we do, Mike. It is very muggy out here. I'm in and out of my rain jacket because we've seen a few showers come by. We are in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Of course, we're at the Agora Event Center, and this view, absolutely stunning, of downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma from this Agora Event Center area. But also, you're looking back towards the south and west, where a lot of those thunderstorms will start to roll through. In fact, we were looking at the radar just moments ago. You guys were analyzing the radar. Not too far away, we have a severe thunderstorm warning and a couple of tornado warnings as well. Those are a bit far away, so we're going to wait to see how that pans out as it gets closer and closer and closer. But I just wanted to let everyone at home know we also have adequate shelter should a tornado warning come through this area. But it's not just a tornado threat that we're concerned about. Of course, we do have those tornado watches until about 11 o'clock tonight, but it's the flooding that is going to be a huge concern for a lot of homeowners, a lot of business owners and residents in the Tulsa area and areas outside of Tulsa too. Bixby, Weber's Falls. That's actually one area, Weber's Falls, that we saw flooding come through that area already, and the water is still coming out of the Arkansas River well outside of its banks. Take a look at some of this video here. Of course, you've got homes in the way of all this water, normally dry ground that is not there anymore. Now, as Dr. Knapp was just talking about, this flooding is not the result of, not the direct result of rainfall. It's rainfall over time that's all trickled downstream from the Arkansas River. So now they are releasing some 200,000 cubic feet of water per second from the Keystone Lake Dam. That's about 25 minutes to the north and west of Tulsa. But those flood warnings that are coming out of every community here, letting residents know, evacuate, get to higher ground, because that water is certainly approaching very quickly. Mike.
Tevin Wooten, he's in Tulsa for us tonight. Tevin, thank you so much. From the plains to the east, want to take you there tonight and head into Pittsburgh, because we think some heavier rain could come through the Ohio Valley, bring us some thunderstorms as well. Ohio Valley, places like, say, Columbus or Cleveland, then over into Pittsburgh could have some issues. Overcast skies for us right now, and things get pretty active for us here over the course of, say, the next 24 hours or so, and then moves from the Midwest into the Northeast. So we take a look at the radar this evening. Just a few showers out there. Nothing terrible for us at the moment, coming right across, say, I-71 here, Cincinnati, up toward Columbus. Eventually get some light showers for you around Cleveland. Where do those storms go for us tonight? Well, they're going to push their way east. We could have some blow-ups here, maybe around Buffalo, head toward Erie. And watch how these storms really get going here through the night. They're going to lay down a little flatter here, could hit us in State College and in Williamsport. And then the storms that are hitting us tonight, one again gets hit pretty hard. There's the unstable air mass right between the two fronts here, with a low shifting its way into Canada here. We've got some unstable air here in this area tomorrow. So the areas that are highlighted in particular in the reds and the pink colors. That's where you've got the most instability and the most dynamic atmosphere that wants to produce thunderstorms. Not to mention, we've got pretty strong winds aloft here, now forcing their way along that front, and they'll be pushing the storms along at a pretty good clip, and I think straight-line winds could end up being a very big issue for us tomorrow here across the Northeast. In any areas where we've got a heavy tree cover, be prepared for trees to come down. If you've got a lot of trees around your home, think about that and where you'd go in your home to stay protected from something like a falling tree. As far as tomorrow afternoon, kind of a milky atmosphere for us here, but then watch later in the day, look at these storms that really start to fire up now from Cincinnati to Columbus, Pittsburgh, maybe Charleston, West Virginia, but this right here should get your attention. Storms along I-95 here, New York, down through Newark. We're going to head down through the Delmarva. We're going to get hit here in places like Annapolis and in Baltimore, and as well as Washington, D.C. That's 8 o'clock at night. The storms continue to go through the night tomorrow as they push farther south. D.C. we could get hit a couple of different times. I want you to stick around. We've got a lot more to come here on Weather Underground tonight. We're going to highlight the damaging threat from tornadoes, not to mention increasing flood risk as more storms get going this evening. What's that going to mean for places like Tulsa? We're going to check back in with meteorologist Kevin Wooten. There's a live look, by the way. That is Mulhall, Oklahoma. Skies are darkening for us right now. We've had numerous tornado warnings already across central Oklahoma. We'll talk a lot more about those warnings, what it means for you when we come back.
Good evening from Joplin, Missouri. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel on a potentially dangerous day here in southwest parts of Missouri. We're watching severe weather. I want to show you the 3 tornado watches extending from Oklahoma City and Tulsa here into the Joplin area right up through Sedalia. Those are 2 PDS particularly dangerous situation watches from SPC in Norman. And then we have a 3rd watch which extends all the way up in Illinois, including Peoria, up almost to the Quad Cities. The first 2 watches go until 11, the last watch till midnight Central Time. On the radar, all the action right now in Oklahoma. We've got several tornado warnings. We've had at least a couple of tornadoes sighted. We're particularly concerned about those cells off to the south of Tulsa. Those could impact the southern and southeast suburbs of Tulsa in the near future. Meanwhile, here in the Joplin-Springfield area, all is clear. Looking up in the sky, we don't have any developing cumulonimbus clouds. It's going to be another hour or 2 hours before we're really concerned about impact, direct impact in this part of the state. So Mike Bettis watching and waiting, hoping for the best here in the Joplin area, and hoping that we just maybe get some rain, some lightning, some wind, and let's not have any tornadoes, especially on the 8th anniversary of the costliest tornado on record in the U.S.
I'm sure they're well aware of what the forecast is today, Mike, after that event that happened several years ago. Mike, thanks so much. And more with Mike here, because we think over the course of the next couple of hours, Missouri really starts to see the storms explode here. On the radar this evening, it's a very telling story. Just about every single storm, by the way, that is initiating now is producing some hail, it seems like, or producing a tornado. So we're going to show you some of these storms tonight, and the ones east side of Oklahoma City have really been active. Creek, Okfuskee, Okmulgee counties all under tornado warnings right now, and we're going to get a huge amount of rain out of these as well, so a lot of flooding as possible. Don't see, and we're getting a little bit farther away from the radar, but we don't see necessarily as much rotation in this storm that heads towards the Beggs area. A little bit more rotation here, and we may be looking at some action in this part of the storm right here. That will include Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties around Bearden and Okemah and Schulter here. So there we go. We might be looking at a little bit more rotation right in here, okay? So near Clearview, there could be some spin on that storm right there. We'd urge you to take shelter quickly. It might actually be looking at potentially a tornado spinning in here. I wonder if we might even have an anticyclonic tornado forming back in there, which could be spinning in an opposite direction. But nonetheless, we've also got a large hail core within that. So severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, not to mention flood warnings, flash flood warnings are being issued with all these storms as well. So we've got a double whammy happening for us at this point. We time out that storm. Woodward Corner 5:35 is the time it could be. There's about maybe 13, 14 minutes from now. So that's all the time you have to find some shelter in your home and get there quickly so that you don't put yourself in any danger from those storms. The storms farther north now starting to form in there may get going as well. But in Creek, Okmulgee counties, with that warning that's been issued again now, is producing some hail and likely some spin on that particular storm. Not overwhelming spin. It's more of a broad, weaker spin. But nonetheless, it is in there. And that, again, the radar is way up here, top right of your screen. So it's got a long beam to shoot down here to the storm. So it's looking pretty high up in the storm. It's having a hard time seeing low at that distance from the radar. And so you may not be getting a really great indication what's happening near ground level. You're getting more of the spin that's higher up in the storm itself. But all these storms now pushing off to the northeast in an atmosphere that is really ripe for tornadoes right now. In Tulsa, look at that storm now starting to roll your way here, especially on the west side of Tulsa. Those storms will be coming in for you here, and all these storms will be producing potentially some really heavy rainfall rates as well. So in all these instances, you have to be on the lookout for water that might be filling up some of the streets here. We'll take you live right now and show you some of the storms that are happening right now. This is in Mulhall, Oklahoma. You can see a lowering that's happening right there. You probably have a bit of a wall cloud that's formed in there. It's not well defined, but right in the center of that is where you would be looking for likely a tornado to touch down if it were to do that. So keeping an eye on the sky with all of our storm trackers that are out there. We're keeping an eye on the radar. So we've got you covered here, folks, as best we can. We're going to keep you up to date on all of this. But again, want you to be just uber vigilant today about what's happening for you, because in all these instances, you're going to have maybe just minutes to react and respond to what the atmosphere is doing over your head. You take a look at this storm system here, and there's another live view here, and there could be some spin in that one. I see a lowering here, and that looks to be a lowering wall cloud. So what you're getting is that the mesocyclone is producing, I think now, kind of a ragged, rotating wall cloud here. Do we know where this picture is, by the way? This is near Okemah here. So yeah, live trackers here on this storm near Okemah. This is east of Oklahoma City. And I think you can see the lowering wall cloud there and the spin. And now, our storm trackers out there, they're using a cell phone signal to transmit the pictures, and sometimes in some of the more rural locations, it gets a little jumpy for you there. You don't always have the best signal. But when you look at, by the way, the radar, you can see the little hooks that we've got. There's that one, the picture we were just looking at, coming past Okemah there. So we've got a little hook there, Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties, where we've got the possibility of a tornado that's coming through now east side of Okemah here with a huge hail core that comes in a moment, could potentially be producing a tornado. Once you stay with us, more on the warnings. We take you live out into the field when we come back right here on Weather Underground. We have new video, a tornado that created quite the show here in Rossville, Kansas yesterday. Look at that. Just off in the field there. Impressive stuff, no question. And more tornadoes just like that could be touching down today. We've already seen one tornado touchdown for you live here on the Weather Channel, and we think that more very possible. You see the kids, by the way, just running into the house and running for cover. The smartest thing you can do is be inside your safe place. Welcome back in, everyone. You're watching the Weather Channel. We'll be with you an extra hour tonight here on Weather Underground till 9 o'clock Eastern Time to keep you up to date on these storms. Dr. Ray of Oklahoma City, meteorologist out in the field, including Mike Seidel and Tevin Wooten will be joining us as well. This is a live look at Okemah, Oklahoma. This is east of Oklahoma City, a little bit south and west of Tulsa. Now, we had some pretty good rotation on this storm, and before we left you during the break, we had, it looked like a lowering and spinning wall cloud for you, but a little bit different view here. But I think we might be a little bit more on the back side of the storm at this point as the storm is rolling away from the camera, and maybe hard to see what's happening necessarily down at the ground here with the trees obscuring the view a little bit, but you can see overhead. It's a pretty violent sky right now, and these storms are producing some large hail that comes along with them. There's again a look at a different view in Okemah here, and I think it might be looking a little bit of a rotating wall cloud here, maybe a bit of a tail cloud on the left there. And so the structure is there to potentially produce a tornado. We'll just see if the atmosphere is going to actually do that or not. And the camera is training in right on the spot where it might happen. It's hard to tell if something maybe has happened there or not. If there's any, I don't think there's any damage right there. I think there might be like a high tension wire there or something. But I think the tornado, if it were to form, be behind that. Okay, farther off in the in the background there. We'll keep our eyes on these cameras, folks, and if anything happens, we, of course, will bring it to you. Want to get you some of the warnings so you know exactly where the storms are and if they're coming toward your town. You can see the storms that have flared up here all around Oklahoma City. Nothing's coming through Oklahoma City at the moment, though, but we have tornado warnings here between I-40 and then I-44 here, headed just to south of the Tulsa area. This storm is producing some huge rain, by the way, here. But the northern storm, Creek and Okmulgee counties, we've got a tornado warning in this storm, and it's now starting to almost merge with a southern storm. So I think the air is becoming a little bit more contaminated. You can hardly detect any rotation in that any longer, where you'd have a red and a green next to each other. I think the storm to the south is really now starting to take over. A little bit of a hook down on this one. Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties is really the threat area right now, and not to mention, you just got incredibly intense rainfall rates right now. Clearview, a spot that could be in danger. There's the rotation right in there. Okay, that's the spot that we're looking at right there. We've got the intense yellow colors and red colors next to the green. So you've got opportunities now. So the wind's moving in this direction and then this direction with the spin right in between. Hard to tell for sure whether or not we've got any debris, so that what we were showing you there with all the different pixelated blues and purplish colors is what's called correlation coefficients, looking for something in the air that's not a raindrop or a snowflake or a piece of hail, and it can detect that. That could maybe be producing a little bit of damage. Maybe something's being lofted in the air, like pieces of dirt or leaves or something from a tree, something like that. Now, Woodward Corner, 5:36 is the time it's on you, so about 3-4 minutes is all you've got. Get into some shelter and get there very, very quickly. All these areas, by the way, also going to be dealing with some flooding. You can see the tornado warnings that are highlighted in red, but then the larger area we've got flash flood warnings that have been issued. Now we've issued a severe thunderstorm warning in the Tulsa area. So Tulsa, Creek, and Osage counties are all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That will include some large hail, potentially some strong straight line winds, but just like the storms to the south, could we be looking at spots within that and maybe down, especially the extreme southwest side, where you get a little bit of an inflow notch there and you produce a hook and a brief tornado touchdown. It is possible, and be ready for that. But the interesting thing about a lot of these storms that are forming today, almost as soon as they form, a flash flood warning is issued. The reason being is we've got completely saturated ground right now, and we just can't take any more water. Flooding's been ongoing across especially Oklahoma. Dr. Knabb is highlighting that threat for us tonight. The National Weather Service isn't wasting any time here. It just seems the moment that the rain starts, they're just issuing the warnings now.
And the downpours are happening in areas where there's already river flooding, and they've had tremendous amounts of rainfall in the last 24 hours. So, yes, they're pulling the trigger very, very quickly. Let's look at the latest warning that is in effect. And then that is headed to the next warning up the chain. Just full time, almost an inch is falling here in a short amount of time. And then that is headed to the next warning up the chain, just north of Stillwater. So there's going to be more and more training going on. And also in the Okmulgee area, there's flash flood warning and tornado warning. So many reasons to stay off the roads tonight. We're back in just a moment. Back out to the field. Back with Bettis. Stay with us.
Thanks for staying with us right here on the Weather Channel as we follow severe weather for you, including numerous tornado warnings across Oklahoma and now pushing toward the Tulsa area. Most of these storms have been south of Tulsa, north of I-40. One of the tornadoes came right across I-40. And now you see this one here that's got a hook echo just to the southwest of Okmulgee and may come very close, if not right over top of Okmulgee. Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties are under tornado warnings right now until 6 o'clock. And we've got some pretty strong rotation within that. So please be aware that this is a radar-confirmed tornado that's moving now off to the east-northeast. And if we show you on this, other than more or less that kind of magenta purple color there, and right in this location, we may be detecting something that's being lofted into the air. I don't think that there's not a lot of stuff here. It's a fairly rural area. It could be something like dirt, leaves from trees, something like that. But knowing that that could be happening, you want to take this threat very seriously, because on its current trajectory, it may come very, very close to Okmulgee here, or very, very close to, say, Beggs. But along Highway 75, I'd urge you not to travel in that area at all. If you have plans to hop in the car and go somewhere this evening, I would encourage you to do not do that. Just stay at home right now. Let these storms go past. Our warning, by the way, until 6:30 does now include the Beggs area. It does include Okmulgee as well as Winchester. And then how about the warnings that are now being issued in the Tulsa area. New tornado warning here for Creek, Pawnee, and Tulsa counties, and that is going to be just south of Manford here. I'm going to take a look at the velocities. I don't necessarily see where the rotation may be. It's probably weak rotation right back in the tail end, which is where just about all these storms have been forming the spin in the atmosphere. So this is an area right back in here that we might be looking at a forming hook echo there. And so I don't think the Weather Service is taking any chances, knowing that the storms farther south very quickly produce tornadoes. So that could be a storm that we watch very closely. And not to mention some really intense rainfall and some hail with those storms as well. Could be looking at quarter-size to golf ball size hail in some of those storms, but there is the possibility we could be looking at baseball size hail if any of these storms really get going throughout the evening. Take a look at the storms that go past Tulsa up around Claremore. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning there, but again, our warning for the Tulsa area, at least for the severe thunderstorm warning, goes until 6 o'clock this evening. I want to take you there into the Tulsa area because obviously we've got numerous threats are happening for us right now. Tevin Wooten, you showed us plenty of sunshine not long ago. How things have changed for you now.
My, how things have changed. We've also cooled down, Mike. The sun has gone, but the rain-cooled air has sort of kicked in, if you will. I think we've dropped it about some 5 to maybe 8 degrees here in the last hour or so, of course. But I'm going to stop talking here. I want you to take a listen. You do hear those tornado sirens right now. That's for that tornado warning to the south and west of Tulsa, near the, or to the west of Tulsa, actually, near Sand Springs and Highway 412. So if you are in that area along Highway 412, Manford and Lotsie, do take your tornado precautions right now. We are along the Agora Event Center deck or pavilion, if you will. We have a great view of downtown Tulsa here, and sort of to the left there's a University of Tulsa building and tower. Of course, a lot of lightning going off as this thunderstorm is starting to approach us now. That tornado warning cell starting to approach us. A lot of lightning going off back that way into the distance, but we're almost looking due west or southwest so we can actually see this thunderstorm roll right on in. On the left side of your screen, of course, you've got that darker sky. That's where the rainfall is. On the right side of the screen here, closer to the Bach building and downtown Tulsa, that's where you actually have those clearing skies. However, we're starting to notice, though, more and more rain is starting to kick in. More thunderstorms are popping up. So this is sort of the environment, a very ripe environment, if you will, for thunderstorms to start to form almost spontaneously on the radar. So we're going to be watching that extremely closely. Another thing that we have to watch, that will be the river flooding here along the Arkansas River. In fact, that tornado warning crosses right across the Arkansas River near the Keystone Lake Dam area. More lightning going off in the background there. We do have shelter here, so I do want to let you guys know that we are safe. But it's the flood warnings and the river flooding that will sort of take precedent too, even after this tornado activity has sort of kicked back. So again, there goes the sirens here in the Tulsa area, but that tornado warning cell is about, let me query this to see exactly, about 8.5 miles is to the south and west of Tulsa. So we're not necessarily seeing any tornadic activity here in Tulsa downtown. In fact, the winds are quite still here, and we don't even have a lot of rainfall. That rainfall came in, cooled us down a little bit. We were at 84 degrees earlier today, perhaps now at 78 to maybe 80 degrees. So we're starting to cool down as that rain-cooled air kicks in. That actually perhaps may stabilize the atmosphere, but it may be too late for that. The dew points are certainly high. So we're going to keep tabs on the weather here. We're going to keep our eyes peeled to the sky. Let's get back into you guys in the studio, Mike.
All right, that is our Tevin Wooten. He is in Tulsa. You can hear the tornado sirens going off right now. Tevin, thank you so much. And maybe you saw there in his shot as well, the other thing that we don't often talk about when tornadoes grab the headlines is that lightning. Last thing you want to be doing is going outside and trying to find these tornadoes for yourself. That lightning is so unpredictable. Again, tornado warnings persist for us here across eastern Oklahoma, including between I-40 and I-44. Creek, Okmulgee counties under a tornado warning right now. The National Weather Service saying a large, dangerous tornado on the ground right now, headed toward Okmulgee. We're back after this.
The Pure Gold Sunset Forecast, brought to you by Michelob Ultra Pure Gold, beer in its organic form.
That's a live look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. Look how dark the skies are right now, and listen. Hear those tornado warnings? There's the sirens going off right now in Tulsa. We have tornado warnings in effect right now in Tulsa and Creek counties, and there are so many storms that are lining up right now in eastern Oklahoma, and they're producing anything from torrential downpours to baseball-sized hail to tornadoes. And so tonight, a night that you have to be extra vigilant of the weather. And we're going to keep you up to date on all the warnings. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. We'll check back in with Tevin Wooten. He is in Tulsa. He's going to keep us up to date on the conditions there. And Dr. Rick Knapp going to update you on the flood threat we have this evening. We'll take a look at the active radar we have currently. And there's a stretch here, by the way, from around Bristow all the way up past Chelsea, 90 continuous miles of warnings from this complex of storms that are hammering us in the Tulsa metro. Creek and Tulsa counties, tornado warning right now. So in Lawrence Creek, in Manford, and Sand Springs, a warning for you, and that warning goes until 6:15 tonight, not to mention a pretty large hail core within that. Hard to see necessarily on the radar where the rotation might be, but the most likely spot is going to be back in here, back on the tail end of the storm itself, but it's really muddied right now. We're not getting a really good visual at all, but you could be getting a little bit of a hook right in that spot right there. But obviously an atmosphere right now that's just producing a ton of dynamics. From Sapulpa up to Tulsa, heavy rain is going to fall for you and the possibility of flooding. Now, Okfuskee and Okmulgee counties right now, really dangerous situation here. This is going to be north of I-40, between I-40 and I-44. Really dangerous storm here that's been producing a tornado for a while now. Beggs, you could be in harm's way. This storm may come right between Beggs and Okmulgee here. This is where the tornado would be sitting, right back in here. It's going to be very close to Highway 56 here, west of Okmulgee here, and then pushing off to the northeast. Tough to tell whether or not there's any debris within this. This is the correlation coefficient. It's part of the radar software that takes out anything like a raindrop or a hailstone or a snowflake, something that would naturally fall from the clouds, and can detect something else that would be like a leaf or a piece of grass or a piece of debris that's lofted into the air and tumbling. And so it can detect that, and it gives you a different color. Hard to see if we've got that or not, but on the velocities, and what this is on the radar is showing you the winds, inbound and outbound winds. So the radar itself is off to the top of the screen. It's up in Tulsa. It's up here, right? So the winds that are green are coming toward the radar. The colors that are red are going away from the radar, and right in between those is where you've got the spin and the rotation. So that's why we've got the tornado warning in effect for you just now to the west of Okmulgee. Beggs, Okmulgee, and Winchester are the cities that you need to be taking shelter in right now. Get to your storm shelter. It's a dangerous place for you to be. Those will be the first things that go if your building happens to be hit. But in an atmosphere here from eastern Oklahoma, we think up into Missouri, that could have tornadoes this evening. There's a look in the secondary spin, by the way, now on that storm system. This is going to be just to the southwest of Okmulgee, and that is not going to make a beeline, we think, for Okmulgee. So we have two different potential spins here on this radar. Okmulgee, I urge you, as quickly as you can, to take shelter right now. You've got maybe a minute or two before that thing is on you, okay? Please take shelter right now. You've got no time to waste. Back up to the tornado warning here in Creek and Tulsa counties. This is going to be west side of town, and all these storms have the possibility of spinning down tornadoes here. So if you live west side of Tulsa, maybe in Manford here, Sand Springs, you need to be taking shelter quickly here. And again, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Tulsa, with the possibility of some really large hail and high winds, but we could also see a tornado. Let's check back in with Tevin Wooten for an update on conditions there. Tevin, tell us what's going on with the naked eye here. We can show the radar, all evening long. We're not necessarily seeing anything that's spinning right now. What are you seeing?
Mike, we are seeing some dark clouds back to the west. So you were talking about the western suburbs of Tulsa. We've got a great view of that right now. So back beyond some of the buildings there, that's where some of those tornado warnings are coming from. Again, on the west side of town, perhaps for the Sand Springs area. So do take your tornado precautions right now. Where we are towards the east side, we're not actually getting any high winds. We are in for a decent shower, if you will, of rainfall coming through. But here's the thing. We've got cells popping up left and right all over town. Treat every single one of these. Take all the warnings seriously. We know we're under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. So as I walk closer to the balcony, Mark, don't worry about coming back here if you can't. I'm just trying to observe to see if I see any dark clouds or any lowering of clouds. I don't see that right now with the naked eye. towards the south side of town. So again, a lot of this activity is coming from the west-southwest. And I don't know if we have the radar imagery up, but if we do pull it up, we can kind of two-box that, if you will. We can see that on the south side of town, that's where we have a cell coming in, a rainstorm, if you will. Not severe just yet, but a lot of lightning, treated as a severe thunderstorm. Do head indoors. But again, that tornado warning cell, that's going to be back beyond here on the west side of town. And I'm going to come inside now, because there goes the lightning, and you can hear that. Wow, that was loud. And we saw it lit up the sky right there. But that's why you have to treat every single one of these very seriously, because you never know what Mother Nature has up her sleeve. And right now, she does have a pretty decent hand to play for us today here in the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. Let's get back into, I believe, Mike right now in the studio. Mike.
Oh, I would say Tevin Wooten there, clairvoyant, taking shelter at just the right moment. We're back with more of the tornado warnings right after this. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. You're taking a live look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we have active tornado warnings right now. West side of Tulsa, northeast side of Tulsa, and a very threatening sky as you look over downtown right now. And quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning accompanying these storms. As storm complex is going to come right over Tulsa. We think the tornado threat, though, is going to be just to your west, though, and not by much. Okay, and all these storms are moving off to the northeast. That's a live look, by the way, at some of the storm trackers that are out there right now. And this is near Okemah, Oklahoma, where we believe we actually have a tornado in progress right now. That does not necessarily look like the tornado itself. It looks like it might be looking at a tail cloud right in there. But we think that a tornado, at least the supercell, may have, where the spin was, split into two different rotations. And then a tornado may have come right over the top of Okemah, Oklahoma. A lot to discuss with you this evening, a lot of urgent weather happening right now. And thanks for being with us here on Weather Underground this evening. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. In the lab tonight, Dr. Rick Knapp. He's going to highlight the flood threat for you and our crews in the field, including Tevin Wooten in Tulsa and Mike Seidel. He is in Joplin for us tonight. You're going to hear from both of them. Want to get to the active watches and warnings right now, including tornado watch in Oklahoma City and in Tulsa. Our watches go until 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. There are multiple watches, and so it just depends on where you are when they expire, but particularly dangerous situation as deemed by the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. What that means is they're anticipating intense tornadoes tonight, hail that could be 3 inches in diameter, and 70-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, so a lot of hazards for us. And look at the storms that have popped up for us right now. A lot going on for you. Really, in particular, the storm that has been north of I-40, between I-40 and I-44 here. Okmulgee County, dangerous storm here. Beggs, Okmulgee, and Winchester. We urge you quickly now to get to shelter as quickly as possible, although we believe the tornado's already come right over top of Okmulgee. You can see we've got a large hail core that's within that. And when we take a look at the velocities on this, boy, something very, very interesting happened with this. When the storm was a little bit farther south and west of Okmulgee, I want to show you what it looked like on the radar, okay? Because what happened was the storm was a single rotation right in there, okay? Now watch what happens with this as it pushes its way north and east. Watch this. It splits. There's a rotation there, there's a rotation there, so they just split off, and one of those rotations and potential tornado came right over Okmulgee. It looks like now that the rotation may have weakened some, but there may have been a touchdown right in Okmulgee. Really fascinating what has happened with the storms. What an incredible thing that's going on here. But this storm in that, so it's still being fed at this point. And when it gets fed, getting very strong updrafts, you can tell that by the hail core that's in that. So it's still being fed at this point. And when it gets fed, it wants to continue to produce potential damage and tornadoes. Now let's take you up to the Tulsa area. Numerous tornado warnings now being issued in the Tulsa area. Rogers, Tulsa, Washington counties are under a tornado warning right now. We may have some rotation right now north side of Tulsa, and the storm's moving off to the northeast. 6:45, the expiration on this. Urging you to take shelter very, very quickly. Could we be looking at some spin here north side of Tulsa around Turley? Very, very possible. To me, it looks a little bit more like we're getting a really strong downdraft wind out of that storm, where you might be looking at more of a bow echo there, and this green area might indicate a really strong downburst coming out of the storm. Those things can produce 70 or 80 mile per mile-per-hour winds, which is more than enough. You live in something like a trailer, mobile home, to knock it right over. So you don't necessarily have to have a tornado in order to cause some really intense damage. Now, the tornado warnings continue all the way up past Claremore and Bushy Head here. Nowata and Rogers County under a tornado warning. So in Nowata, Talala, Alui here, those are all places where you got to get to shelter quickly. Lowest level of your home, into an interior room away from windows. If you have a basement, great place. Tornado shelter, even better. Big hook right in there. That's going to be just to the east of Talala here. Could be looking at some forming rotation and tornado right in there, but also could be looking at some spin here. So it could be two different locations where we've got spin, which is incredible to think of. There's definitely some inflow into that right there. Could be looking a little bit of inflow into that, which would then get that storm spinning and potentially produce a tornado. So a lot happening for us right now with about 90 miles of storm warnings here from Tulsa up past Chelsea for us tonight. I don't know what to tell you folks here. Just watch these storms closely. Keep an eye on the radar. Keep a close eye on the Weather Channel here, local media, so that you know where those warnings are and if you are affected. Have the alerts, by the way, on your phone. Make sure that alerts are in your settings and they're turned on so that your phone will alert you if a tornado warning is issued for the location of you and your phone. I want to take you to Tulsa right now. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is there. I mean, obviously, we've got big issues happening for us right now in Tulsa, not to mention all these storms are going to produce heavy rain and potentially an ongoing flood threat. So a double whammy for us tonight with tornadoes and flooding, Tevin.
Yeah, Mike, it's a 1-2 punch here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the surrounding area. Let's start with the most pressing issue here right now. We do have tornado warnings to the south and tornado warnings to the north. About 10 minutes ago, we were tracking a cell right here on Weather Underground. We were showing you here via the Agora Event Center. That was back towards the south and west. We were able to watch this cell move closer and closer right through the pass of downtown here, and then it moved towards the north. Once it got beyond downtown Tulsa, then it actually became tornado warned. So again, it was on the left side of your screen there where you see the blue building and the University of Tulsa, and then it started to move towards the right there, went say beyond, I would say beyond downtown Tulsa, actually near the west side of town, and then it moved towards the north beyond where we are right now. So it is tornado warned. That's going to be for the Turley, Sperry, Collinsville, Owasso, Limestone, and up towards Talala and Ramona as well. So take your tornado precautions if you are in any of those areas. And of course, we've got abundant tornado warnings today. And so stay tuned to Weather Underground for the latest as we continue to give you that information. Now, that's the first thing. The second thing these cells are doing, they are dumping down rain, and we do not want that if you live along the banks of the Arkansas River. Here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's at its highest level since 1986. Some 33 years now, we're expecting a crest at 21 feet and staying there for several days. But here's the kicker. This isn't even the worst part that's going to experience the flooding. It's downstream. So even though River Spirit Casino, they had to close that casino down today, the Bixby area also took in some water as well. But it's going to be places like Webbers Falls, Oklahoma, and Muskogee County, Oklahoma, and Muskogee City as well that will likely see the brunt of the flooding from the Arkansas River in the days to come. That river in Muskogee County and near Webbers Falls should crest tomorrow, or perhaps later on tomorrow, near 43 feet. That's because the Keystone Lake Dam, they are releasing water from that. All of that's piled up upstream. They've got to release it downstream, and they've been doing it sort of in increments, if you will. First 160,000 cubic feet per second, and now 205,000 cubic feet per second, ultimately approaching 215,000 cubic feet per second. So we've got a lot of flooding to deal with here, and then tornadoes too on top of that. Mike?
It's a lot to deal with. There's no question. I'm sure some really anxious folks there in the Tulsa area. Tevin, thank you so much for the report this evening. Of course, Tevin's going to check back in with us frequently here so we can keep you abreast of what's happening there. But quite a few storms that have erupted across Oklahoma, central Oklahoma, and eastern Oklahoma. Tulsa, once again, a threat, just like we were a couple of days ago when we had tornadoes touch down in Tulsa. I want to take you to these storms here that just north of I-40 here. Muskogee, Okmulgee, and Wagoner counties are under tornado warnings right now. Those warnings until 6:45. We think we might have had a spin here that split into two, and the most intense part became the right turning part here, and it came right over Okmulgee with rotation right here, and at one point again was right over Okmulgee and has come right through there. So now we're dealing with potential tornado maybe north of the Morris area here. but a big hail core embedded within that as well. That storm has produced baseball-sized hail already. So that means you cannot take any chances being outside. That can be deadly if you are hit by that. So inside, as a result of the hail, the high winds, and the potential tornado. In Bald Hill, storm could be at around 618. In Haskell, around 639. Spring Hill and Porter, 648, 657. This gives you some opportunity to find a place to take shelter. Be smart about it. Make sure you have a charged up cell phone. You've got shoes, a helmet. These are all important things. Flashlight maybe that you'll need as well. But look at this. Look at this complex here around Tulsa. And it is just hammering us right now. From downtown all the way up north of Highway 60 for us tonight. Now, around the Turley area, we think we've had some really intense winds that have happened here. The National Weather Service issued a tornado warning, but from the looks of the radar, we may have had a tornado. I'm not saying we didn't, but I think we had a really intense downburst that happened here. That's what this would indicate to me right here. And then we had a big outshoot of wind that came through Skiatook and a big downburst of wind that came over Turley. Sometimes with those extreme downbursts, you can get 70, 80 mile per hour winds, which can cause a lot of damage. It can knock over trees, take down power lines. It can cause extreme damage to like mobile home parks. But that entire complex is also producing very intense rain. And so we think that flooding becomes an ongoing issue for you here after even the tornado and hail risk has gone by. We're going to time that area right there out for you. If they're spinning that, it could head toward the Vera area, maybe within the next 10 minutes or so. But the threat is lifting north of Tulsa for you at the moment. Take you to the other warning that's north of that. Nowata and Rogers County are under a tornado warning until 6:45 this evening. There's a hook echo forming right in there west of Chelsea for you this evening. There could be some spin right in this location right here. Boy, that again is a really interesting signature here. We could be looking at a spin right in here and then a strong downburst with that storm complex right there. So you could be getting a lot of the motion in this storm where you've got a lot of hail. Here's the thing about some of these storms. They're producing large hail. The updraft may not necessarily be able to hold all that dense hail and cold air up in the storm. And at some point, the downdraft's got to win out and it just comes rushing out of the storm, comes down to the ground, and then spreads out. And you've got just incredible straight line winds. So I think that could be a very big dump right out of the bottom of them. Again, 2 areas of tornado warnings here, one that is south of Tulsa and one right now that is north of Tulsa. All of these storms are producing incredible amounts of rain as well. Want to show you some new video, by the way, and this is just stunning. Cimarron River washing away buildings. That is just absolutely insane. That barn being washed down river runs into that home. That home's half in the water too. Cimarron River's come well out of its banks and it is roaring right now. Trees being swallowed up, homes being swallowed up. Several have fallen into the river. Our Dr. Rick Knabb has been closely watching this, and really it's been ongoing it's been a disaster in the making for weeks, if not months, Dr. Knabb. And these storms that we have right now complicate matters immensely.
Yeah, in the next few hours, I think we're going to see an increase in a very dangerous flood event again in portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri later tonight into tomorrow morning. Moisture is just surging northward, and it's going to be focusing and training up here. And what we're seeing in northern and northeastern Oklahoma is just the beginning. So if you're up in southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri, this is a clear indication of what is coming your way and why it is so important for everybody in this area to be staying off the roads tonight, especially when you have concurrent flash flood and tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, a vehicle is a bad place to be in a tornado. Vehicle is a bad place to be when there's flooding on the roadways. Off the roads tonight in these areas is the best advice. We have a flash flood warning now north of downtown Tulsa, again, where a lot of these other severe warnings are. This is in effect till 11 p.m. local time, so there's just no reason to be out on the roads, no reason to be outside north of town there with all that lightning. And this is in effect till 11 local time. We've had an inch of rain already, and some spots in this event could get several inches of rain, half a foot tonight. West of Stillwater, you've got a warning, and then in the Stillwater area just north of there, you're warning until 8 p.m. local time. And then in the Ocmulgee area along I-40 east of Oklahoma City, there's the flash flood warning. Here's the area that I'm getting more and more concerned about: Springfield, Joplin, Missouri, into Independence, Kansas. And the reason is that we're going to have incredible amounts of training and high rainfall rates. Look what happens when we get to about midnight or 1 a.m. local time. Look at that training in southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas. It's going to rain hard, and it's going to rain for a long time, Mike. So really, really concerned about the roads and possibly water getting into structures.
Dr. Knapp, thank you for that update. The other big concern that we have, of course. There's a look, by the way, at Morris, Oklahoma. This is going to be south of Tulsa. We have tornado-warned storms here. Don't necessarily see a tornado here, but we've certainly got a lowering. And these storms have had a lot of rotation in them, and we've had some tornado touchdowns already. May have had a tornado that came right over top of Ocmulgee. We're going to keep our eyes on these cameras. And the moment we see it, you're going to see it, folks. I want to show you what's happening on the radar as well, because numerous tornado warnings in effect right now. The storm that you're watching on your screen right now is this one right here. That is coming near the Morris area here, but Muskogee, Ocmulgee, and Wagner counties are under tornado warnings right now. All these storms producing pretty sizable hail as well. There's a little hook echo down in here just to core, but there's some spin, we think, right in this area right here, with the green coming toward the radar, the red going away from the radar. It was a little tighter earlier, so it may have been a little bit more intense, but these storms have been cycling, so they may weaken at one point, then they may strengthen back up and weaken. This may go on for a significant period of time. Incredible amount of warnings around the Tulsa area. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Rogers, Tulsa, Washington counties, tornado warnings for us. If you're in the Collinsville area in particular, I'm worried for you. We had a really intense part of the storm come right past Turley for us, and now I think it's this part right in here that could come really close to Collinsville. That looks like a rotation that's starting to tighten up now, or maybe looking at the formation of a new tornado here around the Collinsville area. If you're in Collinsville, get to your safe place right away. You've got moments to get there. Tornado shelter if you have one. Your basement, get to the lowest level of your home right now and seek shelter away from windows. We're back after this. And welcome back, everyone, as we follow severe weather for you tonight right here on the Weather Channel. That's a live look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, where it's pouring rain for you right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you here, and tornadoes that may have touched down north of the city by just a few miles, maybe about 15 miles north of the city. We have an apparent touchdown near Collinsville tonight, but you can see just how intense the rain is for us right now. And we've had a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We've been with Tevin Wooten, our meteorologist there. I think he might be taking a little bit of shelter because of the lightning that we've had, but we'll check back in with him as soon as it's safe to do so. But a lot of the storms now lifting north of Tulsa, and really, really intense stuff for us tonight, including the possibility, yes, of tornadoes at tennis ball to baseball size hail with some of these storms across Oklahoma today. If you look at the radar tonight, it is very busy. It is very complicated for us. That is for sure. So we'll get to these storms. We're going to start here in the Tulsa area, especially the north side of Tulsa. And what you can see here is a complex of storms, which is just producing copious amounts of rain. But Rogers, Tulsa, and Washington counties are under tornado warnings for us right now. And I think at one point we had a downburst wind that came through north side of Tulsa, and then we ended up having a tornado that came through north side of Tulsa. There's the spin right in there. Observed tornado near Collinsville, and you've got to take shelter in Collinsville immediately. There is literally no time to waste. Rotation and tornado could be right on top of you. When we look at the correlation coefficient, what this will tell us is there any debris being lofted into the air by this tornado? Maybe. I mean, we've got a little speck right in there that might indicate that. What we look for is a color that's different than that magenta color. Let's circle that right in there where the tornado might be, and then go back to the correlation coefficient and see, okay, I think that might be some debris right in the center of that. So with confirmation of a tornado from storm spotters, debris signature on the radar, I think we're hitting stuff now, and debris is being lofted into the air. That should tell you all you need to know in Collinsville, and take shelter as quickly as you can. Storms extend past Hulagola here past Chelsea here tonight, and a lot of these storms are producing some incredibly large hail. Last thing you want to do is go outside and try to get a peek at these storms because they're incredibly dangerous. We time out the storm there from Collinsville up toward Talala here. It could happen to be there about 6:50, so you could still be producing a tornado when it gets to take some action here in Talala. So be ready for the storm to come your way. Could still be producing a tornado when it gets to you. So lowest level of your home or the basement if you have one, tornado shelter, even better. Nowata and Rogers County are also under tornado warnings for us right now. Those storms could be near Louis here, and that warning goes for about another 20 minutes or so. So take a look at the radar here. Where's the rotation again? Might be a little bit difficult to tell exactly where that rotation may be, but nonetheless, we could be getting some really intense straight line winds that come along with it. If we have some rotation, it might be down in this area, although some storms have been producing 2 areas of rotation because these storms are really elongated here in a west to east fashion. There could be different areas where you're getting inflow into some of those storms. Rogers, Tulsa, Washington counties once again under a tornado warning, and then farther south, Muskogee and Okmulgee counties are under tornado warnings. There's a look, by the way, near Orlando in Oklahoma. This is going to be well north of Oklahoma City, and you're getting a visual from the air from the chopper here, and you can see the intensity of these storms with the low cloud bases there. We got a lot of moisture that's fed into them, so the storms are forming in low cloud bases here, and maybe a little bit of a lowering wall cloud in there. But these storms are all producing really intense amounts of rain, which is going to exacerbate the flood issues that we've been dealing with for a long time here, and especially has been highlighted this week. All right, I want to get you back into the Tulsa area, and I think it might be safe enough for Tevin to come on out and talk to us tonight. Again, we'll keep an eye on that helicopter, but not seeing a whole lot on it right now. Tevin, a really intense night of storms in Tulsa, especially north side of the metro tonight.
Yeah, Mike, north side of the metro, but I'm looking at the radar here. We're safe for now. We're probably going to have to hit the deck soon to get inside from another severe thunderstorm warning. That's in the Jinx area, fastly approaching Tulsa, I would say, within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. You want to talk about people being out today. Earlier during the height of rush hour, you could, of course, see that commute that was starting to bottleneck up, if you will, but now traffic flowing smoothly. I think that's what the tornado sirens will do to a lot of people. But come back over here towards downtown Tulsa. You notice one thing, we've got the sunshine out. We've also got towering cumulonimbus clouds starting to pop up here or there. It's a bit difficult to see at times because of some of the overcast skies on the bottom level of the cloud deck here. But we have a phenomenal view from the Agora Event Center. That's what's providing us this great view of the western sky and the southwestern sky of downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we're going to keep watching the skies for this next round of rain to push on through. But another thing we have to watch, that's going to be the river flooding. The Arkansas River at its highest level since 1986 in Tulsa. That will cause some headaches downstream. We'll be right back here watching Weather Underground. This severe coverage continues.
Welcome back, everyone, and breaking for you right now, severe storms, including tornado warnings across Oklahoma. That's a live look at Morris, Oklahoma. Storm trackers are out there right now. This has had a tornado warning on it, and we at one point had a dangerous tornado on the ground near Okmulgee, and haven't noticed as much rotation on it in recent minutes, but the storm has also produced baseball-sized hail at some point. So multiple threats that are coming along with it. We, of course, have a lot of storm trackers out there that are following the storms for you tonight. And the moment they see anything, you're going to see it tonight right here on the Weather Channel. Thanks for staying with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. We're going to check in with our meteorologist in the field tonight and with our Dr. Rick Knapp, who's following the flood threat for you very closely as well. There's a look at the warnings we have currently. A lot of flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and, of course, tornado warnings. Things have really been lighting up for us here in eastern Oklahoma. North and south of Tulsa, there are all the storms and huge amounts of rain, so the flood risk is very high right now. But Rogers, Tulsa, Washington counties are all under tornado warnings right now. In Collinsville, looks like we had a tornado that came very near Collinsville or over Collinsville. Ulaga and then Talala here. These are all places where tornadoes could be happening for you. That's the area right in there where you're going to have some really intense winds. I'm not sure we've got a tornado necessarily right now, but we may have some incredibly strong straight-line winds that are forcing out of that storm complex itself. But we may have had a spin-up that came right over Collinsville here just a few minutes ago. The threat might be lessening for you right now in Collinsville, but increasing for areas that, excuse me, that are downstream of that, including right along Highway 169. Now, notice those storms also pushing their way north and east tonight. Nowata, Rogers County, also under tornado warning. So, Alua here, Nowata, Talala, all places where you've got to take shelter and take shelter quickly tonight. We're going to zoom down in here. I don't see any noticeable rotation on the radar right now. We show the velocities. What you're looking for is a red and a green, in essence, right next to each other on the radar. Don't necessarily see that. So that might be good news for you here in those locations where you may have some intense rain and some thunderstorms right now, but you may not necessarily have that tornado. Really vigorous, and this has been ongoing now for about 2 hours or more. It has produced tornadoes. Back in here is where it may have a tornado. Big hail core here between Haskell and Porter for you tonight, and a storm that has just not given up. It's really moved into air that is completely tappable, if you will. It's just going to tap into this air and feed. Okay, so it's completely unpolluted air. It's been all out there by itself. It took over another storm. Two storms merged together. This one took over, and it's just been out there just going. You can see the hail core from Okmulgee past Haskell for us tonight. Some of that hail could be quarter size or large, but had a history of producing baseball to tennis size to baseball size hail at one point here. At some point, you've got to keep your fingers crossed. This thing is just going to peter out, but boy, has it had some oomph to it. Another storm here south side of Tulsa that's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. That's for Creek, Okmulgee, and Tulsa counties now. So some pretty intense wind and some pretty intense hail with that as well. But all of these have lightning with them, which is the other big risk if you are outside tonight. So we would recommend that you stay inside and keep a close watch of the weather this evening. All these storms racing through Oklahoma, eventually up through, we think, Missouri as well. Joplin, Missouri could end up being a target for us tonight because the storms are headed in that direction, Mike Seidel, so it won't be long now.
No, and the skies have darkened for us. We've lost the sunshine. 84 today, second warmest day of the year. And the big change today is that warm front came through. The dew point this morning was 50, and now it's 70. So we're definitely in the warm sector, looking south and west towards those storms on the radar. We do have a warning. The one county west of us, the first county inside Kansas, we're not far from the triple point of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Cherokee County under a warning till 7:15. Now that is a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour. Also look at that cluster of storms we've been following off to the south and southeast of Tulsa. Both clusters have produced potential touchdowns. There are numerous warnings, tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. These are all coming up this way into southwest Missouri. Now, if we don't get the severe weather, somebody's going to get a lot of rain tonight, especially along and north of I-44. Mike Bettis looking at the latest TER model. That's the higher resolution rapid refresh model. Goes out 18 hours. But I noticed on the latest run, it has now shifted the heavy rain just north of Tulsa, just north of the Joplin area. It could change, but that's a promising note for those in here in Joplin. But we're still under that tornado watch here until 11 o'clock tonight. Once that ends, again, overnight into tomorrow morning, the risk of some localized heavy rain and that flash flood watch until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, Mike, thank you so much, and urge everyone that's watching at home right now to keep tuned because things are going to get, we think, really, really tough for us in Joplin. Mike will have those pictures for us. Again, a look at the radar tonight, numerous areas where storms are firing up, and a live look at the chopper here near Orlando, Oklahoma, which is north of Oklahoma City along I-35. Look at that wall cloud right there. Isn't that something? Pretty intense stuff here. We're going to keep a close eye on these storms. There's severe thunderstorm warned right now, and we have flash flood warnings with those as well. All these storms producing torrential downpours right now. When we come back, we're going to highlight some of the flooding that's coming along with these. Dr. Rick Knabb will have that and more on the tornado warnings. Thank you for staying with us tonight here on Weather Underground as we follow severe storms and tornado warnings tonight. That's a live look at Haskell, Oklahoma. Some very intense storms tonight and several that have cycled and produced a couple of tornadoes. What you're looking at is a little bit of a lowering here from this storm, kind of a ragged wall cloud here. We'll see if this produces anything. Of course, the storm trackers are out there and on it with their cameras on it. So the moment that they see something, folks, we will bring it to you right here live on the Weather Channel. There are numerous areas in northern and eastern Oklahoma that are at risk right now, not to mention that they're going to start moving into Kansas and then Missouri. Tornado watch is in effect here from really the Red River right along the Oklahoma and Texas state line all the way up. They extend all the way up into the Midwest here. So even a place like Chicago later on this evening, you're going to end up being at risk as well. How about the pressing issue with the tornado warnings just outside of Tulsa now? Tulsa sits down in here, and the tornado warnings north of there right now. Rogers, Tulsa, and Washington counties are under tornado warnings as we speak here. There has been some rotation detected in numerous areas. Now, Collinsville may have had a tornado touchdown over or near Collinsville, but now notice where the rotation is. It is exiting Collinsville, coming near Highway 169 toward Ulaga here, and then eventually could head toward maybe the Jamestown area or maybe near Chelsea as well. So in those locations, all three of them, get to a safe place as quickly as you can. Take some shelter in a basement, under a sturdy piece of furniture, get into an interior room on the first floor of your home if you don't have a basement, and put some barriers between you and those exterior walls. Nowata and Rogers County under a tornado warning as well here, and that's so much rain's coming down with these storms as well. It's going to be hard, I think, in this instant for spotters to see any rotation on this one. That is it's a bit of a lowering there. Hard to detect if we have any spin on that necessarily or not. But obviously of interest. All these storms have had at least some spin to them. And so at any point, you know, if they get enough inflow to them and then that updraft, you know, rotates it, we're going to get some really interesting storms tonight. There's a look, by the way, at Haskell and the storms that have come past there and headed toward the Porter area tonight and up toward the Wagoner area. This in Tulsa, by the way, is going to be to the upper left of your screen here. So this is going to be south and east of Tulsa. Do we see rotation in there? It's hard to detect. We should be getting a pretty good view because it's pretty close to the radar, but it's a little muddied right now. The beam itself has got to shoot through the entire storm, with the storm then going to sit maybe here on the backside and here. If you get some inflow into this spot or even into that spot, you might have a tornado. We've had a history of tornadoes. Haskell did report one with a brief touchdown here. So, and then again, from what we see there in the visual, I don't see a really powerful, well-defined wall cloud necessarily. And we'll go back and take another look here. Especially interested kind of that darker gray area, maybe center or left center of your screen there. If we can clear out from the trees here, maybe get a visual, that seems to be the most, you know, I would say that white area right there, that could be maybe even a little spin there. That might be a scud cloud, but it's hard to tell. But obviously they've got the camera trained in the exact place we want it to look. That's going to be really the business end of the storm here. But in this area is where we'd watch for the rotation here. This is a live camera from Storm Tracker John Humphreys here. And so, boy, that's an interesting storm. There's no question about that. I think, again, the stuff you're seeing on the front side here is just kind of some clouds, some low clouds here with the high humidities that might get caught in an updraft. But I think it's a dark area there that you'd really want to train your eyes on, that will have some rotation in that. And if that gets tight and it really starts to spin, then you're going to see a tornado form from that. But it's not well formed at the moment. But again, with these storms that have had a history of producing tornadoes, they weaken at moments, and then they start to re-strengthen, and next thing you know, you've got a tornado touchdown. None of these have lasted very long, I'll say that. Most of them, so far, this have been relatively brief. They've been on the ground for just a couple of minutes, and then they lift. Heather, did we see a funnel on that? Maybe right in kind of left center of your screen, maybe right in the center of your screen there, kind of top center of your screen. Then we'll switch cameras here. We're switching over to a different view. But one thing you do notice is how much water's on the road, by the way. Cars just splashing through the water right now. So hydroplaning could be a very big issue for us tonight. Again, right in the center of your screen, we might be trying to form a funnel cloud here. And starting to form, be right in there. It'd be the area that we're watching, obviously, and the cameras are trained right on it. I think that might have some spin to it right in there. Again, this is south and east of Tulsa with tornado warnings that are in effect right now. We've had a confirmed tornado touchdown around Haskell, which is just to the south and east of where this storm has just come through. South and west, I should say, where the storm just came through. And the trackers here are getting a little bit closer to it even. Hard to tell if we've got, hard to tell in real time how much spin there is to the base of that cloud. Generally, the more spin that you have with the entire mesocyclone itself, the more opportunity that you have for a tornado to be spawned from it. But you are taking a live look, and we're trying to give you the play-by-play here as best we can, folks. But obviously, look, and I'm really concerned about how much rain has been produced, because I look at that truck out ahead of John's here, and he's doing nothing but splashing water everywhere. So in those instances, you've got to slow down. Watch for the hydroplaning. Your brakes are going to be wet. You may not have an opportunity to stop as quickly as you normally would. But, of course, we keep an eye on these cameras for you, folks, to give you real-life confirmation of what's happening out there. On the radar, warning. Again, doesn't have incredible rotation on it, but it does have some. There are some other storms here now, and now have gone tornado warned in extreme eastern Kansas. This is going to be over the Columbus area and west of Joplin. Cherokee County now under a tornado warning. Large hail core within that, and likely some rotation at the tail end of this. So if you're in Columbus right now, you've got to get to some shelter and get there quickly. There's the rotation right in there, and that may come very near, if not directly over Columbus. That red and green next to each other on the radar is not a good sign at all, and that's tightened up quite a bit here in the last couple of minutes. There's the hook now starting to form. You can see it right in there, and so the inflow is coming in here. You're going to see the tornado form right in this location. In Skidmore, 701, it could be on top of you there, so about 15 minutes from now. In Mineral and in Pleasant View, urging you to take shelter quickly, but especially in Columbus, Kansas. Tornado warning and possible tornado coming right over town. Take shelter. We're back after this. Thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we follow breaking weather for you right now. Live look at Haskell, Oklahoma. Storm trackers following the storms tonight that have been tornado warned. You look at the skies here. They're not too bad. However, a lot of these storms have had rotation. Some have produced tornadoes. Some have produced baseball-sized hail. A lot of threats for you tonight. And we, of course, tracking them all for you right here, right now on the Weather Channel. Thanks for being with us, folks. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. In the lab tonight, we've got Dr. Rick Knabb as well. He's going to highlight some of the severe weather for you and the flooding. And we're getting out to our teams in the field here and check in with Mike Seidel in Joplin in just a moment. On the radar, boy, it has been very, very active for us tonight, especially across eastern Oklahoma, and now extending all the way up into the Kansas City metro area. A couple of tornado warnings to keep you apprised of here, including a storm here near Wagner, Oklahoma. Cherokee, Mays, and Wagner counties are under a tornado warning until 7:30 tonight. A storm that could come very near to Coweta or into Wagner itself. This storm might be getting a little bit more vigorous again down toward the tail end here. It's had a lot of hail that's been produced by it, torrential amounts of rain, but there could be a little bit of rotation starting to form once again. Hard to tell on the radar. We might have some wind, maybe a little bit of rotation north and west of Wagner right now. That may also be a little bit of downburst wind. The radar's right here, so we're getting a really good look at it. No definitive rotation right now, but a lot of these storms have been cycling, producing some spin, and then they'll weaken, then they'll produce some more spin. But let's time that out for you here. So you see the time at the top of your screen here, 7:01, 7:20, 7:35, all locations where you need to be taking shelter in Laleata, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that, Pin Oak Acres, and then Locust Grove tonight, all spots where tornadoes could be coming for you here. Tornado warnings for you just outside of Miami, Oklahoma here. So Craig and Ottawa counties are under tornado warnings right now. Look, as a good inflow notch getting into that one right there. So some spin now happening for us right now just outside of Welch. So if you're in Welch right now, I'd be taking shelter as quickly as you can here. Rotation being detected right in here. So obviously we've got some action for you right now. And if you're in Welch, if you're in Miami, all places where getting to a low level and protecting yourself from the exterior danger is of a vital importance right now. Now, we've had a pretty good couplet here in the Columbus, Kansas area. Cherokee County, Kansas is under a tornado warning right now. In Columbus, take shelter quickly here. We're going to switch radar so you see the one from the Tulsa area. Again, wind here, rotation right in between, and potentially now right on top of you here in Columbus, Kansas. And that storm moving off to the northeast right now, headed maybe toward the Highway 160 area. That one, Dr. Nab, by the way, has showed the most interesting signature here maybe in the last couple of minutes.
It has, but I would urge people, if you're in Columbus, Kansas, once this goes by, I would stay in your safe place, because just across the state border, the signature of the tornado warning going through Welch, Oklahoma, is generally headed in your direction. So I would not go outside to survey any damage right now, and realize that there's more coming. And that's another aspect of these training thunderstorms. Obviously, that adds up the rainfall totals, but it means multiple rounds.
Of course, you're right, Dr. Nab.
Yes, it's getting worse as the night goes on, and Joplin's not off the hook for that yet.
Let's take people to Joplin tonight. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is there. Mike, the tornado warnings are nearby. Not on you just yet, but it won't be long. Your thoughts on how this night unfolds in Joplin?
Well, right now we're looking okay. We're going to look to the west and northwest. This is looking over towards Cherokee County into Kansas. This is where we have the tornado warning till 7:30 based on Doppler radar rotation. You saw that with Mike Bettis and Dr. Nab, and that cell is moving northeast at 40, so that's not an impact storm here in Joplin. We have more storms upstream. We'll definitely get clipped by heavy rain. Whether we get into the warnings or not, it's not a slam dunk. We also have the rain that's southeast of Tulsa with a tornado warning. That's also coming up in our general direction. Does it get into Joplin, say, in a couple of hours? We're not sure at this point. But again, be very wary of what's going on. Stay with the Weather Channel. The Tornado Watch, a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation here in Joplin in this part of the state, goes until 11 o'clock tonight. And in a few minutes at the top of the hour at 7, this area goes under a flash flood watch until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So one thing that's almost a slam dunk is we're going to have heavy rain, and somewhere in parts of Missouri and all the way up through towards St. Louis and those areas, we're going to see another 1 to 2 inches of rain, locally higher totals, and that will kick in more flash flooding because of all the rain we've had. We'll keep you updated. Tornado watch is extending from Tulsa into Springfield to Sedalia, all the way up into Peoria, Illinois. That watch goes until midnight tonight. So tornado watches, the threat for heavy rain and flash flooding. We'll come back next here on the Weather Channel. We'll check back in with Mike Bettis and also Dr. Rick Nab, and we'll stay live here. We've got our safe place to go here in Joplin.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. You know, Dr. Nab, one thing that we have noticed here with some of these storms, there's some pretty intense lightning jumps. Sometimes that can be a precursor to some tornadoes, but we know for sure they're going to produce incredible amounts of rain.
Yeah, where we see the really intense lightning, that's where you're getting the strongest updrafts, the charge separation. That's where we're getting these 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. So with flash flooding being a concern and also tornadoes, severe weather being a concern, it is imperative to stay off the roads in any of the warned areas tonight. We'll be back in just a moment.
New video to show you of a tornado happening earlier this evening in Okemah, Oklahoma, in eastern Oklahoma, south of Tulsa. See it right there in the center of your screen. Pretty amazing stuff here. Mostly rural locations, but we've had some potential tornado touchdowns in the Tulsa metro area tonight. We had some just a couple of days ago as well. So a lot of active storms throughout the week, and that just one of them in Okemah, Oklahoma, with tornado racing across the landscape this evening. We've got numerous areas where tornadoes are going to be a threat for us tonight, and we thank you so much for joining us for the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage. Meteorologist Mike Bettis with Dr. Rick Nab tonight here in the lab to keep you up to date on all the warnings that are happening, not to mention our meteorologists out there in the field going to keep you up to date on what's happening in places like Oklahoma and then Missouri. Look at this area that's highlighted with watches here from Texas all the way into Illinois. We have tornado watches tonight. Particularly dangerous situation for us is what is deemed by the Storm Prediction Center, that watch there, but also the watches that extend up into Missouri as well. And what that means is the Storm Prediction Center anticipates intense tornadoes also anticipates incredibly large hail, 3 inches in diameter. 70-mile-per-hour straight-line winds or greater. Look at all the warnings that have now erupted here between Tulsa and Kansas City. Absolutely incredible stuff right now. Numerous tornado warnings, and the tornado warning near Columbus, Kansas, has been a real issue for us. Cherokee County, Kansas, under a tornado warning. This is a storm that's now come past Columbus and may slide very near Pittsburgh, Kansas. Warning goes until 7:30 tonight. Little hook echo on it and rotation within that as well. Could be looking at rotation about right in here with, oh, there we go. Next new scan has come in from the different radar now. So there's a look at it right there with winds going in this direction and in this direction. Right in between is where the tornado would be living. And that came literally right over Columbus for us tonight and could be headed toward the Pittsburgh area. If you live in Pleasant View or in Pittsburgh, Kansas, please take shelter quickly with a tornado warning right now in Cherokee County. Joplin, by the way, sits right here. It's the 8-year anniversary of the devastating Joplin tornado that we had back in 2011. Storms will be moving in that direction, so we want to give you that heads up. Storms right now just outside of Miami, Oklahoma. Craig and I look at that, a signature on the radar tonight. What's that tell you about Welch? I think a lot of people in Welch need to be seeking shelter very quickly here with that signature.
Yeah, and especially because it's not just based on radar. We're seeing through Weather Service information that a trained spotter has seen that tornado southwest of Welch. So I would take that to the bank, and you need to be in your safe spot in that entire warned area. That warning has been reissued and extended even a little bit farther to the north and east, and it will probably, that storm anyway, maybe with the tornado, cross into Kansas. And so if you're up in the Columbus, Kansas area where you've just dealt with that tornado warning and that rotation signature going right over you, there could be more to come. So this is not the time in Columbus, Kansas to be going outside to check the damage, because you may need to be getting ready for another storm coming your way before too much longer.
I think it may say a lot about what the dynamics are in the atmosphere right now, Dr. Ned, because some of these areas have already had storms that have come through, but they're still spinning. You know, we may have a solid amount of low level shear and a crazy amount of instability today.
And that's indicates how much training is going on, and that poses so many multiple problems, as we've talked a lot about. That is why overnight tonight we're going to have a tremendous flash flood concern, because you get repeated rounds of rainfall. It's going to add up and create flooding. But it also means you go through one tornado warning or one severe thunderstorm warning, your night is not even close to being over.
Let's get the folks to the newest tornado warning that we have as well. That's going to include around the Hepler area here. Again, this is going to be in Kansas. Bourbon and Crawford counties are under warnings right now. There's the potential rotation down in there, headed through Hepler or toward the Fort Scott area tonight. So right in there, potentially detecting some rotation now, and that could come along Highway 69 and then maybe come across the Fort Scott area for you tonight. So again, tornado warning in effect for us right now. Then I want to take you down to the extreme southern warning that we have, tornado warning that we have outside of Wagoner, Oklahoma. Cherokee, Mays, and Wagoner counties are under tornado warnings right now until 7:30 tonight. I'll look at this on the radar, and this storm has been going for hours, folks, but it's getting a lot weaker, and I think that's a really, really good thing. There's the Tulsa radar right there, and this storm doesn't have nearly as much rotation as it once did when it actually produced a tornado over Okemah here. So that storm's starting to weaken some, but look at the heavy rain being produced by these storms here, not to mention the incredible amount of hail that's coming with them as well. Osage, Rogers, and Tulsa counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So we're going to take you to Tulsa live. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is there. Another round now, Tevin, coming in. We had one that came through, 45 minutes ago. Now here we go again.
Yeah, Mike, it's sort of in a more repeated pattern, if you will. Heavy rainfall coming through, severe thunderstorm. The tornado warnings have expired, so that's good news. However, one thing we were pointing out with those sirens, a lot of the areas outside of the downtown Tulsa metro, they were in the tornado warning, so you were still able to hear the sirens even inside of the Tulsa metro. But no tornado warnings for Tulsa. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 25 to 30 minutes or so. We'll see if any sort of redevelopment happens. I think barring any sort of redevelopment, this might be our last severe thunderstorm, at least for the time being. Now, I think we do see more activity later on tonight. Let's show you the activity right now here in downtown Tulsa. We are from the left side of your screen towards the right, so you can see those or east of town. And so you're facing towards the north and northwest here. A lot of the activity coming in from the left side of your screen towards the right. So you can see those clouds sort of building in on the left side, the darker skies. Occasionally you do get a few breaks on the right side. And one thing that's really interesting, I wish I could show you guys right now, but I can't because of the heavy rainfall coming down. We're having to protect the camera right now, but there is a gaping hole through this lowest level of cloud. I am looking straight up at blue sky, and then to the left, that would be the south here, I am looking at a towering cumulonimbus cloud. So that can happen when you get all that instability and that daytime heating that's just been sitting and waiting all day. You need the match, or you need that sort of initial push into the atmosphere. So all that positively buoyant air is now starting to rise, and it's rising very rapidly. That's providing the thunderstorms and the tornadoes and the rotation we're seeing in some of these storms. But wow, that is absolutely incredible. The heavy rainfall coming through. So even though we've got some rain-cooled air, that is not enough to stop these repeated thunderstorms from developing towards the south and west and pushing right over the area. Another thing that will be of concern to people in the Tulsa area and even downstream from the Arkansas River, the river flooding from Bixby all the way down to portions of Muskogee County, Oklahoma. They will likely have to watch out for river flooding as the Arkansas River continues to rise from the Keystone Lake Dam, as they're pumping out a lot of water, or releasing a lot of water from that dam. And of course, Mike, any of this rainfall coming down falls on top of that river, and you know that this has to be an eerie sight for the people in Oklahoma. Mike?
Tevin, thank you so much. Great stuff from Tevin for us this evening. Intense amounts of lightning with that storm as well. Dr. Knabb back with us to talk a little bit more about the flooding, because Dr. Knabb, the Tulsa area now, there's got to be huge concern for what's going on here in northern and eastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, I would not be shocked to see a flash flood warning or a flood advisory issued for Tulsa at some point. There's a flash flood watch in effect for that area, and it's raining really hard. Really good time to be off the roads, and that cluster is headed straight up Interstate 44 and could reach the Joplin area in a couple hours or a few hours. So it's mainly along and north of Interstate 44 where we've got the greatest threat in the next few hours for flash flooding, and we've got multiple flash flood warnings in those areas. This one's in effect till 11:15 local time, and this includes Craig, Nowata, and Rogers counties. Again, this is northeast of Tulsa and southwest of Joplin. So if you're getting off I-44 there, the side streets could be covered in water in the low spots. And also, not the best night to be traveling on I-44 between Tulsa and Joplin, because that cluster of thunderstorms with all that lightning is headed right along the interstate. So it just a bad night to be on the roads, period. We have another flash flood warning. This is the most recently issued one. It includes Bartlesville, Oklahoma, also for Dewey and Nowata. This is in effect till 11:15 local time. And you see how much more training is starting to establish itself. Places that are getting heavy thunderstorms are about to get some more. So you're going to have off again, on again, really heavy bursts of rainfall. But when you get it, it's not the last of it. Just north of Tulsa, all that thunderstorm activity we had over the last few hours has produced flash flooding. That's in effect till 11 local time. Even if it stops raining, doesn't mean the roads are clear, especially with how moist it is and how high the rivers are. Along I-35 north of Oklahoma City, flash flood warning in effect there until 9:30 local time. Future radar, Mike, the more and more we get into the evening hours around midnight, the more that training sets up. We could have a devastating flood event in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri.
And it's just now beginning, unfortunately. Dr. Knabb, thank you so much for that. Obviously, we've got big issues for us tonight across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. Let's get you to Missouri tonight and show you some of those storms that are now pushing into western Missouri, from Kansas City straight down 49 into the Joplin area. Look at this. Look at those storms that are now starting to erupt here. And I think that this storm here, say around the Fort Scott area, is going to race its way right into western Missouri tonight. Tornado warning on that. We've got a little appendage hanging from the south end, the tail end of that, with some rotation in that in Fort Smith. I'd urge you to take shelter very, very quickly right now with that tornado warning and that movement that could be very near Fort Scott tonight. You look at the hail core, by the way. It's been incredible. Big time hail outside of Stark, Kansas here, with the hail size estimated to be almost 2.5 inches in diameter. So tennis ball plus. So, you know, we're talking tennis ball to baseball size hail with that storm as well. And then severe thunderstorm warnings from El Dorado Springs down towards Sheldon tonight. Highway 69 down to Pittsburgh. Incredibly heavy rain here with a tornado warning for us in Cherokee County as well, coming past Columbus and just south of Pittsburgh, Kansas. Well, let's get you over the state line into Missouri and talk with meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is in Joplin. Mike, the folks there all too familiar with what happened on this day 8 years ago when one of the country's most devastating tornadoes touched down. And here we go on the anniversary day with a tornado risk there in Joplin.
Yes, and they saw us here, and everybody remembers the date, May 22nd, 2011. The deadliest tornado in over 60 years in the U.S., 158 killed. It was just a horrible day, and Mike, you know, you were one of the first meteorologists on the scene. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Lightning doesn't necessarily strike twice, and we're hoping that we don't have anything like that. So far, we've had these short-term spin-ups. But with that said, we're under a tornado watch, a PDS tornado watch until 11 here in Joplin. Watching the skies. Now, we're looking right now off to the west and also off to the north. Those are the storms over in Cherokee County and then in the extreme northeast part of the state of Oklahoma. But notice they're moving northeast. We're on the southeast side of town, so it remains to be seen if where we are, we get any rain from this cluster of storms. It's going to be pretty close, but the warnings up and down this line, also storms still off to the east and southeast of Tulsa. They're coming up in our direction. So we're not out of the woods, certainly for severe weather by any means, but this is not a extremely volatile situation. The setup we had a couple of days ago when we had incredible jet stream winds and we had stronger rotation potential because of the dip in the jet stream. We have a weak upper level disturbance, so we'll see how things shake out. We hope for the best, certainly in this situation, especially here in the town of Joplin, where so many people lost so much 8 years ago today. But again, on radar, storms coming our way. The flash flood watch just kicked in at the top of the hour. That continues until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Someone is going to get 2, maybe 3 inches of rain along and north of I-44, stretching from Tulsa all the way up to St. Louis. There's going to be a large area of rain, which will continue overnight after midnight, even once that severe threat goes away, Mike Bettis. So a lot to watch here, especially in the next few hours here in the Joplin area as far as that tornado and straight line wind damage threat.
Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate the report there from Joplin. Won't be long before the storms get in there. They're literally just moments away. New video to show you, by the way, and this was in the Tulsa area. You listen to those tornado sirens going off. We've had numerous tornado warnings here in the Tulsa metro. We still have one right now on the east side of Tulsa. Obviously, some really tense moments tonight. Rogers, Tulsa, and Wagner counties are the counties that we're worried about right now, and you're probably hearing those sirens if you live in those counties right now. Broken Arrow, heads up for you. Catoosa, Claremore, those are all cities that are in the path of the latest tornado warning here. Our warning until 8 o'clock this evening. I want to say this, though, improving conditions for you in Tulsa, but with north of that likely being where you're at least getting some rotation in the storm. If you're getting anything, it's going to be kind of down toward the tail end there, maybe down right in there. So, you know, better safe than sorry with these storms. Maybe we zoom back in one more time there, Heather. I mean, see, maybe we got a brand new scan that came in there with a little inflow notch going right into there. So I think maybe right in there, just north of Broken Arrow, is where we may have the rotation happening for us right now in those counties. Thank you very much, Heather. Appreciate you doing that. That storm moving off to the northeast here. So all these storms have been moving in the exact same direction. But look at how far these warnings all stretch. Kansas City Metro, we've had severe thunderstorm warnings. And now, as we head north of I-70 in northern Missouri, new tornado warning for you here in Charenton and Saline counties right now. If you're in the Cambridge area, we urge you to take shelter. Tornado sitting right here, likely just to the north of Marshall. More on this when we come back.
This program brought to you by America's biopharmaceutical companies. Go boldly.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel, and we show you live images right now out of Broken Arrow. And this is, you know, storms that have been quite intense. This is just outside of Tulsa. Okay, we've had tornado warnings east side of Tulsa. Tornado warnings extend from northeastern Oklahoma into extreme southeastern Kansas. Our storm trackers have been out there all day long, giving us amazing images, and of course, we're keeping a really close eye on all these storms. A lot of, by the way, lightning with these storms as well. Some new video to show you here, and this is funnel cloud on Cromwell, Oklahoma. These storms, we had some storms that were south of Tulsa that cycled numerous times with tornadoes, and then we had some storms north side of Tulsa that did something very similar. But how about the likely tornado here? I think it's called that elephant trunk, a rope tornado. That's probably at the tail end of its life cycle, right there. Good stuff to look at. Good visual there from a distance. Always where you want to be with a tornado, from a distance. Thanks for staying with us here for our coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis, joined in the lab tonight by our Dr. Rick Knabb. He's going to highlight the severe weather threat and the flood threat for you tonight. Let's get to those warnings and show you what's happening. Really extending now from Tulsa up into the Kansas City area and then north of I-70 even. The threat's going to go all the way, we think, up into Illinois tonight as well. All right, let's get to some of these warnings for you this evening. Outside of Tulsa, storm here that's producing huge amounts of rain, but also the possibility of a tornado. Rogers, Tulsa, and Wagner counties are under tornado warnings right now. It does include Broken Arrow, Catoosa, and Claremore for us right now. And you can see that we've got a big hail core located in that as well, but incredible amounts of rain. And where's the tornado located? Probably right back in here, okay? The red and the green next to each other on the radar, showing you've got rotation in the clouds here. And so that is going to be in I think pretty good inflow into there. So that storm system may be swinging up toward Inola here. And please be ready to take shelter very, very quickly here. If you're in Inola here, anywhere maybe along 412 or 88 between Inola and Claremore, take shelter quickly. Get to your tornado shelter, get to your basement, get to an interior bathroom, something like that to protect yourself. Miami, Oklahoma as well. Cherokee County is under a tornado warning. Baxter Springs, Columbus, and Galena are areas we're concerned about. Look at this rotation right here. Even when we back that up, and maybe we can put that into motion a little bit here, but you can see where the spin is on the radar. That's it right there with the storm relative velocities. Dr. Knabb, I want to bring you in here. You take a look at that. That one came past Welch. You were analyzed. Dr. Knabb, I want to bring you in. That came past Welch. That one may head toward Baxter Springs. That one may, if it holds together, come close to Joplin.
Yeah, this velocity signature is pretty well defined, and this has a history of being spotted by trained spotters when it was southwest of Welch, Oklahoma. Now, this new warning is in southeastern Kansas, and it includes Columbus, Kansas, that had previously been under a warning for a prior tornado signature, and this one is coming generally your way as well. So that's why you can't think that your night of taking shelter is over when you've been through one of these, because from Columbus all the way over to the border with Missouri, that whole southeastern corner of Kansas is under this warning, and this is not all that far west of Joplin. Just an idea of how close we are to the same part of the country that experienced that horrible event 8 years ago on this date.
Yeah, May 22nd, I think, is a day that a lot of people will remember. If you pay any close attention to the weather, you're very familiar with what happened in Joplin on May 22nd, 2011. Want to get to more of these storms here, including the storm that's coming from Columbus up toward Waco here. We've got storms that are north and south of Pittsburgh, Kansas for you tonight with numerous tornado warnings. And how about this storm here that's now just south of Fort Scott? It's got a big hail core on it. It's got a little hook and an appendage down on the south edge of it here. Bourbon and Crawford counties are under tornado warnings for us tonight. Looks like there is definitely some rotation on that storm right there. So anywhere between, I'd say, Arcadia and Fort Scott, you've got to take shelter quickly here along Highway 54. Look at the hail core that's come past Hepler, by the way. A hail here in some instances with some of these storms today that's been tennis ball to baseball-sized hail today, and a lot of lightning with these storms. I know that's one thing they won't talk a lot about when we're doing tornado warnings with you tonight, but lightning is so unpredictable, and you just never know where the bolts are going to strike. Up now into Missouri, past Marshallsville, headed toward Keatsville here. That's a pretty intense storm with a big appendage on the south side. Now near Cambridge, so Chariton and Saline counties are under tornado warnings right now. A hail core back in here, and that could be coming very close, if not over Cambridge. Right in there is the signature right in there is where you've got the rotation on the radar tonight. So a lot of these storms are spinning right now. We'll talk more about the warnings associated with these, not to mention the flood risk that we'll have. Dr. Knapp's going to come back with us, and including Tevin Wooten and Mike Seidel out in the field. We're back after this. Breaking for you right now, live pictures out of Wagner County, Oklahoma here. With the threatening skies all evening long, we've had tornado warnings in Wagner County. We have tornado warnings right now across 3 different states, from Oklahoma to Kansas and into Missouri. And we believe that the threat goes well past dark tonight and extends from Texas all the way up to Illinois. Numerous states at risk tonight, and numerous large metropolitan areas at risk, from Oklahoma City to Tulsa, Kansas City, even a place like St. Louis and Chicago. You're going to end up at risk as well. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Bess. We'll talk with Dr. Rick Knapp here in just a moment, and meteorologist Mike Seidel, who's in Joplin, Missouri for us this evening. Let's take a look at this radar, and it is just lit up. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings right now, in particular between Tulsa and Kansas City tonight. Let's get you to the tornado warning just outside of Tulsa. This is coming into Rogers and Wagner counties. Big hail core with that, but between New Tulsa and Claremore, very intense storm right now, moving to the northeast right now. Catoosa, Claremore, and Verdigris. Excuse me for the pronunciation. Sometimes I don't know all of them, but please take shelter quickly here. Our warning until 8 o'clock this evening. We've had reports of a tornado with that, reports of large hail with that. Here's the report, by the way. Catoosa, spotted vicinity of Creek Turnpike and Highway 412, tornado crossing Highway 412. So that happened at 7:26 local time. So that gives you some indication of what's going on with this particular storm. Rotation sitting right down here outside of Fair Oaks, and that's moving off to the north and east. Pretty close view here from the radar's perspective as well. So we're getting a nice picture of it on the radar, and we've got the confirmation from the storm spotters as well. Again, it's going to sit right down in there just outside of where the hail core is here, and then spin's going to be right down here where I've put the X. Again, take shelter quickly here, and that storm's going to come across, we think, Highway 88. Let's take you to some of the storms farther north and east from there. Miami, Oklahoma, up toward Treese and Columbus, Kansas here. Cherokee County under a tornado warning right now. Does include the Baxter Springs area. I want to bring in Dr. Knapp on this one. Dr. Knapp, you've been following this very closely. Very well defined signature here on the radar. I think it's pretty obvious we've got a tornado here. This is a very dangerous storm tonight.
Yeah, and the Weather Service is saying, based on spotter reports, that this is a large and dangerous tornado just northwest of Commerce. So this is serious business. You've got to be taking shelter in your safest possible place. Don't go out and check to see if the tornado's coming. This has been spotted, and it's a large one. So it's especially dangerous. And this tornado is in southeast of there as you approach the Missouri border. This is west of Joplin, Missouri, and a large and dangerous tornado has been spotted. And the velocity signature there, Mike, is pretty convincing.
Yeah, I think it's undeniable what's happening for us right now. If you're in Treese, you've got to take shelter. You look at the correlation coefficient. It's software within the radar that can detect debris, and it's showing that right now. So something has been hit, and debris is being lofted into the air right now. Could be a variety of things. It's just something that's not a raindrop or a hailstone or a snowflake. It could be leaves, pieces of grass, dirt, could be pieces of buildings, shingles, mailboxes, you name it. Something's being lofted into the air right now, and so you have to take shelter in Treese quickly. You need to take shelter in Baxter Springs quickly here tonight. For Treese, 7:36 is the time, so you've got 4 minutes at max to take shelter here. In Spring Valley, 7:47, in Empire City, around 8:02. If it continues on its current trajectory, it's likely to go west of Joplin, but and I think that might be where it goes here, Dr. Knapp. If we get any of these storms, and we've seen some south of Tulsa where the storm split, and it was the storm that went right, which was the one that ended up producing a tornado around Okemah.
Yeah, we can't take it to the bank that a particular storm is going to stay on a straight line, or there aren't going to be things kind of regenerating a little bit farther east or west. And the Weather Service is confirming what you saw, Mike, on that tornado that's about to cross into southeastern Kansas. They've got they're seeing the debris very likely a large and possibly damaging tornado. And what's in northeastern Oklahoma is headed into southeastern Kansas and southwestern Missouri. And there's also in southeastern Kansas a flash flood warning that's just been issued. So multiple reasons not to be on the roads. You can't outrun a tornado in a car anyway. You don't want to be on the roads when they're flooded.
I'm gonna show it for you here, folks. That's the debris right in there. Okay, this is just to the west of Pitcher, Oklahoma. This is right on the Oklahoma and Kansas state line, with Kansas here to the north, Oklahoma here to the south. That is very evident that we have debris being lofted into the air right now. I want to bring in meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is in Joplin, Missouri. Mike, that's a pretty definitive view that we've got on the radar of a tornado, and it may come close to Joplin or maybe just west of Joplin.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to stay west of downtown Joplin. We're southeast, and we're looking west now into the storm. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning in the county, and that goes until 15 after. Another flash of lightning and some rain coming in, heaviest rain north of Joplin. We'll keep you updated. Stay with the Weather Channel. Tornado watches from Oklahoma through Missouri into Illinois. The Illinois watch goes until midnight tonight. We'll come right back. Check back in with Mike Bettis and Dr. Rick Knapp.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we follow severe weather for you tonight. That's a look at Clearview, Oklahoma, with intense storms that are flaring up for us right now. Numerous tornado warnings in effect for us right now, and we're trying to see if there's anything within that storm or not. But all the storms between generally Tulsa and Kansas have had at least some rotation on them, and that looks like a tornado, doesn't it? Sure does. Absolutely. That is near Clearview, Oklahoma. You can clearly see the tornado right in the middle of the screen. I'm just confirming this is not live, correct? This is from moments ago. So Clearview, Oklahoma, with a clear tornado right there just moments ago here. Most of the tornadoes that have happened in relatively rural areas, but again, it just takes one tornado going over the wrong spot to cause a lot of issues for you, and we urge you to do everything you can to protect you and your family tonight. Thanks for being with us. I'm Mike Bettis along with Dr. Rick Knapp tonight, going over the warnings for you. Numerous threats. Yes, we have tornadoes tonight. We have large hail and high winds. We have flooding. That's an ongoing issue for us. Numerous tornado warnings now that extend from Texas all the way up into northern Missouri for us tonight. And all along that line, you're going to have spin-ups of tornadoes. And I want to take you to the one that is the most concern right now. It's a storm that's crossed from Oklahoma into Kansas tonight, into Cherokee County, Kansas. And this is going to be just to the west of Joplin, Missouri, a really intense tornado that's happening for us right now. A tornado that's been confirmed. It's on the ground, a large wedge tornado right now that's come past Treese, is headed maybe just west of Baxter Springs. Baxter Springs has had a history of being hit by tornadoes, was hit by a pretty solid tornado back in 2014. Right there is the signature of the spin in the atmosphere, the couplet that we're getting right now. And one thing I'm going to show you, and that's the velocities, that's the wind within it. I'm going to show you the correlation coefficient. That's just a fancy term for debris, okay? And when you see all this purple color, that's just a normal day, okay? But when you see something different within that purple, that's it right there. That's the debris being lofted into the air by a tornado. We're gonna animate this for you, and look how it gets bigger over time. See, that just started out as a green dot, and then it ended up being, see, just a little green dot right there. That's 7:30, and then notice over the course of 5-minute increments how it got bigger and bigger. Around 7:35, 7:40, then 10 minutes later, it got much larger. So we had a confirmed wedge tornado on the ground, meaning it's wider than it is taller in essence, and it's doing some trees, bushes, grass, stuff like that. But very, very intense storm now with the tornado just to the west of Baxter Springs, Kansas. If you're near Baxter Springs or between Baxter Springs and Columbus, we urge you to take shelter very quickly, as the storm is moving more in this direction than it is in this direction where the direction of the warning goes. So I would say more of a northerly push to that as the spin itself may be taking over the southern end of that storm. Let's take you back down toward the Claremore and New Tulsa areas. This is going to be east of Tulsa itself. Rogers and Wagner County are under a warning currently. This is pretty close to the radar site right now. Incredible amounts of rain. If you're in Claremore or Justice, please take shelter quickly here with a warning in effect for you. Incredible amounts of wind at the very least with that storm, where we might be getting some really strong downburst wind coming out of it right now. This is going to be just north of Inola here. So again, inside the best place for you to be currently. Back to the north now. We take you up into Missouri here, right along or just west of I-49 in Vernon County. We're under a tornado warning here for Center, Drywood, and Nevada here. Look at that storm back in there. It's got a lot of hail, but also may have some rotation on it right along the Kansas and Missouri state line, and then pushing toward the Nevada area here along Highway 49. If you're in that location along Highway 54, please take shelter quickly. Intense hail core with that storm as well. And basically, we were pinched right in the middle between a hail core to our east and a hail core to our west. So quickly get to a safe location and stay there tonight. More tornado warnings now erupting across northern Missouri from Marshall up towards Salisbury tonight. Chariton, Saline counties under tornado warnings. Randolph County under tornado warning as well. It seems like every single storm that we're watching tonight, Dr. Nab, I want to bring in here, has gone tornado wide. As soon as the storm is flared up, it's produced some intense rain, some hail, and then quickly goes over to a tornado warning. Yeah, tremendous amounts of low-level wind shear and instability, and it's just had no trouble, the atmosphere, causing things to spin up. And that area, you know, just west of Baxter Springs, that tornado appears to be going about 10 miles west of there. There are some structures over there, and I hope those folks are taking shelter. And also, there's a flash flood warning in effect in this whole area, Mike, so this is not at all the kind of situation that you would try to get on the roads to get safe. To outrun a tornado is bad enough when it's dry. You know, I look back down to that tornado warning there, Dr. Nab, and it's the one there that's very near Baxter Springs, right in here. You know, you look at that thing has been a monster, right? The big hook down in the bottom here. You can see the couplet on the radar tonight with the red and the green next to each other. It may have actually, now that's a nice image there. It looks like it may potentially have weakened some, or the rotation has broadened a little bit. I mean, that might, I'm looking for any glimmer of hope here, right? But it really had an intense signature on it earlier, and that debris signature, I think, is very alarming as a meteorologist. When you see that, you're very concerned. Yes, and we're hearing through Weather Service chat that the sirens are being sounded in that county in southeastern Kansas. Although you look at that there in that last scan, not as much debris. So that, again, may be a good sign. That may be good. The tornado warning's still up, of course. Got to stay in your safe place, but maybe there's some good news there, Mike. How about some new video to show you now? And this is in Oklahoma. Taking a look here, you look at the white, by the way, that's the funnel right there. You see the dark contrast in the background, but there's a white funnel there right in the center of your screen there. That's the tornado near Nuyaka, Oklahoma here. Look, that thing looks like it might come right across the road here. Yeah, this is earlier from near the Ocmulgee storm that we saw on radar, and it had confirmed multiple ways. And this is another evidence of that particular storm. Goodness. I mean, boy, did they do a smart thing there or what by stopping? Oh, look at that. There it is a little bit later, throwing up debris in there. This is a very close view right here. And you see how fast it's moving. You know, this is moving 30, 35 miles an hour, so it crossed that road in a real hurry. Oh, my. And was then on to look at that. Yeah, folks, we're getting a first view of this just like you are. Really very clearly on the ground, no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt about it. You can see debris being lofted into the air here. You can see the definitive spin here. Although right there, not too much. There don't appear to be structures in that immediate vicinity or where we'd see more debris. This is absolutely wild stuff here. We're going to show you more of this when we come back, but storms touching down in Oklahoma, and storms right now active across 3 different states. Got some pretty incredible video that you have to see here in eastern Oklahoma and Nuyaka here. Look at the tornado right in there. You see the white funnel, the contrast with the dark background there. This happening outside of Okemah here. We also had a confirmed tornado touchdown here. And watch this thing. It's going to come very close to this road. So let's stop it right there. Stop it right there. I want you to focus your attention right here. And Dr. Nab, take it away. Watch up the road, and the tornado is coming from your right to left. It's behind the trees right now, but it's going to quickly come out from behind there
And these cars are going to need to stop because watch what's about to happen. Right there.
Wow.
Just in a matter of seconds, it crossed that road.
Well, that was just absolutely amazing. They all did the right thing. They hit the brakes, stopped, and then there was a lightning flash that came right after it. I mean, that was just absolutely
Now, it does not
incredible.
appear to have hit a lot of structures in this particular part of its trek. We see it kicking up debris, but mostly it's appearing to be in an open field there. But it's clearly on the ground
as it
crosses that road and into the field.
Very close view here of what that tornado was doing here in New Yucca here. But that is just some really intense stuff here, folks. And we've had numerous tornado touchdowns throughout the day today in Oklahoma and now into Kansas. Numerous tornado warnings now in Texas, up into Missouri as well. But that was new video that we just had to show you here in eastern Oklahoma. Let's get to some of the warnings for you right now and show you what's currently happening so that you can take immediate action if you need to here. We've got some issues that extend from around Wichita Falls all the way up north of I-70 in Missouri for us tonight. All right, let's get to it. The one that we've really been focused on is one near Baxter Springs, Kansas tonight. Cherokee County is the county. Big hail core with that on Highway 400 and a big hook with an inflow notch here near Baxter Springs. Baxter Springs, Galena, those are the locations where you've got problems tonight. We actually may have a couple of different rotations, but I think it was this area back in here where it was rotating the most, but we may have a new rotation that's happening now north of Baxter Springs. So please take shelter quickly here around Galena or parts north and east of there. We take a look at the correlation coefficient, not showing a lot right now. I want to back it up if we can a little bit, because what this shows you is debris. And you're going to see a debris signature here that came past picture. That's it right there. So it was hitting something. We can't tell you exactly what it was that was hitting, but since then, it's not nearly as distinct. So it may have weakened, the rotation may have weakened here somewhat. But when you, Dr. Nab, when you see a signature like that, that is of immense concern because you know it may be doing some damage. Yeah,
there has to be debris being generated because otherwise you wouldn't get that signature. And when you combine that with the confirmed sightings as it moved from northeastern Oklahoma into southeastern Kansas, there's no doubt it's been seen in multiple places, crossing the road, on the ground, and there are not big towns west of Baxter, and it's not done yet heading northeastward, so you've got to be taking shelter in this warning area. This is the southeasternmost corner of Kansas, just across the state border from Joplin.
We're going to put the timeline on there for you. Belleville around 8:07, Carl Junction 8:12, Webb City around 8:21. May we have dodged a bullet here in Joplin on the 8-year anniversary of that devastating EF5 tornado? Maybe, but there could be more storms that come later on tonight. Don't want to say that you're out of the woods because it's going to be an active, ongoing night for us here. But again, Cherokee County is under that tornado warning. Take you back farther south now. We got numerous warnings that we're following for you tonight, including east side of Tulsa with active, ongoing tornado warnings here in Mays and Rogers County. So if you're in Claremore, Pryor Creek, please take shelter in these locations. Want to get to some other new warnings that we have for you tonight that we haven't talked a whole lot about. These now well to the west of Tulsa and north of Oklahoma City. Osage and Pawnee counties are under tornado warnings until 8:30 tonight. So if you're in Fairfax or Pawnee or Ralston, we need to be taking shelter here as well. Little Hook or Appendage down on the south side, very near Pawnee tonight. So that might be the rotation right in there. Take shelter quickly here in Pawnee for you tonight. All right, let's talk about that storm and then go a little bit farther to the south. We've had tornado warnings down into Texas, right along the Texas and Oklahoma state line for us tonight as well. And we'll take our radar down there for you this evening. Look at this area just outside of Wichita Falls, just north of Wichita Falls, coming across Red River right now. Tornado could be right back in here. Cotton and Wichita counties are under tornado warnings for us right now. Burke Burnett, it could be near us, so rotation could be right back in here and maybe coming very close to you and maybe across Interstate 44 for us tonight. All these are producing incredible amounts of rain, by the way. Yeah,
tornado warning for Joplin now.
Tornado warning for Joplin. Let's head up to that area if we can. And there it is, issued. Right there. Just now issued.
That same Baxter Springs storm that's crossing the border.
So here we go. So the right down in here is where the tornado would be, and you can see the direction that this tornado warning is going. Could that come over Joplin or near Joplin? It could. So take shelter right now. Carl Junction, Joplin, Webb City. This has been a confirmed tornado that has caused some damage. Rotation could be right back in here, maybe just north of Baxter Springs. Could this thing be cycling, weakened, a little bit weaker right now, but re-intensify? It certainly could, but it's had a history of producing some damage. It's been spotted by storm spotters out there. We look at the correlation coefficient, not producing any debris just yet, but right now in Carl Junction and in Joplin, you need to be taking immediate shelter. More continuing coverage right here on the Weather Channel when we come back. Stay with us.
Another very dangerous night across the central part of the country. There are many tornado warnings right now, and let's get right into where some of those warnings are. One of them in southwestern Missouri, and that is not very far away from Joplin right now. Joplin is included in that warning. Let's zoom on down and show you what's going on with that storm. That's Cherokee and Jasper and Newton counties under warning right now until 8:45. And you see that hook that is now just off to the northwest of Joplin. So looking at the velocity data here, based on the trajectory here, it looks like it's moving more towards Carl Junction. So this is going to be moving more towards the northwest of Joplin, not really right into Joplin, but more towards northwest of Joplin. And let's take a look at where that might be headed in the next few minutes here. We're looking at that little inflow notch there. That is southwest of Carl Junction, coming up towards Belleville at 8:03, into Carl Junction at 8:06, Oronogo at 8:12, and Alba at 8:17. Very dangerous storm that has had a history of producing a tornado already. And we want to go now to Mike Seidel. He is live in Joplin. And Mike, of course, any tornado warning in the Joplin area carries a little extra weight because of what happened there 8 years ago today.
A lot of folks on edge. We had the tornado sirens go off moments ago. They are now off. We're in the south side of Joplin. Remember, Joplin, we've got Newton and Jasper counties, but that's the cell that's warned. And as you mentioned, I'm watching radar too. It looks like the circulation is going to go north and west of Joplin, heading now over Galena out of Baxter Springs. The warning, though, does include Joplin until 45 after the hour. So we are under a tornado warning and also a severe thunderstorm warning. But it is moving very quickly northeast. And right now where we are and up to Joplin, we've had no rain so far, but we should get some rain here. And then overnight, the story transitions to more of a flash flood threat. You'll probably see some lightning bolts in the distance. We've had quite a lot of lightning in the distance. Nothing very close, nothing within, say, 6 or 7 miles. But there go the sirens once again. You can hear the sirens. One is not far away, so you hear the sirens. Let's keep on the sky here, Mike Hall. There goes, look at that lightning bolt. So a lot of lightning, again, far enough away we feel safe to be right here. Probably a good 5, 6 miles away as the darker clouds move from the southwest to the northeast on the north side of Joplin. Well, that siren's not far away. You can hear how loud it is. Again, a tornado warning now includes the Joplin area, and that goes till 8:45. The storm is moving. It says east on the warning, but if you look at the radar, Carl, we'll bring you back in. As you mentioned, looking at the radial velocity and also the storm relative velocity, it is definitely moving north of east and not due east towards Joplin. That bolt was pretty close there. Or it kind of flashed up in the sky here because I'm looking down at my radar on my phone. So again, a very precarious situation on the 8th anniversary of that tornado back in 2011, killing 158. Fortunately tonight, these tornadoes have generally been quick spin uppers and quick spin downers. They haven't been long track violent tornadoes as far as we know. Few reports of any significant damage at this point. But the tornado watch here in Joplin goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Flash flood watch will continue from that point on as these storms roll northeast through the state of Missouri. Generally, the threat is along and north and east of I-44. We got a recent mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center over in Norman, Oklahoma, and they're saying for about another hour or so, the tornado threat continues. Then after that, it'll transition to more of a large hail, maybe a wind damage, straight line wind damage threat overnight, along with a heavy rain on these areas like here in Joplin, where we've had 5 1/3 inches of rain over the past couple of days. So it won't take much to kick in any kind of flash flooding, but the primary area concern for the flash flooding, Carl, will be again north of I-44. So Carl, watching the radar here from our position on the southeast side of Joplin, closer to Leawood, as the storm continues to roll northeast at a very good clip. Don't think the storms, Carl, if you would agree or disagree, are moving as fast as they were over the past couple of days, but they're still moving 40, 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. We had very fast storm motions last couple of days, 50 miles per hour in a lot of cases. This one now moving east at 25 miles per hour, but certainly a very scary moment there for the folks in Joplin, as you know, it's not been that long since we had that terrible tornado back in 2011. That was a large tornado. It lasted for a long period of time, went on for a good minute at any one spot there because it was such a large storm. Mike, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the radar picture now and show you where this is. And again, it is now to the west of Joplin, but the area that we're watching, which is that little inflow notch right in there, that is now going to move off to the northwest of Joplin and more towards Carl Junction. So looking at the velocity data, what we see in here is a pronounced area of spin. We're looking fairly far up in this case, a pretty good long ways from the radar, but still a pronounced area of spin, and that is moving off towards the northeast or east-northeast, and that is going to move into Carl Junction at 8:09, moving into Webb City at 8:15, Alba at 8:20, and Carytown at 8:28. So again, at this point, it looks like it is going to be to the north of Joplin and past. There are many of them right now. We'll take you into eastern Oklahoma, and this is now east of Tulsa. That is Mays County under warning until 8:30. And so looking at a possible tornado with this storm, again, a little inflow notch near Pryor Creek there. Let's go to the velocity data. And looking at the velocity data in this case, seeing more of a damaging wind threat right now. You see how this big area is sort of shaped like a backward C right in there. So it looks like we've got a little less of a tornado threat and more of a damaging wind threat in this case. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Little more spin on the north side there, and that is right where that little inflow notch is, near Pryor. So tracking that out just to be on the safe side. That is coming into Route 20 right now and moving off to the northeast. And so that'll be coming into Pryor, into Tip, and also into Hoot Owl here in the next few minutes. All right, to the west of Tulsa, and this is now just northeast of Stillwater, Osage, and Pawnee counties under warning until 8:30. Let's look at the velocity data in this case, and seeing a pretty good circulation showing up near Pawnee right in there. In fact, that could actually be a tornado right there. See that tight little circulation right there moving to the northeast. And let's track that forward, see where that's going to be moving in the next few minutes. Coming into Skidee here in just a few minutes, so please get to your safe place right now. Not seeing any evidence of debris that is co-located with that, but that is a pretty tight little area of circulation there. All right, now up into western parts of Missouri, a bunch of warnings to tell you about. I mean, we've just got warnings everywhere. This is Vernon County going until 8:15. We'll zoom down into that. And so Nevada here along Interstate 49, that's where the possible tornado is. Looking at the velocities here, I'm not seeing anything that really jumps out at this time. But again, looking at a little inflow notch there. So let's just track that area forward. Certainly a hail threat as well. That is gradually going to make its way towards El Dorado Springs, another 20 minutes or so, but more immediately towards Nevada Municipal and Badger, so heads up there. And then off to the northeast of that, another tornado warning for Henry County. That is going until 8:15. And so let's also look inside this storm. Looks like we've got more of a damaging wind threat in that case, so we'll keep a close eye on that for you in Clinton and Fairview. Also, a couple of warnings associated with the same cell. That is Henry County and also Benton County under warning until 8:30. And this is coming into Route 65. Seeing a little bit of rotation there that is now right along Route 7 and moving towards Route 65. So as that moves off to the northeast, that'll be coming into Racket, towards Warsaw Municipal, Lincoln, and the Lucian School as well. Then to the north of that, we're getting now into northern parts of Missouri, looking at Chariton and Howard and Saline counties under warning until 8:30. Zooming into that area, Looking at velocity data, that is a very strong circulation. Notice how the bins here are very large, and so we're shooting a long way up here. We're looking up into the mid-levels of the storm, but at least in the mid-levels of the storm, you're looking at a really robust circulation. And that's now coming towards Route 240, moving towards Steinmetz, Armstrong, and Burton and Higbee. So please get to your safe place in all of those areas. Then another tornado warning, another couple of them to the north. That's Randolph County under warning right now, and look inside that storm. And here too, seeing a pretty good rotation a long way from both radars, but possibly coming towards Cairo there in very short order. Could be just about on top of Cairo. It looks a little different depending on which radar you're using, but probably just about on top of Cairo. So please get to your safe place right now there in Cairo. And that's going to be moving into western parts of Illinois. So that is Hancock County under warning until 8:45. And that storm is going to be making its way towards Augusta, or maybe just a little to the north here. I'm going to track that forward. That'll be coming towards Bowen, St. Mary, and also into Tennessee as well. So obviously there is an awful lot going on tonight. A lot of storms out there. It is a very dangerous night. This is the area of greatest concern for severe weather. The most likely areas for severe storms and all hazards, including tornadoes, large hail, damaging wind from Tulsa up the 44 corridor into Joplin, into Springfield, into west central parts of Missouri as well. Big part of what is driving this, very strong low-level winds. That's what creates rotation in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, and that's why we've got some pretty high Torcon values going this evening. 7 is what we're looking at in northeast and central Oklahoma, and 7 in central and southwestern Missouri. So that means a 70% chance of a tornado within a 50-mile radius in those areas, and then a 5 in northeast Missouri. So, Jen, a really dangerous night. You've got a lot of warnings out there right now, and it doesn't look like it's going to be letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, and we're certainly concerned with the tornadoes, but also the flash flooding, the heavy rain that's coming with all of these storms. In fact, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol keeping busy today, rescuing people that were trapped in their homes by the rising flood water. This woman had to climb out of the window to get to safety. Parts of northeast Oklahoma could see similar scenes in the coming days as this rain, the heavy amounts of rain, are just continuing to cause the rivers to swell up. Again, we've had a tremendous amount of rain going over the same locations for several days, and it's been right into the middle part of the country, where some areas up across Oklahoma, northern Oklahoma to the Kansas line, have seen anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain, and that's who's getting the tornado warnings now, as well as the flash flood warnings because of those showers and thunderstorms around the area. Flash flood watch has been issued. It's been issued for Tulsa all the way up into Joplin, and also the flood watch is out for Oklahoma City. Now, as we go through the night, we're certainly going to keep an eye on areas across northeastern Oklahoma, up into southern portions of Missouri, and again, with not just the threat of tornadoes, but also heavy amounts of rain. Then, as we head into tomorrow, we're looking a little bit farther to the west into the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas, especially by the afternoon, for more stronger thunderstorms to develop and perhaps the threat of more tornadoes as we go into the afternoon to tomorrow night. So again, through tonight and into tomorrow morning, flooding is a big concern. If you don't have to go out anywhere, certainly try to stay inside and make sure you're paying attention to any rising water around your property. There are the areas that we're continuing to watch from Tulsa up into Springfield. And then we're also seeing, continuing to see those showers as well as embedded thunderstorms across northern Illinois. And that's not going to help out the situation with the rising rivers here. This area has seen a lot of rain. They'll continue to get rain as we go through Sunday. Some locations could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain, perhaps even 3 to 5 inches of more rain coming your way across central and eastern Kansas. So again, flooding is going to be obviously a huge concern for us as we go through this holiday weekend. Now through tomorrow into Friday morning, so this is Thursday night into Friday morning, we're going to be looking maybe a little bit to the west, just a tad over into western Oklahoma, and also here into Kansas and Nebraska for more heavy rainfall to come. Well, let's take a look at this video. That rain came down And we are continuing to watch not just into Oklahoma, so let's go back over to Carl, but anywhere. You were talking about the 44 corridor. You extend that interstate all the way from southern portions of Oklahoma up to Tulsa and even a little bit into Missouri. That's a concern for us.
Yeah, and even right up to 70 as well. I mean, it's an incredibly large area that's being affected by tornado warnings right now from west central parts of Illinois back down into Oklahoma. We also had a tornado warning in Texas earlier, so a lot of areas being affected by severe weather at this time. Let's begin with a look at the tornado warning that is near Joplin. That tornado now is on the ground being reported by weather spotters. Jasper County and under warning right now, and this is north of Joplin. So this is not affecting the city of Joplin, barring the northern part of the suburbs there, but certainly northern areas. And my goodness, look at that circulation that is showing up. Very, very strong velocity signature right now that is passing, has just gone through Carl Junction right there. And let's see if there's some debris here as well. We are seeing some debris as well. So this is an exceptionally dangerous situation right now. A storm near Carl Junction coming towards Webb City. We'll have much more on this coming up in a few minutes. And welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. Live picture from Joplin, Missouri on the 8th anniversary of the devastating tornado there back in 2011. And there is now a tornado warning in the area. There is a confirmed tornado now to the north and passing to the north. It is not going to come into Joplin, but it is a very serious storm. And let's take a look at what's going on the radar. This is Jasper County under warning once again until 8:45 Central Time. We are looking at a very strong circulation. Tornado emergency has been issued for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. We are looking at debris showing up on the radar here just north of Webb City. Those areas of green and blue color there, that is debris that's being lofted into the air. So this is going to be passing along just to the northwest of 49 there and moving off to the east-northeast. So it's going to be coming towards Orongo in about, say, 20 minutes or so. Actually, so that is the emergency for Orongo. So just about now. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the time at the top there. So this is going to be coming into Orongo right about now. And so you need to get to your safe place immediately there in Orongo. And then beyond that, I'm going to time this out one more time, coming towards Purcell School at 8:26, Alba at 8:27, and Carytown at 8:34. So, folks, this is as serious as it gets. We're talking about a large, extremely dangerous storm here, a large tornado that has prompted the issuance of a tornado emergency for Orongo. And we are seeing debris being lofted into the air. This is getting ready to cross 96. I'm going to get down even a little bit tighter so we can get a better look at where this is. And so that is now coming into Orongo. So you've got to get to your safe place right now in Orongo. This storm is now coming in. Lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a helmet, that's also a great idea. We're seeing a really strong circulation now just west of Orongo. We are seeing debris being lofted into the air there. That is also just west of Orongo. That image has updated. I'm not sure why the time. Now moving in. And then beyond that, coming towards Alba at about 8:27 or so. So around another 6 minutes or so before it gets into Alba. The storm is now moving off towards the east-northeast. And the motion on this storm is 25 miles per hour, so it's not quite as fast as what we've seen in the last couple of days. All right, we've got a bunch of other tornado warnings to tell you about. Let's get to some of those now. Getting into eastern Oklahoma, this is Mays County under warning until 8:30. Seeing some rotation right there. That is north of Salina. I'm going to move this a little bit farther forward here so you can get a sense of where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. That's going to come up towards Route 20 in Spavinaw, and possible tornado and a damaging wind threat moving in that area, getting towards Spavinaw at about 8:32 or so. Then off to the west of that, a couple of tornado warnings here, and the new one in effect, one for Osage and Pawnee, and then one to the east of that also for Osage and Pawnee. And let's take a look at the velocity data. Also a strong circulation now west of Hominy. Here too, you need to get to your safe place right now. as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. That is now moving towards the east-northeast, coming into Hominy at about 8:32. So less than 10 minutes from now, possible tornado coming your way. And again, a very strong circulation in that case. Now we're coming back up into western Missouri, Vernon County under warning right now. And here we're seeing a pretty tight little circulation right there and a shear line below that. So taking that forward, that is going to be moving up towards Bacon, it looks like, and El Dorado Springs. I'm going to take this back and look at the vector. That's about right. So somewhere between Bacon and Clear Creek, also coming into Walker in just the next few minutes here. Then to the north of that, another tornado warning for Benton County, that going until 8:30. Looking at the velocities here, looking at a broader and not as strong circulation, but that is now southwest of Cole Camp, so heads up on that. Then to the north of that, looking at another warning here. This is northern Missouri, Sheraton, Howard, Randolph counties going until 9 p.m. Pretty strong rotation showing up, and that is now just west of Higbee. We're looking way, way up in this thing, looking very high up. Unfortunately, the radar coverage is just not all that great out here, but that is now coming towards Higbee and towards Route 63 as well, also towards Hark, so please get to your safe place in those areas. Another tornado warning for Randolph County until 8:30. Again, really poor radar coverage out here. Unfortunately, I just can't believe that we still have to deal with that in this day and age, but we do. That moving towards Duncan's Bridge and also into Woodlawn. And then now finally up into parts of Illinois, a warning for Adams County and for Hancock County as well. Strong circulation now showing up west of Rocky Run and St. Albans. Welcome back to our coverage of yet another very dangerous night, and now a storm producing debris and actually being spotted by weather spotters passing just to the north of Joplin, Missouri. And this is 8 years to the day that that devastating tornado came through Joplin. This one is going to pass to the north of Joplin. It is Jasper County under warning right now, but it certainly was close, has just come through Orongo. Still seeing a very strong circulation in the velocity data that has just come through Orongo. Let's also look at the debris. Still seeing some evidence of debris here, but certainly a very strong rotational signature. There's a brand new scan there that has just come in, so that is the area that we're watching right there. Let's go back a few frames and get a sense of the vector. Almost looks like it might be curving a little bit, maybe starting to turn a little bit more towards the east-northeast as opposed to northeast. So I'm going to take that forward, and that's going to be coming towards Carytown at about 8:37 or so. So you've got to get to your safe place right now. Again, this is well north of Joplin and northwest of Interstate 49. Tornado coming towards Carytown. Again, it's been spotted by weather spotters. Very strong signature on radar. We've seen debris being lofted into the air as well. This is an exceptionally dangerous storm, and we need for you to get to your safe place right now in that area. All right, to the south of that, looking at a tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma. That is Mays County under warning right now. We're seeing some evidence of rotation here, but this is mostly a damaging wind threat. Little bit of a circulation right in there, though. Let's just track that forward to be on the safe side. That coming up towards Strang and Langley and Disney, so heads up on that. Also, off to the west, another circulation here in Osage and Pawnee counties. Right in there, pretty tight little area, even though the storm has been gusting out some. That is now just west of Hominy. So looking at a possible tornado coming towards you in just a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so. Winona at about 8:43. Then off to the north, we're getting into western Missouri now. This is Vernon County under warning until 8:45. And so seeing a couple of broad areas of circulation, nothing that is terribly strong right now. Nonetheless, let's track them out. One possibly coming towards El Dorado Springs, and then another one off to the north of that, possibly coming towards Bacon. So we'll need to keep a close eye on both of those spots. Then as we get up into, that is west of Warsaw, pretty strong rotation there. Now just west of Warsaw. Please get to your safe place right now in Warsaw. That'll be coming into Valley View more immediately in just the next few minutes. Warsaw at 8:35 and Lakeview Heights by about 8:50 or so. Not seeing any evidence of debris right now, but a very strong circulation showing up. And then to the north of that, I'm going to jump back here. To the north of that, another tornado warning. And this now is coming towards Cole Camp. That is Benton County under warning. And so you see the circulation now just southwest of Cole Camp and moving off to the east-northeast. That'll move into Cole Camp at 8:36 and Crockerville at about 8:42 or so. Then to the north of that, we're looking at Sheraton and Howard and Randolph counties under warning until 9 p.m. and seeing a circulation very close to Higbee and now just west of Route 63 and moving to the east-northeast. That'll be coming into Ryder and also towards the Macedonia School. Then north of that, looking at yet another storm here, actually a couple of warnings right along the Mississippi, one of those in Hancock County. I'm going to take a look at that very quickly. And so here you see the circulation that is now west of St. Albans and moving a little bit more towards the east, maybe just a little north of east. And so St. Albans, 840, Harmony at 848. And then we'll take you off to the south. And we've got another new tornado warning here. And that is for Adams, Lewis, and Marion counties. And looking at the velocity data in this case, possible tornado now coming towards Route 24. And that's going to make its way over to Quincy as well, or areas just north of Quincy, LaGrange, Ursa, Mendon, and also into Keene. So, boy, just an awful lot going on tonight. Many, many dangerous storms. I'm going to check very briefly on the first one that we were looking at near Joplin, again on the 8th anniversary of the devastating tornado in Joplin. This one passing to the north of Joplin, now well northeast of Joplin, but still a dangerous storm that is coming towards Carytown right now. Let's look and see if there's any debris showing up. Boy, it's really just an ambiguous picture at this time, but still possibly a tornado right in this area. And that's going to be moving right up towards Carytown and right across 49 as well. So please get to your safe place now in Carytown. That's going to be coming in just about 7 minutes or so. And this is not the only threat that we're looking at tonight. There's also a very serious flash flood threat. And Jen's got more on that for us now.
We are concerned as these storms come over the same locations of just too much rain in a short time. And flash flooding is a big problem. We've had a lot of rain here lately. And as we look back on the past several days, some locations across the central part of the country have seen anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain. That is a concern for many of these area rivers because the rivers are coming up and over their banks, especially across eastern parts of Oklahoma. So again, there we can see just the amount of the rain, and it's right in through the middle part of the country. And we are continuing to be concerned of flash flooding with these threats of tornadoes as we go through the night.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. Live look for you now. This is at Pryor, Oklahoma, and this is just outside of Tulsa. And a really scary night tonight. We have had tornado warnings over a really large area, Oklahoma, Missouri, all the way up into Illinois, down into Texas as well. We've had, in fact, some confirmed tornadoes. There was a tornado emergency not very long ago for areas just north of Joplin. And of course, Joplin was hit by a tornado, very bad tornado 8 years ago to the day. This was the day when we saw that tornado hit Joplin, devastating Joplin. Fortunately, the one that just occurred past the north, but it did unfortunately do some damage in areas north of Joplin. And here you see the tornado warnings stretched out across parts of the mid-plains there. And there you see the Barton Jasper warning. This is the one that is near Joplin, so it's now moving away from Joplin. Warning going until 9:15. We are still looking at a strong circulation that is near Carytown and coming in. So right about in there, this is now moving into Carytown. So please get to your safe place right now as you've got a possible tornado coming your way and moving off towards the east-northeast. This is now knocking on the door there in Carytown. You've got a matter of maybe a couple of minutes before this comes in, and then beyond that, it's going to be moving into Dudenville about 8:54 or so. Not quite as well formed as it once was, but still an exceptionally dangerous storm. And again, that is now coming into Carytown, so please get to the lowest, most interior room right now as it continues to move in. All right, taking it off to the whole lot here right now, just a damaging wind threat is showing up in these areas in red right in there. So I think we've got a little less to be concerned about for the time being. Then to the west of Tulsa and 44, several tornado warnings here. One of those in effect for Osage and Pawnee counties. That's going until 9 p.m. Looking inside the storm. So we've got some rotation. Actually, I'm going to see if I can get rid of that hominy there because we've got some rotation. Looks like just behind that. So right in there is where we're seeing some rotation now coming right across 99. And that is going to be moving off towards the east-northeast. And so that'll move towards Hominy Municipal, 840, Barnsdall at 858, and Avant at 901. But it looks like this is now starting to gust out, as we say, becoming more of a damaging wind threat. There may still be a circulation in there, though, and so certainly a dangerous storm. And then southwest of that, tornado warning for Pawnee County, and that is near Quay. As we take a look inside this storm, I'm going to take a look at the velocity data in this case. And so there you see the circulation that is now near Merrimack. So right about in that area, just southwest of 18 and also 412. And so we'll take that forward and show you where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. That's going to come up into Merrimack, into Hallett, and also into Cleveland. So heads up, a possible tornado coming your way as well. Now we'll get up into Missouri. This is St. Clair and Vernon counties under warning until 9 p.m. Here we're seeing a pretty tight little circulation. I'm going to get a different radar vantage point here. Right in there, that is near El Dorado Springs, so right there. And that is going to be moving off to the northeast. So coming up to School and Montagaw School here in the next several minutes. Heads up on that. Also, another tornado warning, northern parts of Missouri, Benton County until 9 p.m. Broad circulation now moving into Warsaw. That area of red and green is what we are looking at. And actually, it's fairly tight as I get in a little bit closer. That could very well be a tornado coming across 65 right now. And again, moving out to the northeast. They're all moving out to the northeast, but some a little bit more to the east. So moving towards Feaster School at 845 and Byler School at 849. If you're anywhere near those landmarks, please get to your safe place now. And then also Benton County to the north there under warning. Sorry about that. I'm going to jump back to that very quickly. Benton County under warning. And we've been looking at something near Cole Camp. That now does appear to be broadening out, so not nearly as well defined as it was earlier. All right, now up into parts of Illinois. This is Howard and this is still northern Missouri. Yes, still northern Missouri. Howard and Randolph counties under warning until 9 o'clock. And so here we're seeing a broad area of rotation aloft there, looking pretty high up. That is now just east of Higbee. And moving out to the east, so coming towards Brooks School, Middle Grove, Tulip, and also into Paris. And now, as we move up into Illinois, got a couple of different tornado warnings here. Hancock County under warning until 8:45. Looks like a broader rotation near St. Albans right now. And let's see where that's going, generally towards Plymouth, St. Mary, and Lemoyne. Harmony more immediately at about 8:50 or so. And I'm going to jump back very quickly and take a look at the warning just off to the south of that one till 9 p.m. So we want to go out now to Mike Seidel. He has been reporting on the weather in Joplin. And, you know, Mike, it's just one of those days when, storms over an exceptionally large geographical area want to rotate. A lot of shear in the atmosphere and a lot of instability.
And we had the rotation north and west of Joplin. And now we're hearing reports there could be some damage out west of the airport in the Briarwood area. There's a golf course out there, Briarbrook area. That's just north of Fur Road. So we're going to go out there and check that out to see if there is any significant damage. But we know fire and rescue folks are out there combing the scene. We do know that about 45 minutes ago, that a circulation went over the area. We had a tornado warning. It was spotted by law enforcement and locals. So we'll go out there and check it out for you. This is off to the northwest of the Joplin Airport. We're on the southeast side of town in Newton County. That's in Jasper County. Joplin right on the county line. There's no current warning here except for a flash flood warning that goes after midnight tonight. And that's how things are going to transition now in Joplin, more to a flash flood threat. There's still some severe threat as storms move in from the south and west. We're River, watching that cell that has a new warning on it off to the east and northeast of Tulsa. So we're not out of the woods yet as far as severe weather goes, but there's going to be rain overnight, and this area is very, very saturated. So, Carl, we're going to head in that direction to see, hopefully, little if any damage. But you were talking earlier, this is the Carl Junction area just outside of Joplin proper, and you talked earlier about a debris signature, at least briefly, on the radar.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Mike. We were looking at a debris signature, and that was coming into Carl Junction, as you mentioned. And now it's not quite as well formed a storm, but still a very dangerous storm. That's Barton and Jasper counties under warning. Still seeing a pretty strong rotation now just east of Carytown. We'll have much more on this dangerous night coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of a very dangerous night across parts of the Central Plains. This is Enola in Oklahoma. Obviously, we're beginning to lose the light, but we've still got a very serious threat of tornadoes. There are many, many warnings now from Oklahoma into Missouri on up into Illinois as well. And there you see a little bit of a lowering off in the distance. It's really difficult to tell what beyond that we are looking at. Of course, as you get deeper into the evening hours, it's going to be impossible to get visual confirmation unless you've got lightning, and that's an awfully tenuous way to be able to really get a good idea of what's going on. So we've got to rely even more on radar, and we've got a storm that is now getting stronger once again. This storm passed just to the north of Joplin on the 8-year anniversary of the devastating Joplin tornado. Barton and Jasper counties under warning until 9:15. We are seeing a really strong circulation once again. That is now near Jasper. I'm going to take this back to get a good sense of the vector, and that is basically northeast. So that's going to be coming up towards Golden City, getting very close to it. Let's take this forward and see where it's going to be headed. Near the top of the hour, moving into Golden City. So if you're in Golden City, now's the time. Time to get into that shelter, time to get into the basement, lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got motorcycle helmets or bicycle helmets, any kind of helmet, that's also a great idea to take that to your safe place with you, particularly for the kids, because their heads are not quite as strong as ours are. So you've got a really dangerous storm that has had a history of producing a tornado. A couple of drop downs here already with this storm in southwestern Missouri, and that now making its way up towards Golden City or very close to it. We may yet see a little bit of a shift in the direction, and we'll keep a close eye on that. Also, I'm going to check and see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. Certainly there's some lowered values there, but it's really noisy, so it's difficult to tell, but there very well could be some debris being kicked up by the storm, and that is just an exceptionally strong time. You've got to get to your safe place right now, as you've got a really strong storm on the way, likely tornado, and could very well be a large tornado. We've already seen that out of that storm. All right, let's take you into Oklahoma now. Craig and Mays counties under warning until 9:15. Also a warning to the east of that for Delaware and Ottawa counties. Let's look at the velocities. And so here we're seeing a circulation that is now near Salina and moving off towards the northeast right there. I'm going to track this forward and see where that's headed next few minutes. Coming into Salina just about now. Got to get to your safe place now. And then Wycliffe School at about 9 p.m. or so. Let's also take a look at the warning just to the northeast of that. And here too, very strong circulation. Look at that showing up here in the velocity data just east of Langley right now. Let's look and see if there's debris. No debris right now, but certainly there could be a tornado with that storm when you've got that tight of a circulation. That coming towards Dennis at the top of the hour, Grove at 9:08, Grand Lake Regional at 9:04. Then off to the west of that, several tornado warnings now, and this is west of 44 and west of Tulsa. Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties under warning until 9:30. Also, very strong circulation. I mean, it's just unbelievable how these things have just all been really robust here in just the last few minutes. That is going to be coming towards Gilland, Avant, and also Ramona. Gilland by the top of the hour. Here too, please get to your safe place right now. We're talking about an exceptionally strong storm. Not seeing debris with that, but we're seeing a really vigorous rotation aloft with this storm. So there very well could be a tornado developing along with that. Then to the southwest of that, Pawnee County under warning until 9:15 Central Time. Looking inside that storm, a broader rotation here, not quite as strong, but there is one, and that is now going to be coming right across 412, moving into Merrimack as well as Hallett and Cleveland Municipal. Now getting up into Missouri, St. Clair, Vernon counties under warning until 9 p.m. Not seeing much in the velocity data in that case. New warning here. In effect, there's the Benton County warning, the pre-existing warning, and then here you've got a new one for Benton and Morgan counties. In this case, we've been looking at also very strong rotation. Look at that. You can see how it really just jumps out at you. We're looking pretty high up. Notice how the little blocks or bins, as we call them, are larger. So we're looking pretty high up, but that is a vigorous mid-level rotation in that storm. That coming towards Crockerville at 9:04 and Stover at 9:10. Please, folks, get to your safe place in those areas. Also an ongoing tornado warning to the north for Benton County. I'm going to jump back to that and see what's going on with that. For Benton County here, we've got a tornado warning, and looking at the velocity data in this case, not seeing as much here. It looks like it's a broader area, a couple of broad areas, but nothing that is particularly pronounced in this case. All right, now we get up into northern Missouri, Randolph County, a tornado warning, but that has been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. Then we'll take you up a little farther north, and we're looking at into Illinois, tornado warning for Adams and Brown County. And unfortunately, one of the radars is down out here, so we're not getting as good of a look at the storm. But that is now west of Camp Point. Heads up there in Camp Point.
We have some new video for you of a shelf cloud approaching Broken Arrow in eastern Oklahoma earlier today. You can even hear the sirens going off in the distance, and we've heard sirens all across parts of Oklahoma and Missouri as we go through this afternoon and for tonight. There you can hear those sirens. Another look as the storm was rolling through Broken Arrow, which is just east of the Tulsa area. And again, the skies are still stormy across this region. In fact, it's just west of Tulsa, east of the city as well. Let's bring in Carl Parker with a look at the radars. We have several areas of concern. So let's talk more about the tornadoes that are going on right now.
Yeah, you know, Jen, this is one of those days when you've got favorable parameters for tornadoes over a very large area. So we're just looking at so many really strong circulations and storms right now. This is the broader picture, and you can see this enormous line of storms. Look at all the tornado warnings there in red. Just many, many tornado warnings. We'll begin with one of the more dangerous storms in Barton and Jasper counties. That is a warning until 9:15, and really strong, very tight and strong circulation now showing up between Jasper and Golden City. Now, looking at the vector here, this is moving, more towards the northern end of that warning area. And so, it looks to me like it may pass just to the northwest of Golden City, but it is going to be close. So let's track that forward and show you where that's going to be headed. Coming into Laneville by 9:12. But, could very well a little bit of a deviation on the path close. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We may be very well looking at some debris showing up with this storm. Really dangerous storm. And this one has had a history of producing tornadoes already. Now down into eastern Oklahoma. Looking at another warning here for Delaware, Ottawa counties going until 9:30. In this case, we've got some evidence of rotation here. It's not quite as profound, but certainly we're seeing some. That's going to be coming towards Grove at about 9:11 and 9:03 coming into Dennis. Then southwest of that, another storm here, Craig and Mays counties under tornado warning. So you see the circulation there near Route 20, fairly robust, and that is going to be moving off towards the northeast as well, moving towards Wycliffe School at 9:03 and Ucha by 9:16. Then we'll go west of 49 and just north of Tulsa, Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties under warning until 9:30. This has broadened out considerably. We're now seeing the cooler air that rushes around the backside of the circulation there beginning to take over, at least for the time being. That storm may cycle, but at least for now, it looks like we've got more of a damaging wind threat. Then west of that, Osage and Pawnee counties under warning until 9:15. Here, too, looking like it's gusting out, at least for the time being, so we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. All right, we've lost a warning there. We'll go up into northern parts of Missouri. That's Benton and Morgan counties under warning. Really strong circulation. This is a little bit higher up. We're looking aloft here. You notice how the bins are a little larger. It's a little more blocky looking. Gets that way as you get farther away from the radar site, and that is necessarily higher up as well. But still, that's a really strong mid-level circulation, which will be coming towards Crockerville at 9:07 and Stover at 9:13. I'm going to go back here and get a good sense of the vector. I think that looks like it's right on the money. So again, Crockerville, heads up, very dangerous storm coming your way. Could very well be a tornado coming your way. And that is now moving towards the northeast. Let's check on the velocity here, the forward motion. And looks like it's moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. All right, we'll get you a little farther off to the north and up into parts of Illinois. Adams and Brown counties under warning until 9:45. And here we've got a storm that we're not getting a good look at because there is a radar out, but we can see that there's something certainly with a little notch there, inflow notch and rotation now just west of Camp Point. So this is bearing down on Camp Point. We'll be coming into Camp Point at 9:09, Coatesburg in just a couple of minutes, Clayton at 9:16, and Pea Ridge at 9:23. So all of these storms are very dangerous. Again, you've got the type of situation where you've just got a lot of rotation, a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and so we're looking at an exceptionally dangerous night over a large area, but particularly along the 44 corridor, northeast Oklahoma, up into southwestern parts of Missouri, and also into Illinois as well. That is not the only thing that we're concerned about tonight, though. We're also looking at a flash flood threat. And let's get the latest from Jennifer on that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of rain in this same location for several days now. And as we see these big thunderstorms coming in, it is helping to produce more rain, and the water is really coming up. Here we are in eastern Oklahoma in Webbers Falls. It's just, it's right along I-40, actually. This town is actually being asked to evacuate. It's right along the Arkansas River. And there are reports that the water's coming up, even a dam may be breaking. So obviously, a huge concern here across eastern Oklahoma. And we will continue to see more scenes like this as we are finding the rain coming over the same locations in these rivers just can't take it, as well as these low-lying areas. So let's talk more about the precipitation we've seen in the past few days. And just within the past 2 days, some locations across northeastern Oklahoma and right along the Kansas state line have had anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rainfall, resulting in flash flooding, and a flash flood watch has been issued for Tulsa all the way up into Joplin and even over into central Oklahoma, into Oklahoma City, a flood watch. Now, as we look ahead to tonight, again, we're watching these thunderstorms just build over the same spots, and that's the spot that we're going to continue to keep an eye on out for more heavy rain, because you can see more rain is going to go into that region during the overnight hours and through tomorrow. Then as we get into tomorrow afternoon, we have to head west. We look to the west out here into central parts of Kansas, down to the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas for more showers, more thunderstorms, perhaps even some severe storms, maybe isolated tornadoes to develop here. So we are not out of the woods as far as severe weather, and certainly not out of the woods with the potential for more rain. Flooding likely through tomorrow morning, again, from Tulsa over to Springfield up into Joplin. And we've been talking about these rivers just coming up and over their banks. And again, certainly looking along the Mississippi River, but we go into the upper Midwest. And as these waters start to come up, again, we've had some rain here recently, and that is going to certainly cause a lot of problems downstream. We will have more rain in through this spot, especially over the weekend. Some areas could see 2 to 3 inches. Here we are out into central parts of Kansas, maybe 3 to 5 additional inches of rainfall. So as we look ahead, again, we've kind of just taken it day by day, but looking ahead to tomorrow afternoon and into tomorrow night, And into Friday morning, we think right into the middle of the country, the heartland, is going to see more potential for heavy rainfall and flash flooding. So we're watching out into Wichita, up towards Salina, over into western parts of Oklahoma, Amarillo, and even down into Midland for rain and thunderstorms to come your way. Well, we have some new video in of a possible tornado in Sperry, Oklahoma. Of course, the state of Oklahoma has had several tornado-warned storms tonight. We've heard these sirens going off all day and all night long. Let's get the latest on tornado warnings right now and go back to Carl.
Well, Jen, just a really scary night tonight across many areas of the plains, and we've got an ongoing tornado warning for Barton and Dale counties, and we're getting a report of a large tornado on the ground right now. Not a surprise at all given the radar presentation. Let's show you the velocity data, and you're looking at an exceptionally strong rotation. This is going to be coming very, very close to Golden City, certainly western and northern areas of Golden City. You've got a really dangerous tornado coming in right now, and now beginning to move across that Route 160. So if you're anywhere west of Golden City, anywhere north of Golden City in particular, please get to your safe place right now. This is as serious as it gets. We're looking at the debris signature there, all those lowered values, that green and blue, that's showing you where there are pieces of trees or maybe structural debris that's being lofted into the air that is co-located with this strongest circulation, and that is an exceptionally strong circulation. So again, west of Golden City, north of Golden City, brand new scan there. A tornado coming right across Route 160. I'm going to get even a little bit tighter, and so it looks like it's going to pass just to the northwest of downtown Golden City, but for anybody that's on the west side, on the north side, this thing is coming in right in there. And again, this is a large tornado, very dangerous storm. This is as serious as it gets. So please, it's nighttime. You're not going to be able to see this. Don't bother to try. Just get to your safe place right now. We are seeing a pronounced debris signature. All that green and blue is the debris that is showing up, and that is also showing up in the reflectivity. That is what we call debris ball in the reflectivity there, and that is now headed for areas north of Golden City and right along 160. Now I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can get a sense of where this is going to be going in the next few minutes here. After going just northwest of downtown Golden City, beyond that, looks like it's going to be coming up towards Sylvania School and Cedar, and that's going to be in about 15 minutes, a little bit less than that, maybe around 11, 12 minutes, somewhere in that area, depending on exactly where you are. So, you know, if it's continuing to be as dangerous as it is now, you're talking about a very large and extremely dangerous tornado, and again, passing just northwest of Golden City. We'll come back to that in a moment. Take a look at some of the other warnings that are ongoing right now. I've got a whole slew of warnings now into parts of northeastern Oklahoma, including here a tornado warning, the newest one for Delaware and for Mayes County. So we'll take a look at velocity there. Not as much around Grove now, but where we've got the new warning, looking at the velocity here. And let's see. So we've got certainly some evidence of a circulation there. It looks like a little ball right in there. That could be a tornado right in there. And so let's track that forward, and that's going to be coming up towards Yucca at 9:18, just a few minutes from now, and Jay at about 9:25. Then we'll go across 49, just north of Tulsa. Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties under warning. This storm gusting out right now. That's a big surge of cool air that has temporarily cut off that tornado circulation, but we may see a resurgence there. Then we've got an ongoing tornado warning for Pawnee, and then Creek, Osage, and Pawnee counties. And looking in this case, here too, looking at more of a shear line there, some circulation near Jennings. And so just to be on the safe side, let's track that forward, see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes, coming towards Osage at 9:20 and towards Prue at 9:25. All right, now we're getting up into central Missouri. Benton and Morgan counties under warning. And here, look at this. There are actually a couple of circulations. We're looking pretty far up into the mid-level of the storm, but one right in here and one right in here. The one to the north has been pronounced for quite some time. The one to the south is brand new. So tracking the one to the north, that'll be coming into Piermont at 9:18 and Florence at 9:24. And then tracking the one to the south, that'll be moving into Stover at about 9:19 or so. Then we'll go a little bit farther off to the north into Illinois. Adams and Brown counties under warning until 9:45. And here we're looking at a very dangerous storm, which does appear to be gusting out. Let's look at the velocities. Still seeing some evidence of rotation there, but it looks like it's becoming, at least for the time being, more of a damaging wind threat. Let's just go ahead and track this out, though, to be on the safe side. We're looking very far up. We're not getting a really good look at the low levels of the storm. So a possible tornado, but a damaging wind threat as well, coming towards Clayton, Pea Ridge, and also into Missouri. So, just a lot going on tonight. I'm going to jump back to that storm, that very dangerous storm that is now in southwestern Missouri. Barton and Dade counties under warning right now, going until 9:45. And we're talking about a tornado, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Here's the latest velocity data from Golden City. And so it looks like this thing. Okay. Yes. And, that's what it looks like. My goodness, isn't that something? So here we had this very large tornado right in here. And it looks like that has weakened some in just the last couple of frames right in there. But then another circulation showing up right in there. So this is an exceptionally dangerous storm that we're watching now near Golden City. And we'll continue to keep our eyes on this. Let's get a look at the flood threat, which is also very serious tonight. And Jen's got the latest on that for us.
All right, we're continuing to watch the heavy rainfall because as we go through the night and again tomorrow, we expect more storms to develop. The flooding threat is going to stay with us here across the middle of the country. But tomorrow, we're also concerned with more severe storms. A little bit farther to the west than what we're seeing right now. We see these maybe into the panhandle of Oklahoma, places like Amarillo down into Lubbock, even up into Kansas. The central part of the state could get hit pretty hard with the stronger thunderstorms coming together. As we head into Thursday, make it a little bit of active weather starting early, but then we watch this dry line, which is going to be on the border of New Mexico and Texas. But east of that line is where all the moisture is going to be in place and all the dynamics coming together as the temperatures in the afternoon will get up into the 80s. So that is why we think we'll see more severe storms develop here and possible tornadoes. Torcon values still rather high, maybe not as high as today, but still up there, 4 to 5 here across this part of the country, anywhere from a 4 in northeastern Kansas. So we're watching out into Kansas City and over into Topeka as we move into your Thursday. Here is a broad look, and not just storms in the middle of the country. You head west over into Colorado. It's cold enough to produce maybe 12 inches of snow. There's also going to be the threat for severe storms coming into parts of Pennsylvania for tomorrow.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather, and you are looking at a tornado that passed very close to Joplin, Missouri. Of course, an exceptionally scary thing to have a tornado warning for Joplin, which we did. This storm passed to the north and west of Joplin, and it did cause some damage. We were watching this large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground for quite some time to the north of Joplin. And again, we did get some reports of some damage with this storm. But how scary for these folks in Joplin. When you live in an area where you've had a terrible tornado, and there are a lot of towns that come to mind. Joplin is certainly one of them. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Moore, certainly one of them. Greensburg in western parts of Kansas. In any of those places, you live in any of those towns, and you have this experience with a terrible tornado. Forever after, when you get a tornado warning, it is a harrowing experience because you know all of what occurred when you went through that. So fortunately, this one did pass to the north of Joplin, but continues to be an extremely dangerous storm, now up into Barton and Dade counties and moving towards the northeast. So you can see where it is relative to Joplin. It's well away from Joplin and moving off to the northeast right now. Motion on the storm is northeast at 25 miles per hour, so 30 miles per hour right now. So, as compared to the last couple of days, the storms are not quite as fast as they've been. So, that's one somewhat helpful thing. It gives you a little bit more time to react. Here we're looking at circulation that is broader at this time. It's not quite what it was, as a little bit of cooler air has been rushing around the base of that circulation there, but still a very dangerous storm. Let's look at the reflectivity there. And so there you see the little hook and kind of a complicated reflectivity pattern, as I do think it's going through a little bit of a cycle here, but it's in that weak echo region right in there. That's where the updraft is right there, and that's where the tornado likes to develop, in that weak updraft region. So that's the most dangerous part of the storm, and if we just track that out broadly, that's going to be coming up towards Ernest at 9:31 and Arcola at 9:42. So even though the presentation is not quite as profound right now, we are still looking at an exceptionally dangerous storm, one that has produced many tornadoes through the course of the last few hours here, and not just tornadoes, but we're talking about large tornadoes, really dangerous tornadoes. So just keep a really close eye on this storm, and we certainly will for you if you stay tuned to us. Now, off to the south, this is in northeastern Oklahoma. So that's Delaware and Mays counties under warning. You see the hook that is showing up in this case. Again, in that bear's cage, as we call it, that weak echo region, that's where we tend to find the tornado sitting. So that's coming towards Jay, moving towards Yucca in the next few minutes, and then coming into Jay at about 9:37. Let's look at velocity very quickly and seeing sort of a broader area of circulation, but there definitely is one there. And so again, I do think we've got a threat for a tornado that is coming towards Yucca and coming towards Jay. And look at that. We're starting to see a little bit of a ball on the southwest side there. I'm going to circle this so we can investigate that a little bit further. And looking at the velocity data, there is a spin there. So, I do think we are looking at a possible tornado coming towards Jay and Yucca. Coming into Yucca right now, want to get to your safe place right now in Yucca and into Jay by about 9:36 or so. All right, off to the west of that, this is now just north of Tulsa. Osage and Washington counties under warning until 9:30. Here, the storm is gusting out, as we say. That's stronger wind that is coming through. So not a tornado threat, but a damaging wind threat for the time being. Osage and Pawnee counties under warning for a possible tornado. Here we're seeing a circulation that is near Cleveland and moving to the east-northeast. Taking that forward, that's now coming into Osage. So it's right on top of you in Osage. Going to be moving in just the next few minutes here. And then beyond that, looks like it's going to be in a more rural area. Now up into central parts of Missouri, Benton County under warning for a possible tornado. Also a new warning just off to the east of that for Morgan County. We've been watching a pretty strong rotation here. A couple of areas. This one is now becoming a little bit of a gust front there. It's gusting out, as we say. Might be some additional rotation further off to the west, though, in that area. And so that is going to be coming right across Route 136 in the next few minutes, moving towards Florence and towards Syracuse as well. Then north of that into Columbia, big, massive line segment with an embedded supercell. Boone County under warning, and we've got a big surge of wind there, but a possible tornado on the north end of that. That's going to pass just to the north of Columbia and come across Route 63. Much more coming up.
Yeah. Guys, that is on ground. It's coming straight for us. No, like this is an actual tornado. Coming right for us, guys. Oh, it went back up. We're okay, guys. Oh my God. Yeah. Guys.
All right, so you're listening to some people in a vehicle. It sounds like some girls, maybe some younger kid or some young girls, as they were looking up close at a tornado that happened just west of Tulsa, Oklahoma earlier today. In fact, this was this evening here in Pryor, Oklahoma. And again, you can kind of make out the tornado right there. It's a little bit better shot. But we are still looking at the threat of tornadoes across northeastern Oklahoma tonight, and especially up into parts of Missouri and even into Illinois. So let's go back over to Carl Parker with more on where the storms are right now.
Well, you know, Jen, I'll tell you, it's been quite a night, and we've got just so many tornado warnings right now. You know, the atmosphere is just prime for producing tornadoes in a large area, and you can see all the tornado warnings in red from Illinois across Missouri into northeast Oklahoma. Another thing we can look at is something called the significant tornado parameter or potential, and that is very high right now across those areas. So it looks like this threat is going to be going on for a while. Now, a storm that we've been watching for quite some time that's been producing a number of tornadoes, still doing so apparently. Dade County under warning until 9:45. And we got a report of a tornado just north of Lockwood, even though it looks like we're seeing a gusting out occurring here. Could be looking at some rotation developing right at the leading edge of that. And so we'll continue to keep our eyes on that. Not seeing nearly the same level of intensity in terms of the circulation that we were looking at near Golden City. I mean, you go back right in there. I mean, that right there, that was a large and extremely dangerous tornado that actually just started to weaken right as it passed to the north of Golden City. And right now it looks like the cooler air is beginning to dominate that storm, but still there is an ongoing threat there. These storms oftentimes will go through a cycle where they produce a tornado and maybe even a large tornado, and then it goes away for a little while, and then we see something coming back. This is in eastern Oklahoma, Delaware and Mays counties, under warning until 10 p.m. And as we zoom down, so sort of a convoluted return here, but that little ball may be a tornado. And in fact, we've got a pretty strong velocity signature that is now just west of Jay. And I believe, Ryan, you said that there was a tornado reported near Yucca earlier. Yes, he says that is true. So we did have a confirmation of a tornado in this case. That is going to be coming into Jay in just a few minutes, about 9:37 or so. So please get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room. If you've got a helmet, great idea. That way, if anything happens, you got a much better chance of getting through okay. And then also into Southwest City by about 10 o'clock. Let's also see if there's any debris showing up. Not seeing any debris co-located with that. That does not mean that there is not a tornado. There's certainly a very strong rotation there. Just means that for whatever reason, we're not seeing any debris right now. We could be a tornado or could not be a tornado. Both are possibilities. Osage and Pawnee County under warning until 9:45. Also warning off to the north of that is Nowata, Rogers, and Washington County going until 10:15. In this case, we're seeing more of a damaging wind threat right now. There's the leading edge of some stronger wind. There are a couple little kinks that have developed within here, one right there and one right there. So it is possible that we could be looking at some tornadoes with those areas. One of those coming towards Oglesby and another one of those areas coming towards Ocalata and Hogshooter. Then to the southwest of that, this is the tornado warning we mentioned earlier, Osage and Pawnee. That looks like it is also really beginning to gust out now, but still we need to watch the north end of that area of strong straight line wind. Now we're getting up into central parts of Missouri. So this is south of Interstate 70. This is Morgan County under warning until 10 p.m. Looking at a pretty strong circulation here. We're looking a long way up, so we're looking more at the mid-levels of the storm. Right there, that's the feature that we are now watching, and that's going to be coming towards Tipton, generally speaking, moving towards Lemler School in the next few minutes, Centennial School 9:44, Syracuse at 9:50, and Tipton at 9:55. Possible tornado coming your way. Then to the north of that, we get up into Columbia. This is Boone County under warning going until 10 p.m. Getting a very strong surge of straight line winds. So right there, this is actually beginning to affect the radar a little bit here because it is so strong. But that is, for areas north of Columbia, you are probably going to get a really big surge of strong straight line wind. And then on the north end of that, where we see that change in coloring, that's where there could be a tornado. So tornado possibly coming towards Roberts School, 9:46, Hallsville, 9:48, and coming towards Dunbar School at 9:57. Now up into Illinois. Boy, just a bunch of warnings here too. Schuyler County under warning until 10 p.m. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. So we're looking at the southwest side there, little appendage on the southwest side. That coming towards Missouri and towards Rushville at 9:57. Also a tornado warning off to the north of that. We'll continue those warnings on the other side of the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. It is an exceptionally dangerous night tonight. We are watching tornado warnings stretching now from Illinois down across Missouri and into northeast Oklahoma. Nearly unbroken line of severe storms producing either tornadoes or severe damaging wind or flash flooding. And flash flooding also one of the big threats that we're facing tonight. One of the storms that's been going on for quite some time now, since before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 8 o'clock Central Time, is this one, Dade County under warning. And here we're seeing what is called a little bit of gusting out, where we've got some straight line wind there, but storms will oftentimes do what's called cycling and begin to get their act together once again. Okay, and they're saying possibly a couple of tornadoes with that. So we may be looking at some little circulations that have developed along the leading edge there and also near the top of that area of stronger winds. So I'm just going to track this whole area forward just to be on the safe side. That coming into Siebert and Corey and Carnes Ford and also into South Morgan as well. Then we'll get down into Oklahoma, and we have a report of a tornado illuminated by lightning. In this case, Delaware and Mays counties under warning. Very strong velocity signature there that is near J right now. Let's look and see if there's some debris. We are seeing some debris as well. So it looks like we've got a tornado in progress now just north of J. That lines up very well with the strongest velocity signature. So indeed, there is a tornado right there now passing just north of J and getting ready to cross Route 59 as well, moving off to the northeast or east-northeast. So it looks like a relatively rural area, and that's going to be moving away from 59 in short order and then coming towards Southwest City near the top of the hour. But a very dangerous storm, and again, spotters reporting a tornado illuminated by lightning with that storm. All right, off to the west now. This is west of 44. Nowata, Rogers, and Washington under warning until 10:15. I've got a big surge of wind right there. Some potential for a tornado on the north end of that, where we're seeing a little more rotation. So that would be coming towards Oglesby, Nowata High School, and Nowata as well. Then off to the west of that, or southwest, Osage and Pawnee counties under warning until 9:45. Again, seeing a surge of wind right in there. And sometimes you get little circulations on the north side of these surges. So let's just track that out just to be safe. Coming across Route 20 there and towards Skiatook at about 10:18 or so. All right, now we're into central parts of Missouri. So this is Morgan County under warning right now. Not seeing anything in the tornado warned area. I am seeing some circulation that is farther northeast though, and that is not currently being warned on. We are looking fairly far up, but that is at least a really strong and tight mid-level circulation. So tracking that forward just to be safe here, even though there is not a tornado warning at this time. That's going to be coming towards Jamestown and also towards Wilton about 10:13 or so. Then to the north of that, new tornado warning. There's an ongoing one for Boone that is just north of Columbia. New tornado warning for Audrain and Callaway and Montgomery counties. And we've been looking at a really strong surge of wind here, an exceptionally strong surge right in there, and that is near Hallsville. So that certainly is going to be one of the threats, damaging straight line wind, and that coming towards Mexico before too long here, 10:15 or so. Then on the north side of that, that's where we're seeing some more rotation and a possible tornado. That also coming towards Centralia, Skinner, and then into Mexico. So you've got multiple threats with, excuse me, with that storm. Then up into Illinois, Schuyler County under warning right now until 10 p.m. And right where we see that little appendage, that's where you've got a possible tornado. That near Rushville, looks like some hail coming into Rushville or very close to it as well. A possible tornado near Rushville at 9:52. Then another tornado warning in a little area for McDonough. The storm's just about out of that tornado warning. And then another one for Fulton and Knox counties going until 10 p.m. Let's look at the velocities here and looks like we've got some circulation showing up just off to the west of Farmington, so coming towards Fairview and Rapides, and also towards Farmington about 10:18 or so. So, you know, there's just so much going on right now because you've got a lot of instability to get these storms going, and you've got plenty of low-level wind shear as well. So when we look at something called the significant tornado parameter, this is where all of those things are coming together. That's where you've got the wind shear, that's where you've got the instability. And so the model is painting a picture of where the tornado threat is greatest right at this time based on all of those things. And you can see where that extends now from St. Louis back down across parts of Missouri, even to Arkansas and also into Oklahoma. And there is now a new watch to tell you about as well, a new tornado watch that has been issued for parts of Arkansas and Kansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. So that is going until 4 o'clock in the morning. So that gives you a sense of how long this threat is going to extend. And that is not the only thing that we're concerned about tonight. Jen's been looking at the potential for heavy rain and flooding.
Yeah, we have had a few days of heavy rain coming over the same location. So as we look back in time, just in 2 days, we have had anywhere from 5 to almost 8 inches of rain come across the spot that's dealing with the threat of severe storms right now and tornadoes. And that would be northeastern Oklahoma up into southwestern Missouri. And again, this location been dealing with several inches of rain in just the past 2 days. So as we get these storms tonight, we have the potential for flash flooding, rates of 1 to 2 inches of rain an hour or even more, and that's why we have the watches in place. Looking at the overnight hours, certainly keeping an eye on these stronger storms here for the next few hours across central Oklahoma, or rather northeastern Oklahoma and up into central parts of Missouri. And then as we head into tomorrow afternoon, we push it a little bit farther to the west, out here into central Kansas and into the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma for the stronger thunderstorms to develop there. So yet another day of severe weather and a lot of heavy rainfall. So that is why those flood watches will continue, and we're likely to see some more flash flooding as we go through the next few days. The potential for flash flooding in the immediate future is going to be for, again, the Tulsa area up into Springfield, across central Missouri, and even over into central parts of Illinois. That's where we'll see that threat tonight and into the overnight hours and early part of the morning. And many rivers are already up and out of their banks at major flood stage. And as we look ahead through the weekend, we are expecting more rain. Several more inches could come through. So the likelihood of more flooding, more of these rivers to overflood is going to continue or stay at high levels. We'll be back with more on the tornado warnings next. Welcome back, everybody. A very busy night here as we track more tornadoes, and we want to show you some video of a tornado in Akima, Oklahoma. This is east of Oklahoma City. The threat is far from over, though, tonight, as we are seeing more tornadoes, and they're actually coming into the same locations as we've been dealing with for the past few days. So again, across the central part of the country, very busy, the third day in a row. So let's get the latest now from storm specialist Carl Parker on where some of the strongest storms are right now. And again, it's again in Oklahoma, but maybe a little bit farther north as we're looking at tonight.
Yeah, you know, conditions are right for tornadoes over a really large area, up into now Arkansas as well as into Missouri, well up into Illinois as well. Here you see the entire area of tornado warnings, all of those warnings indicated by the red polygons, as we call them there. So let's begin in Oklahoma and in Arkansas and southwestern Missouri. This is McDonald County in Missouri under warning right now until 10:30. We are looking at an exceptionally strong area of circulation in the low to mid levels of the storm here, and also looking at a debris signature in that same area. Some of that is probably clear air, but we are certainly looking at some debris as well. Look at that, even a little bit of a hole showing up right in the middle of all that. So a likely tornado in this case. We did have a report of a tornado earlier. There's the brand new scan coming through. So right in there, that's the area that we'd be most concerned about. And that is in a largely rural area right now, but it's not going to be for long. It's going to move up towards Southwest City, maybe just a little to the north of Southwest City, 9:58, moving into Saratoga about 10:04, then Knoll at 10:12, and Anderson by about 10:22 or so. So a lot of different areas could be potentially threatened by the storm if it continues to hold on to that intensity. A very intense rotation showing up with that storm, now moving out of Oklahoma and into parts of Arkansas and Missouri. Also in northeast Oklahoma, Nowata, Rogers, and Washington counties under warning until 10:15. In this case, we're looking at a surge of strong wind right there for the time being, more of a damaging wind threat than a tornado threat. I also want to take you, there's a new tornado warning. I want to cover that just to the southwest of the one we just talked about, and that is right in there. That's Osage, Pawnee, and Tulsa counties under warning until 10:30. And so in this case, we're looking at a circulation that is now west of Cleveland and Osage, so right about in there, and moving to the east. And it looks like it's going to come right down the length of that. I can't see the name of that route there, but it's near Osage, getting towards Cleveland at 9:58, just about 8 minutes from now. New Prue at about 10:20, and Rock School at around 10:36. Then we'll go off to the southwestern part of Missouri. This is Cedar, Dade, and Polk counties under warning. We've had multiple tornadoes from this one cell. Now there's another one in the wake of that that is potentially producing a tornado. So first of all, in this first area, really interesting here, you see how we've got this big surge of strong wind, but then within that, looks like a little circulation right there. So I think just broadly speaking, along this area of strong damaging straight line wind, you've also got a tornado threat. So multiple hazards now being posed by this storm, straight line winds, and also possibly some tornadoes developing along the leading edge of that. And then in the wake of that, there is yet another warning here and a similar situation. You see some straight line wind there, but also possibly some tornadoes developing along that leading edge. That is now just west of Route 97 and moving towards Greenfield. Now we'll take you farther north, getting up into areas east of Columbia. This is a confirmed tornado earlier. Audrain, Callaway, and Montgomery counties under warning until 10:30. So really strong surge of straight line wind now coming towards Mexico. Let's get a look at the velocities here. That's an inbound velocity of 68 miles per hour aloft, but a really pronounced bow. So that's what's coming into Mexico, that big surge of strong wind. But then on the north end of that, where you've got a little more rotation, that's where we could be looking at a tornado. And that is going to pass just to the north of Mexico, most likely moving towards Skinner at about the top of the hour. Rush Hill by about 10:27, Carter School at around 10:11 or so. So really huge surge of exceptionally strong wind there. And now we go up into central parts of Illinois. This is Schuyler County under warning until 10 p.m. Looking at that little appendage on the southwest side, and right in that what we call a weak echo region, that's where a tornado likes to sit. So assuming that we continue to see one, that would move towards Bader at 10:11 and Hickory by 10:20 or so. Then well to the north of that, Fulton and Knox counties under warning until 10 p.m. And in this case, I'm seeing more of a surge of strong wind coming towards Farmington and also towards Canton. But again, these things can change very quickly, so you want to be on your toes there and be aware of that possibility. So looking at the larger picture, this is where we've got the threat for today, a pretty broad area of concern, and the greatest threat centered on Oklahoma as well as into southwestern Missouri. A big part of what is driving this, very strong low-level winds coming out of the south. That low-level jet, which is actually strengthening at this hour, is helping to drive that tornado threat. And we've got a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon in parts of Oklahoma as well as into southeastern Kansas.
We have new video out of eastern, live look actually out of eastern Oklahoma. Here we are in the town of Jay with, within the hour, had a tornado come through, and there you can see debris left behind, maybe trees down, blocking perhaps this road here that we're seeing. And again, this is in Jay, Oklahoma, east of Tulsa. Well, now that tornado has moved into extreme southwestern Missouri. It's come across Southwest City, and it's also pushing over into the town of Noel. So again, this tornado is continuing to move across Oklahoma and now pushing over into Missouri. So again, Carl, it's just amazing because perhaps this was the same tornado that went through prior Oklahoma, which was west of Jay. And now we're continuing to track it as it moves into another state.
Yeah, and still looking really strong on the radar, too. And so this is the scariest storm that I'm watching right now. McDonald County under warning in southwestern Missouri until 10:30. A small sliver of Arkansas under warning as well. There is the velocity data, very tight signature showing up there. That is now just west of, looks like Route 43 in southwestern Missouri. Let's see if there's some debris here. We do still see some debris that is co-located with that strongest circulation. So this is a really dangerous storm that is now moving from Oklahoma and into southwest Missouri and towards the northeast. It's going to be coming into Coy at 10:18, then moving into Anderson at 10:25, Sugar Beach at 10:31, and Goodman at 10:36. In any of those areas, please be ready to get to your safe place because this is a really dangerous storm. Again, we're seeing a strong circulation now showing up with this storm as it is now just west of 43 and 90. And we are seeing debris as well. If you look at the debris signature here, that area of green, I'm going to zoom in on that just a little bit. That area of green and blue right in there, right in the circle there, that is where the radar is detecting irregular shapes. And so all that red around that is that's rain and or hail. It's more regular in nature. It's more rounded. And when you see more irregular shapes, and that can be anything. That can be tree debris. That can even be dirt and dust. But it can also be structural debris. When you see something like that, you know that there's a dust envelope that is riding along with that really strong circulation. So that is pretty much proof positive in a radar sense that you've got an ongoing tornado. And that is now coming right through Dodge, it appears. So hopefully everybody has gotten to their safe place in Dodge. And again, it's going to be coming up towards, looks like Ginger Blue and also into Anderson. 10:20 moving into Ginger Blue, and then Anderson at 10:25. I'm going to move this back, and actually I'm going to change that vector a little bit based on what I see right there. Move it a little more towards the northeast and more up in this direction. So that would be Coy and Anderson. I think that, yes, I think that fits where it's going to be headed. So Coy 10:19 and Anderson at 10:26. If you're anywhere near those areas, you need to get to your safe place right now. This is a really dangerous storm, the most dangerous one that we are looking at right now. All right, so here we go west of 44, and this is well northeast of Tulsa. Nowata, Rogers, Washington counties under warning until 10:15. Seeing a little bit of a kink right in there. It's not the most pronounced that I've seen, but certainly there is something there. And that's now going to be moving towards Watova and Cooties Bluff. Then to the south of that, another tornado warning in effect for Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties. In this case, maybe a little bit of rotation just west of Skiatook right there, coming towards Vera, and maybe another little area that is near Route 412, and that coming towards Westport and Prue and Leroy. Now we're going up into southwest Missouri, and we've got a warning for Cedar and Dade and Polk counties. It looks like a brand new warning just to the east of that for Polk County. So let's look at the velocity in this case here. And so a similar thing to what we were looking at before, you've got a big area of strong wind that is surging forward there, but there are some little kinks within that line. And so those little kinks are capable of tightening up enough to produce a tornado. That coming towards Bolivar, towards Cooper School, and also towards Carlin as well. Then northeast of that, we're now up into the central part of the state, northeast of Columbia and north of Interstate 70. Audrain, Callaway, Montgomery counties under warning. Look at the surge of wind that is going forward right there. Tremendous surge of straight line wind now coming into Mexico. You know, these are winds, they're aloft here. We're looking pretty far up, but you know, that being said, we're still looking at some really terrific velocities. 79 mile per hour velocity showing up there near Mexico. Let me take a look at the brand new warning that has just come out. So looking at the possibility of a tornado there, and also some quarter-size hail. So you've got a little more tornado potential on the north side of that, and that's going to be right in this area where you see that interface there between the inflow and the winds, the straight line winds, but then a straight line wind threat to the south of that. So multiple hazards with that storm. Now we're going up into Illinois. This is Fulton and Schuyler counties under warning until 10:30 for a possible tornado. Looking at the little notch there that is near Astoria, that is near Route 100, and moving off to the north, coming towards Hickory and Bluff City and Bath and Isabel. Then I've got another tornado warning in between here. Let's cover that. That's Fulton County under warning until 10:30. Here too, surge of wind that is coming forward, but some rotation along that, some potential for a tornado along that. So moving that forward, that's coming towards Lewistown and Bryant. And then to the north of that, we're looking at this next tornado warning. And here we're seeing a little more rotation, and that is now coming towards Logan. And if it does hold together, eventually towards Peoria as well. So Logan at 10:19, Limestone at 10:32, and Peoria at 10:42. Possible tornado coming your way in these areas. So, a lot of areas looking at the potential for tornadoes tonight. When we look at the modeling here, we look at all the different parameters that go into producing a tornado forecast, and that is instability, that is the cloud base height, that is also the low-level shear in the atmosphere. And if you can make this out, we've got winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface and winds that are coming out of the south at about 5,000 feet up. And so that turning of the winds in the lowest levels combined with the instability gives us this significant tornado potential. And that's where it stands right now. That's where we've got the greatest potential for tornadoes right now. And that's why we've got watches all over the place. And these watches go for, a pretty long period of time. The newest of them going until 4 o'clock in the morning there in southwestern Missouri. Also a tornado watch to the north of that, up towards Peoria and Springfield, that going until 11 o'clock tonight. So ongoing threat for severe weather, but that's not the only thing that we're concerned about. There's also going to be a lot of heavy rain in some areas that have gotten a lot of heavy rain in the last couple of days. And Jen's got more on that for us.
Yeah, we're getting numerous reports of roads being closed across the portions of northeastern Oklahoma right now. And we have some unbelievable video out of Logan County in Oklahoma. Look at this. Oh. Just amazing as a shed swept away by flash flooding crashes right into a home. You could hear it crashing. There's another very large tree going down. This is the Cimarron River just north of Oklahoma City, up and again in Logan County. You can see how high up that water is from that river. And again, at least one house has already collapsed into the water. Hopefully, it looks like everybody was out of that house, and they are certainly making sure no one else gets out there. Just an amazing situation across portions of Oklahoma. And you know what? We're going to see more rain in the same area as we go through the next few days. Now, as we look back on the past few days, we've had a tremendous amount, 5 to 8 inches have been reported up across northeastern parts of Oklahoma, and that has resulted in flash flood watches issued. And again, here we're around Tulsa, over towards Missouri, and across portions of Kansas as well. And there's also a flood watch going on for Oklahoma City and north, where we just saw that video out of Logan County. Again, you're underneath that flash flood watch. Looking ahead to tonight, we're going to continue to be worried across much of central Missouri, again, for the threat for strong, perhaps more tornadoes, but also some very heavy rainfall, as it's going to continue to develop as we go through the next few hours. May catch a break early in the morning, but then as we head into the afternoon, we push out here into the middle part of the country. Wichita up towards Salina, back over into western Oklahoma and into the panhandles. We could see not only more rain developing, but perhaps even some stronger thunderstorms. But again, this rain is going to be leading to more localized flooding, and the potential is here. Now, this is an outlook for tonight into tomorrow. And again, anywhere from Tulsa all the way up into central parts of Illinois, we have the threat of flash flooding. So make sure you're extremely careful. If there's an emergency and you have to go out in this mess, make sure you're extremely careful out there. Now, as far as the current river gauges, they are extremely high throughout much of the Midwest, all the way down into the Mississippi River into the south. And much of the Midwest and the central part of the country is going to receive more rain as we go into the holiday weekend. Maybe an additional 3 to 5 inches of rain in some locations. But even here across Iowa, back over into Missouri, we could see 2 to 3 more additional inches of rainfall. Now, as we talk about tomorrow, much of the afternoon into tomorrow night and into Friday, we're likely to watch out here across the middle of Kansas, maybe even up into Nebraska and much of western Oklahoma and into West Texas. That's a spot that we're going to continue to keep an eye on out for the threat of flash flooding. Meanwhile, a tornado near Joplin earlier today. This was, again, just within the past 2 hours. The tornado came not into the downtown or into the city of Joplin. It happened just off to the west and to the northwest. And you can see the impressive funnel cloud from this tornado that came through. We're still watching this cell, though, as it moves out into the central part of Missouri. And a new photo in from Allison Craig of a possible tornado in Carl Junction, Missouri. Again, that is just north of the Joplin. So this happened a few hours ago, right before the sun went down. There you can see off in the distance, again, that tornado developing near Carl Junction, and we continue to track that off into the central part of Missouri. All right, here we're back over into Joplin. And again, this video may go too fast for you, but you get the idea. Big trees have been knocked down because of either a tornado or the strong winds from it. And again, it's most likely the tornado. They're still going to go out there and survey the damage. But there you see very large trees around Joplin being knocked down because of tornadoes. And some of the trees just snapped in half. And let's get back to Carl with another look at the radar and find out where the worst of the tornadoes. And again, we have so many to look at.
Yeah.
But where do you think the worst of them are?
Well, you know, things have improved a little bit in some of the worst cases. Like we were watching one that was moving out of Oklahoma and into southwest Missouri. And now we're not seeing as much rotation on that storm. You see how large the area of concern is. The warnings from northeast Oklahoma all the way up into Illinois. So, you know, that is just an enormous area of warnings there. That's 500 miles of warnings there showing up in this area. It's just really remarkable that you've got such a large area that's being affected by these storms. So McDonald County now in far southwestern Missouri, still under warning at this hour. And as we look at the velocity data, we're still seeing some spin showing up right in this area coming towards Anderson. And so just as a matter of prudence here, let's go ahead and time that out. And that's coming towards Anderson at 10:21 and moving towards Elif at 10:26 and Erie by about 10:34. But, you know, going back in time, looking at the velocity data right in there in particular, definitely more of a tornadic signature in these areas. It's definitely showing up a little bit more robustly and, if you will, in those areas. And I'm going to change that vector just a little bit, just based on what I'm looking at here, and move that a little bit more towards the northeast there. So coming towards Coy at 10:15. Moving towards Anderson at 10:22, possible tornado coming your way, but it's not quite as tight in the velocity data. So let's hope that that means that we've got a weakening trend here. There still could very well be a tornado, though. So please do get to your safe place in those areas. Now west of 44, tornado warning for Nowata, Rogers, and Washington counties. And looking at a little bit of a kink that is now southwest of Nowata and moving off towards the east-northeast. So Watova and also Cody's Bluff, a possible tornado moving your way. Then south of that, yet another tornado warning for Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties until 10:30. Here we're seeing a little more tightening right there. So that's certainly something we want to keep our eyes on. And that is moving off to the east, northeast. So Prue and also Skiatook, two areas where we need to watch out for the possibility of a tornado in the next several minutes here. Then Polk County, this is southwest Missouri, got an ongoing tornado warning. Looking at the velocity data in this case, still seeing a big surge of wind here. There may be some little spin-ups developing along the leading edge of that. So if we just sort of outline that entire area and take it forward, that coming towards Bolivar and also towards Violet. Then to the north of that, up into Audrain County, ongoing tornado warning, though, what I'm seeing in this area is a big surge of wind. That's a straight line wind threat and a very serious one that is now coming towards Farber. And then finally up into Illinois, Fulton and Schuyler County under warning, and a possible tornado now just to the west of Bath. We'll have much more coverage on this very dangerous night in just a few minutes.
This program brought to you by America's biopharmaceutical companies. Go boldly.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of what has been a very dangerous night. And there you see a monster tornado. This was near Joplin. It did not go into downtown Joplin. And thank goodness for that. It did cause some damage, and our hearts go out to the people that were affected by the storm. But some really tense moments in Joplin, as today was actually the 8th anniversary of the terrible 2011 tornado in Joplin that just devastated the city. And of course, whenever you're in an area that has been hit by a very serious tornado like that, every single tornado warning thereafter carries that much more weight. And this one did include Joplin, but the storm itself passed to the north of Joplin, more towards Carl Junction. And you can see all of the motion showing up there. A lot of different types of motion occurring at the same time. You can see how there's what we call a collar cloud, rapid motion from right to left there, just behind the tornado. You're seeing the rotation obviously within that, but not just rotation, there's also very strong upward velocity as well. There's a suction that occurs with the tornado, and that's how it is able to grab things off the ground and throw them into the air and actually carry them for long periods of time. That's why we're able to see when there is debris, and we did very definitely see a debris signature with this storm. That's why we're able to tell that you've got a radar confirmation of a tornado, that a tornado is occurring. And look at some of the debris. Some very large pieces of debris have been lofted into the air there with this storm, and out off to the right there. That's most likely trees, very large branches. But, sometimes it can be entire trees that are taken into the storm and then let out. And you can also see the horizontal roll there, the vortexes that are horizontal in nature. And that's because of as I mentioned, the very strong vertical motion, that suction that occurs from the ground up into the cloud. That creates a shear of its own on the outside of the tornado, and that creates that horizontal vortex along the outside of the tornado. So that is just a really mean storm. And, while we are glad, certainly, that it did not come right into Joplin, again, our hearts go out to the people that were affected by this storm earlier today, and we know that there were at least some areas that were damaged by this tornado. The threat is certainly not over at this time. We are now looking at a warning in McDonald in southwestern parts of Missouri. That is south of Joplin, well south of Joplin, but not incredibly far away. And for the first time now, it looks like we've got much less of a threat. And you'll see what I mean as I go back in time. Right in there, we can see a little couplet, that area of red and green. That was even more pronounced as we go farther back in time, right into there. Really, really well formed for a time there. And so when we look at what's going on right now, we're just not seeing anything like that. So at least for now, it looks like we've got a little less of a tornado threat with that storm. All right, so as we go up to Craig and Nowata, Rogers counties, looking at tornado warning here. This for a long time now has been a big surge of strong wind. I think that's the main thing that's going on here, is we've got a surge of strong wind. Could be a little bit of rotation showing up right in there, for example. Let's just go ahead and track that out just to be safe. And that coming towards Route 28, towards Allouie and Bowling Spring as well. Then to the south of that, southwest, we've got a warning for Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties. Looking at a little bit of a circulation right there north of Fort 12 412, and that coming towards Skiatook at 10:55 and Bailey Elementary at 11:10. Now going up into southwestern Missouri, ongoing warning for Polk County. This is the very same storm that produced the tornado that we were looking at in the video moments ago. And again, here we're looking at a big surge of some strong wind right in there, and maybe a little bit of tightening occurring in this area. That's certainly going to be something to watch. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. I mean, that is buried deep within the heavy rain there. So, you know, something to watch, but, you know, that's not really a favored area. The favored area for tornado development would be more out towards this interface between the clear air, between the updraft, and what we call the RFD, the leading edge of some cooler air that's wrapping around the backside of the rotating updraft. So at least looks like right now we've got perhaps a little bit less of a threat in this case for a tornado. There's also a warning for Cedar, Dade, and Polk counties. In there too, I'm seeing something similar, more of a damaging wind threat, but you've got some potential for circulation within that. Got a warning now for Audrain County. Been watching some very strong straight line wind. It looks like that's what's going on in this case. Then a new warning here just to the northeast of that. That is for Pike and Rawls counties going until 11 p.m. And let's see what's happening inside this storm. So that is now just west of Ashburn where we're seeing the circulation. And it's going to be moving in pretty quickly, moving into Ashburn at 10:39. We'll have much more coming up.
You can hear the hail coming down in this person's backyard here across Oklahoma as large thunderstorms have been roaring across the state for several hours throughout the afternoon and still going on tonight. This is golf ball size hail. It went on for several minutes. It's just incredible. And again, hail that big can easily cause some damage to some cars, perhaps even to some roofs there. So again, we have the threat still going on for some pretty strong thunderstorms, even some tornadoes. Let's bring in Carl Parker with more. And again, Oklahoma not totally out of the woods for tonight.
No, in fact, there are 3 tornado warnings ongoing there right now. So Craig, Nowata, Rogers County under warning now. That is north of Tulsa. We may eventually get some weather in Tulsa, but for the most part, it's been staying off to the north. There you see the warning that is east of Bartlesville. Right now, we're looking at more of a damaging wind threat than anything else. You see the big surge occurring, that big backward C shape. Also, warning that is now just north of Tulsa, Osage, Tulsa, and Washington counties. Warning until 10:30. We were watching a little more of a circulation showing up in this area. It's not as pronounced at this time. Nonetheless, let's just track that out. And that'll be coming into Skiatook about 10:58 or so. Then another warning in southwest Missouri, McDonald County. And in this case, not nearly as well formed as it once was, just not seeing the same level of rotations. And good news because it looks like they've just dropped that warning there. So that makes a lot of sense. New warning for Dallas and Hickory and Polk counties going until 11:15. And so we've got, you know, a couple of areas where wind is surging forward right in the air, and sometimes you look for little circulations to develop along that. I'm not seeing anything that really pops out at this time, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Then we'll take you up into the northeastern part of Missouri. I'm going to zoom out a good bit here so we can get a look at the lay of the land. So this is south of Quincy and Hannibal, Pike and Rawls counties under warning right now, going until 11 p.m. And so what we're looking at in this case is circulation near Frankfort, right about in there. And that is going to be coming, looks like, to the north of Louisiana, moving towards Ashburn, Atlas, also New Hartford, and also into Pittsfield. Then up into parts of Illinois. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Logan County here, and got some strong wind that is now just east of Havana. Also to the north of that, looking at a warning that is up near Peoria. Also a severe thunderstorm warning and a little surge of some strong wind there. So at least for the time being, our tornado threat is showing a little bit of a relative lull as compared to what we were looking at tonight. You've got still some scattered warnings here, but not as many warnings. And within those warnings, not as much sign of rotation as compared to what we were looking at over the last couple of hours here. So, Jen, hopefully that means that we're starting to see, you know, a trend which you do expect to see as you get deeper into the evening a lot of times. Though, this is one of those days where, we may continue to see warnings for quite some time yet, just because the atmosphere is so energetic.
It certainly is, and we're going to be watching again for maybe tomorrow for the threat of stronger thunderstorms, some more severe weather as we move into your Thursday. So let's again look into the middle of the country, because this is the location that we think some strong thunderstorms will develop, perhaps even more tornadoes. And places like Amarillo up to Dodge City over into Wichita, there's a good chance that we'll see some strong to severe storms develop. And again, possible tornadoes. We have a dry line setting up across extreme West Texas. To the east of that, the moisture's in place. Other dynamics are also coming together as the temperature is going to bump up well up into the 80s here, providing additional energy for those thunderstorms to get going. Also, we have different winds and different strength of them coming in at different parts of the atmosphere with the jet streams moving around. So as we look at Torcon values, and we think across this region anywhere from 50% chance to a 40% chance that we're likely to see some possible tornadoes here across eastern Kansas and all the way over into western parts of Texas to the Panhandle. This is the outlook: strong thunderstorms and additional rain. We're going to be seeing more heavy rainfall in areas that have had enough. Another location for tomorrow for the threat for thunderstorms will be the Northeast. As we look at the energy coming up into portions of the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, we have some warm weather in store for us. And we also have the strong winds aloft, increasing the threat for the wind damage and also the hail threat. So the places of concern for tomorrow may not be tornadic activity, but again, those strong winds that could cause some damage would be across Philadelphia, throughout Pennsylvania, even down into Baltimore and into Washington, D.C. There could be a few tornadoes possible. The range is around 40% for eastern parts of Pennsylvania, and about the same over into the western half of the state. Pittsburgh, about a 30% chance for a possible tornado. Looking at the timing of this, we think we're going to continue to watch it as we go into the afternoon. Remember, we need the warmer temperatures to help provide some of that energy. So as we look ahead to the afternoon, to the early part of the evening, we'll start to watch for some areas across the Northeast for a few stronger thunderstorms to come. You can kind of see that frontal system just setting up here as it pushes from Jersey all the way over out towards the Ohio River. So Philadelphia, watch out. Rain's coming your way, as well as thunderstorms for tomorrow. We'll continue to bring you the latest coming up. We want to tell you about a small town here in eastern Oklahoma that is being evacuated after a nearby river reached historic levels. The Arkansas River is rapidly rising, swamping homes and many of the roads. Many people are now packing up their belongings and seeking higher ground. Again, that town just along I-40 in the eastern part of Oklahoma as the Arkansas River is continuing to rise. Yes, we do have the threat of tornadoes and strong thunderstorms, but a lot of these storms are continuing to lead to very heavy rainfall. In fact, as we look at some of the storms tonight with tornado warnings on them, they immediately have flash flood warnings as well out for the same locations, because we are seeing anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain as these storms pass through. And as we look over the past 2 days, here around Tulsa, right across that four-state area into southwestern Missouri, some places have seen anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. And this has led to some flash flooding, and of course the flash flood watches have been issued. Again, tonight we're continuing to find a few thunderstorms, very heavy rainfall with them. And there is the likelihood that we'll get more flooding as we go through the overnight hours. As we work our way here into Missouri, we're going to continue to watch the potential for very heavy rain overnight, past midnight, and then it's going to continue to push off to the east. But then by tomorrow, we see it redevelop a little bit farther to the west. It's going to be out here into the central part of Nebraska. Down towards Kansas, maybe not so much into Oklahoma City, but to the west, out into West West Oklahoma and into West Texas, that's where we could find a few of those thunderstorms becoming pretty strong as we head into at least the second part of your Thursday. But again, all of this is going to continue to lead to more rain, and the likelihood here is going to be anywhere from Chicago all the way to Oklahoma City, and that would be for tonight. And then as we head into tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit farther to the east. The rivers are continuing to be pretty high. If you live up here across the upper Midwest near some of these major rivers, again, you know what we're talking about at moderate flood stage and even major flood stage. Well, over the weekend, more rain's coming, and that's going to only aggravate this situation. Some locations across Iowa, maybe back over into Chicago, 1 to 3 inches of additional rain. But here across central Kansas, back over into western Oklahoma, maybe up to 5 more inches of rain for this weekend. So we're going to continue to watch the threat of flash flooding. Now for tomorrow and for right through tomorrow night and into Friday morning, the likelihood of that flooding will be across central, or actually much of Kansas, down into Oklahoma again and West Texas, but it's going to continue up across Iowa and right into Wisconsin, at least the southwestern part of the state, as we go through the afternoon and into tomorrow morning, or into Friday morning. Meanwhile, let's take a look at a tornado that was actually caught on camera here. We're in Rossville, Kansas. And there you can see the tornado this happened yesterday, but you can clearly see the funnel cloud not far away from this home there. Same area is watching out for a few of those stronger thunderstorms tonight, and we're going to certainly keep an eye to the sky as we go into the weekend. Now let's go into Joplin, Missouri. And this was taken within the past few hours. This was a tornado that was very close to Joplin. It actually just occurred maybe just to the north of the city. But listen to it. It's just been incredible watching this tornado develop, and this tornado continued to work its way north of Joplin out into the central part central part of Missouri. All right, let's take a look at some stronger thunderstorms, some active warnings going on right now. We'll go to the radar, and here we have it all the way from Oklahoma and up into parts of Missouri and over into Illinois. Here is the tornado warning that we have out for Pike County, as well as into Rawls County. And again, this is out into Missouri, as well as right over into the Illinois area. So we're watching out here into Atlas as this possible tornado pushes off to the east. It would go towards Atlas and all the way out to Pittsfield within the next 20 to 30 minutes. We have been looking at several tornadoes throughout the night. So as we look elsewhere, we're going to go back down into the central part of Missouri. Here is a tornado warning out for Dallas, Hickory, and Polk counties. Again, this tornado warning back over into back over towards North Morgan, but now is pushed off to the east, and we're looking into Urbana, Pumpkin Center, and that's going to continue to work its way off to the east northeast. And then we have another one that we're keeping an eye on out for Boulevard, out towards Adonis and Black Oak School. Again, these are some locations here within the next 30 minutes right across the central part of Missouri. Now we're into Oklahoma. Let me get my bearings. Are we west of Tulsa? Yes, west of Tulsa. There's Bartersville, and actually north of Tulsa. And we have a possible tornado here into Craig and Rogers County. And again, 2 separate parts of this large thunderstorm that we're seeing for a possible tornado. And again, that's going to continue to work its way to the east northeast, a little bit farther to the south. And again, this is just north of the Tulsa area, but the northern half of Tulsa County is underneath that tornado warning. And again, it goes out for Rogers and Washington County. That's out again into Sperryville and Collinsville for a possible tornado. Well, tomorrow we still are concerned with yet again tornadoes and more severe weather. So let's give you the outlook for your Thursday. Maybe back into the western half of Oklahoma. We're going to keep an eye out towards the Panhandle, as well as into the Panhandle of Texas, but also up into central parts of Kansas. The dry line's going to pop up, especially through the afternoon here right along the border of New Mexico and Texas. And to the east of that, we're going to have the moist air. We're going to have the warmer temperatures up into the 80s. Then we go up in the atmosphere and we see other ingredients coming together to help to organize the threat of severe storms. Torcon values up to about a 5 near Amarillo, and then also a high possibility over towards maybe Kansas City, eastern Kansas, a Torcon value of 4. So the outlook calls for the threat for thunderstorms, but I do want to mention we have the threat for more heavy rain, and that could lead to some localized flooding. We just want you to be aware of that. Again, that would be into the central part of the state tomorrow. But tomorrow's going to be a long day because look at the area across the Northeast. We have that front trying to push in. The air is going to be warm, and the ingredients are also coming together for more thunderstorms. And some of these could be strong across Pennsylvania all the way to New York as we head into your Thursday.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather, and quite a day yesterday as well as today. This is video from Kansas yesterday, and you can see a very well-defined tornado. And something that's sort of unique in this case is that this tornado is actually having sun shining on it. And that's not something that you see every day, that's for sure. It's something that you can see because the tornado is typically the very last thing that occurs in a storm. It's sort of at that edge where oftentimes if the sun angle is right, you can in fact get sun shining on the funnel, but it's just not something that we see a whole lot of. And just a really well-defined condensation funnel. That is cloud. That white there is cloud. And even though, you know, typically a tornado appears to be dark in nature, that's usually because it is backlit rather than front lit. But in this case, you've got sun shining right down on that funnel, and that is why you're able to see the whiteness of the cloud there, the cloud being formed by the low pressure within the tornado vortex. Now, let's compare that to a tornado video from earlier today, and this is more typical of what we often see, and there is no sun here, and this is very much backlit, and so even though there is cloud there, it all appears dark, and there's also dust being wrapped up and into the circulation. Now, there are a lot of different types of motion that are occurring here. If we stop this for a second, I'm going to show you all the different types of motion that are happening. One is that you've got a motion that is going from right to left. That is the mesocyclone. That's the larger circulation in the storm. Then, of course, you've got the circulation of the tornado itself. But in addition to that, there's also a vertical motion. There's an upward motion that is very much like a suction, and there's such a strong suction that occasionally you'll actually see some little vortices developing, horizontal roll tubes developing. Let's go ahead and roll that forward. And, you know, another thing I want you to do here is we'll go ahead and just listen to this for a moment because you don't always get to hear a tornado, and you can clearly hear it in this case.
It's getting bigger.
Such a chilling sound, and that is the unmistakable sound of a tornado. You know, it's been described by many people as a freight train, but many other people have said that it's more accurately more like rushing water, like maybe you know, dozens of waterfalls or 1,000 waterfalls. And, you know, it's certainly a very, very unique sound, a very powerful sound. Another interesting thing about the sound of tornadoes is that people have said that they instinctively knew that it was a tornado when they first heard it, even though they had never heard a tornado before in their lives. That's how distinctive that sound is. And, you know, again, just a tremendous amount of intensity and ferocity to this storm. This was a tornado that passed to the north of Joplin. Today is the 8-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado of 2011. That was a devastating, huge storm that lasted for as long as a minute in some locations, just completely wiped out sections of very large sections of Joplin. So once you've had a tornado like that, forever after, your perception of the tornado threat has changed. And so that amplifies the risk of every single tornado warning. And when this tornado came in, it did include the Joplin area. So this was a warning. This was a tornado warning in the Joplin area on the 8th anniversary of that devastating tornado in 2011. And so that threat is so much more heightened for people that have been through such a terrible experience. And this storm passed to the north of Joplin, did not come anywhere near the center part of Joplin, but in Carl Junction, which is off to the north, and some other smaller towns, they did get some damage from the storm, unfortunately, and our hearts go out to those people. We can only hope that the damage was not too severe. We've not gotten a lot of reports of just how extensive it has been. So, we've got an ongoing threat here tonight. What we can tell you is that there appears to be a slight lessening of the threat at this time, where before, an hour ago, we were looking at tornadoes or tornado warnings all along that path from Oklahoma up into Illinois. Now just some scattered warnings, one of those in Rogers and Tulsa and Washington counties. And as I look at the velocity data, I'm not seeing a whole lot here. You might be able to make a case for some rotation right there near Skiatook. And so just to be on the safe side, if we're to track that out, that's going to be coming towards Uluga and Uluwa, and then Foyle at about 11:36. Then as we go to the north of that, there's been a cancellation of the warning that was in place there. Now, this is southwest Missouri. That's Dallas and Hickory and Polk counties under warning until 11:15. And here you can see a leading edge of some stronger wind there. I'm not seeing a whole lot of circulation in this. Maybe a little something farther to the west there. Let's just track that forward just to be safe. And maybe some circulation coming towards Goodson and Lewisburg. Then to the north of that, severe warnings here, but there is a new tornado warning. Whoops, I'm going to go back down. New tornado warning into the central part of Missouri. Miller and Morgan counties under warning right now. We'll have much more on that coming right up.
We want to show you that video again out of Joplin, Missouri. This happened just before the sun went down near Joplin, and you can see this very large tornado, and you can actually hear it. It's just incredible, the sound of it. Listen for a while. And now we have video, new video of damage from that tornado that happened near Joplin. There you can see several trees being snapped, if not totally blown over. A few of them on houses. This happened again just before the sun went down near Joplin. Numerous trees being tossed around because of this tornado. And this tornado went on for several more miles. In fact, it went over into central part of Missouri, and we tracked it for over an hour, to maybe even up to 2 hours. Let's go over to Carl Parker now with the latest on the threat of severe weather. And again, we still have a few tornado warnings going, but do we think maybe the concern for tornadoes is dropping off just a little bit?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's true. I think we're seeing a little bit less of a threat, but I there'll probably still be some warnings going through the night tonight. What's going to happen is we're going to lose some of the instability, which is pretty typical. The sun goes down, you lose the heating of the day, you have less instability. But even as that happens, the low-level jet also increases. That also is pretty typical to see the low-level winds, and I'm talking about 5,000 feet up or so. They tend to increase overnight because there's not as much mixing in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So as that low-level jet increases, that can actually raise the threat for tornadoes when there is enough instability. So, I don't think the threat's going to go away. I think it's going to go down a little bit. But it's been at the really high end for quite some time now. We've been looking at just many, many warnings over the last several hours, and right now we're just not seeing as many of those warnings. So let's begin with a broader look here at what's going on. And so those are severe thunderstorm warnings from central Illinois and just outside of St. Louis. Couple of tornado warnings in central Missouri, one tornado warning in northeastern parts of Oklahoma, and then in the green boxes, lots of flash flood warnings, and Jen's going to talk more about that threat. That's going to be a big problem, we think, overnight tonight. So beginning in Oklahoma, tornado warning now just west of 44 and north of Tulsa. That's Rogers and Tulsa. Washington counties under warning. This looks like more of a damaging wind threat right now. So right in there, we're seeing some strong wind coming towards Collinsville. We may see a change in that at some point. You could make the case that there's a little bit of a circulation right in there near Ugala, or Uluga, I should say. And so, just to be safe, I'm going to track that out, taking that a little bit to the east. That'll be coming towards Bushy Head at 11:14 and also Howard at 11:19. Then up into southwest Missouri, Dallas, Hickory, and Polk counties under warning until 11:15. In this case, we're seeing some rotation in that area. It's not, what I would call really profound, but there is some rotation there. And so that's coming towards Rimby and Lewisburg and also towards Wood Hill. Damaging wind threat, certainly, with that storm. Then another tornado warning for Miller and Morgan counties, and that is going until 11:15. Now, in this case, we're shooting fairly far up. The reason why the information gets very boxy at this level is because it's a long way from the radar. Each one of these little boxes is called a bin, and as you get farther and farther away from the radar, the bins increase, and that also necessarily means that you're shooting much higher up. This is a very high elevation. It's probably 10,000 feet or so. So this is a mid-level circulation. It's a strong mid-level circulation, and oftentimes when you've got a really strong mid-level circulation, that is translating to the ground as well. And so that's why you'll see a tornado warning in these cases, even though we don't have a good look at what's going on in the low levels. So that is now coming into Eldon as we speak. That'll be moving towards Etterville at 11:11, Spring Garden at 11:16, Hickory Hill 11:24. In all of those areas, I would get to your safe place now. Just wait till the storm passes. It could very well be producing a tornado, and that's as it comes across and down Route 54 there in central parts of Missouri. Now, outside of St. Louis, got a big severe thunderstorm warning. Lincoln, Montgomery, and Warren counties under warning until 11:45. Looking at some areas of damaging wind. Sometimes we can get a really good look at what's going on with the damaging wind and where exactly it is. Right in there, that green and that bit of blue is where we're seeing some of the strongest wind right now. That'll be coming towards Calumet and Bellflower and Millwood, but getting a little bit tighter down into areas south of Montgomery City. That's where we're seeing some higher velocities in that straight line wind threat. There's an inbound velocity of 72 miles per hour. That's off the ground a little way, so not all of that's reaching the ground, but still that tells you that there's some strong wind out there. And then up into parts of Illinois, Logan, Mason, and Tazewell counties under warning until 11:15 Central Time. This is west of Bloomington, and so here too, also another warning for Mason and Tazewell counties. Here too, what we're looking at is a damaging wind threat, and I'm going to jump back to that very quickly. Didn't mean to get ahead of myself there. I want to show you the velocity in this case. And so, where we're seeing that sort of a straight line right there, that's the leading edge of that strong wind right through there. So that eventually coming to Bloomington, but more immediately coming to Mackinac and also moving into Little Mackinac as well. So, an ongoing threat here as we put all the parameters together, as we look at the low-level wind shear, as we look at the instability in the atmosphere, we have this product called the significant tornado parameter. And at least in this model's estimation, we've still got tornado potential, and perhaps a little bit more so in the parts of Illinois and Missouri, as well as into Oklahoma. But, as I mentioned, I think generally it's starting to come down a little bit. But I think we do still have a potential for tornadoes that will go on through the night tonight, and that's why there are ongoing tornado watches in these areas. Jen, over to you.
All right, let's talk more about the heavy rain and what it's been doing across the central part of the country. Mandatory evacuations are underway in the town of Weber's Falls in Oklahoma. That's in the eastern part of the state. The Arkansas River goes right past this town. It's been rapidly coming up, swamping homes and many of the roads. We are also learning that all lanes on US 62 are closed at Fort Gibson and Muskogee County due to water. People living in the area are told to act now and evacuate if they live near the river or away from the river, as shelters are being set up in the nearby town of Warner. Again, we've had a lot of rain here recently, and each of these thunderstorms that we have quickly produces 1, maybe 2 inches of rain, perhaps even up to 3 inches of rain. So we have flash flooding going on. Looking at this animation from the past 2 days, some locations north of Tulsa have been able to pick up to 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. We are underneath a flash flood watch here into Tulsa and towards the east, and that goes all the way up into Joplin. Again, that was where we were looking at Muskogee in eastern Oklahoma at that video of the water just coming up. Now, looking ahead to tonight, we'll see a few of these showers and thunderstorms across the central part and western part of Oklahoma, but the heaviest amount of rain is going to be from central and northern Illinois, all across the central part of Missouri. Then as we head into tomorrow, we're looking back into the central part of Kansas, western Oklahoma, and West Texas for more showers and thunderstorms and the potential for heavier rain to move in that could lead to some localized flooding. So we still think in the middle part of the country, we are going to be watching out for the threat for thunderstorms, severe weather, and also the flash flooding. Tonight, again, the spot to look at would be around northeastern Oklahoma, maybe even see it all the way down towards Oklahoma City, and then back towards the north and east through parts of up into Chicago and Indianapolis. Looking at many of the rivers here, they are already at major flood stage, and we go into the weekend and we think more rain's going to come into this area. So we're likely to see, again, these rivers stay where they are, or an additional rain come up, and some locations could be able to squeeze anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of additional rain over this holiday weekend. Here you see that yellow showing up around Kansas. So looking ahead to tomorrow in the afternoon and into tomorrow night, overnight into Friday morning, the area for heavy amounts of rain will be right into the middle of the country, the Central Plains, and we're likely to look out for some flash flooding. So again, flooding a huge concern with the storms that we're looking at tonight and into tomorrow. Carl?
Yeah, so we want to take a look at this video once again, really remarkable video of the tornado that occurred near Joplin, Missouri earlier tonight. This is the 8-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado of 2011, which just devastated the town of Joplin. And so, you know, when you have a tornado like that forever after, your perception is different, and that really amplifies the risk of tornadoes. And so when you get a tornado warning, that really changes the way that you react to that, and that's why we were really feeling for people in the Joplin area when this came through. But this storm did pass to the north of Joplin by a pretty good ways, still did cause some significant damage. And one thing about this video here is that this is one of the few cases where you can really get a sense of what a tornado sounds like. Let's listen in for a little while. Just remarkable to hear that sound. It has been described by people as 1,000 waterfalls. You know, the most common description, of course, is the freight train. I think that is what it sounds like when it's really on you, when the wind is really over top of you. But when it's at a distance like that, it does very much sound like waterfalls, or, you know, many, many waterfalls. People have described it as an incredibly distinctive sound. In fact, they've said that even if they had never heard a tornado in their lives, they knew right away that that was a tornado, because that's how distinctive that sound is. And so just a very intense tornado here, not terribly far away from Joplin. And, you know, we can be so thankful that they did not get a tornado in Joplin. But, of course, there were some areas that were hit by this storm earlier today, and our hearts go out to those people. We can only hope that the damage was not too bad. We're just starting to see some pictures of some of the damage, and it does look to be significant, at least in some cases. You can see a lot of different types of motion in this video here. You see, of course, the swirling motion of the tornado, but you also notice an upward motion as well. and that creates little vortices that are laying on their sides along the sides of the tornado. Those are called horizontal roll vortices or vortexes, and that's because there's such strong vertical motion in the tornado as well. It's not just a circulation. Obviously, there's a circulation that's occurring here, so that's part of it, but then there's also an inflow that's going into the tornado, and then once it gets into the tornado, then there's an upward motion going up into the tornado. It's very much like a suction, and that's why when debris occurs near the tornado, it then can be ejected out, and there's this dust envelope that is created. So let's take a look at this in motion, and you can see some of these pieces that are going around here, around the outside of that tornado. Most likely large branches, pieces of trees, occasionally some structural debris as well, but it is that debris that we see in the air and that we also see on the radar that tells us that, in fact, we do have a connection to the ground there. So really intense tornado today. And there is threat for more severe weather going through the rest of this week. And let's talk to Jen about that.
All right, we are concerned as we head into tomorrow for more storms to develop really in two locations. One across the central part of the country and another one would be in the northeast. So it looks like it could be a very busy day with the threat of severe weather. As we zoom in a little bit closer here into the central part of the country, it's West Texas, western Oklahoma, back over into the central part of Kansas that could see the threat for severe storms, perhaps even some tornadoes. Dry line looks like it'll set up right along the state line of New Mexico and Texas, and to the east of that we have the moisture in place as it comes up from the Gulf of Mexico. The temperatures will be warmer in this area, so we have also that going for us. And then we go up in the atmosphere and we see the wind moving in with that mid-level jet stream. That's going to help to aid in some of these stronger storms to develop. So Torcon values that a possible tornado will develop is about a 50% chance across the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma, and we also have a 40% chance up across northeastern Kansas as we look ahead to tomorrow. So again, watching out for more thunderstorms, perhaps more tornadoes here across the middle of the country, but we're also concerned with very heavy rainfall and more localized flooding. This is only one location. The other spot will be in the northeast as we look across maybe the mid-Atlantic to the northeast to the Jersey Shore. That's where we could see some of these stronger thunderstorms developing as we move into the afternoon. Morning plans might be in decent shape, but by the afternoon, you really need to pay attention to what is going on outside. If you're going into a new county, a new city or something, doing some traveling tomorrow, make sure you're paying attention to the radar because we do have the potential for some tornadoes here across eastern Oklahoma as well as into the western part of the state. All right, stay with us. We'll have more on those tornado threats across the middle of the country tonight.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. This was from yesterday in Lancaster, Kansas, and you can see what might appear to be a funnel cloud at first, but what we do see when we get a little bit closer is that there is a little bit of what is called a suction spot at the ground there, or a dust envelope. There's some debris that's being kicked up, so even though that condensation funnel does not connect all the way to the ground visibly, certainly we see that there's enough debris there to indicate that this was in fact a tornado. You know, one thing that sort of separates tornadoes from a lot of times you'll see just clouds that are hanging low and you might be wondering, well, is that a tornado? It sure looks like it might be a tornado. The big separator between those clouds that hang real low and are kind of ragged and a tornado is the motion. You can really clearly see that motion that's occurring sort of going off to the northeast here. In the clouds above, you see a lot of motion in the clouds above, but then as we get a little bit closer, you can really see it in the tornado itself. Right in here, you know, just look at all the motion that's occurring in this area right near the top there and on this side. That is the telltale sign of a tornado. That's how you can separate a tornado from what we call scud, which is low-hanging cloud, which can often take the shape of a tornado, can often appear to be like a tornado, But the really critical difference is that motion, upward motion, and also a rotational motion on top of that. So pretty big day yesterday, certainly for tornadoes, but an even bigger day today. We had many warnings earlier this evening, a huge, big, long line of warnings all across parts of Missouri and Oklahoma and also in Illinois. We are now down to just one tornado warning in Missouri. I'm going to take a look at that. Before we do, though, I want to show you that we've got now a severe thunderstorm warning for Camden and Dallas and Laclede counties. And, you know, for the longest time, we weren't seeing that much in these storms. But now, all of a sudden, and now that they're not being tornado warned, they're starting to look a little bit more interesting, especially right in there and then right in here as well. So we'll need to keep a close eye on those. We may yet see some additional tornado warnings from that storm. The one tornado warning that is ongoing now is in Cole County, and that is south of Jefferson City. In this case, we are looking at a very strong mid-level rotation. You see how the boxes there, or the bins as they are called, are very broad. It's very coarse in nature. So this is a really long way from the radar, and by definition, being a long way from the radar, it's also very high up. It's probably a good couple of miles up, something like that. And so we're looking really at the mid-level of the storm, the low to mid-level of the storm, as opposed to the lowest level of the storm, which tells you more about whether or not you're actually getting a tornado. But that is a really strong mid-level circulation there. So there very well could be a tornado in this case. Let's see where that's going to be going. Moving towards Brazito at 11:30. You want to get to your safe place right now at Brazito, then Wardsville at 11:45, Taos at 11:55, and Moore School by 11:57. Again, a really strong low to mid-level rotation in this storm, and so it's entirely possible that it is producing a tornado. All right, off to the north of that, we're looking at a severe warning now outside of St. Louis. Looks like we're eventually going to get in on some weather, and St. Louis is going to eventually make its way there. Right now, some stronger winds showing up right in here, just west of Troy, and also coming into Warrenton. And then finally, up into central parts of Illinois, McLean, Tazewell, Woodford counties under warning for damaging wind. That is now just west of Bloomington. So an ongoing threat over a pretty large area, and will continue into the evening hours, but at least it is beginning to come down a little bit now. We do have an ongoing flash flood threat, though, and here's Jen with more on that.
And we're going to continue to watch the heavy rain produce the threat of flash flooding as we head into tomorrow and even into the overnight hours of tonight. But tomorrow we're setting up for another day for the potential for some stronger thunderstorms, and the likelihood locations would be across the central part of the U.S., anywhere from Wichita to north of Oklahoma City to the western half of the state, all the way into the panhandle of Texas. Here's the setup. We have an area of low pressure still pushing its way out of the southwest out into the middle of the country. We have a dry line that's going to continue to develop in extreme West Texas, and to the east of that is where we have the moisture in place and the warmer air. Temperatures well up into the 80s for tomorrow. We go up in the middle part of the atmosphere, and we see the mid-level jet streaming right over West Texas and out into Kansas. That's going to help to aid in the threat for perhaps tornadoes, a Torcon value of 5 in West Texas, and also a Torcon value up to 4 tomorrow and through tomorrow night up across eastern Kansas. We'll be back with much more. Stick around.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. There is a look at tornado in Galena, Kansas yesterday. It was a very busy day, really very busy week. It's been an incredibly active pattern with a series of storms coming out of the Pacific Ocean and out into the plains, a pattern that is really more typical of early spring than late spring and going into summer, that's for sure. And here's a look at another tornado, and this is from Cromwell in Oklahoma. And, in this case, you've got just a little bit of a rope there. This is usually a late stage sort of tornado. The reason why they tend to lean over like that, that's actually mirroring the cooler air that comes out of the base of the storm. So the cooler air comes down and sort of undercuts the tornado And there you see, sure enough, it's now beginning to sort of dissipate or rope out, as we say. So that's pretty typical. A tornado develops when there's a really good balance between the warm air that is coming into the storm and the cool air that is coming around the backside of the storm. The balance between those two is what creates that tornado potential. It's a big part of it anyway. And so when eventually that cool air begins to win out and it starts to undercut the tornado, that forces part of the tornado to sort of swing out. And then shortly after that, you can see that it begins to dissipate. So that's called the roping out stage of the tornado right there. So we're looking at a little less of a threat of tornadoes right now. It's been an incredibly active evening. I mean, we had just non-stop warnings. I mean, really, we've had non-stop warnings in some parts of the plains for hours and hours now. But, you know, at one point, I think we might have had a dozen warnings at one time, and it was like that for several hours. Now we're down to one warning in central Missouri, and also looking at several severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado watches from Tulsa up into Springfield going until 4 o'clock in the morning. So even though it's looking a little better now, we're seeing less warnings, you've still got a lot of the same parameters in place. You've still got some instability, certainly enough to fuel strong thunderstorms. You've still got very strong low-level winds. That's a huge part of what drives that tornado threat when you've got a really strong, what is called a low-level jet, winds at about a mile up in the atmosphere. When they're really fast and faster than what's going on at the surface and coming out of a different direction, that really fuels that tornado threat. And that is actually going to be stepping up tonight, these strong low-level winds coming up into this area. Then to the northeast of that, tornado watch across central Illinois, not quite into Chicago, but really close. That is going until 5 o'clock in the morning, and that includes northwestern parts of Indiana. So again, even though the threat is coming down, it's not going to be over, and so there will be some additional warnings overnight tonight. So it's really important for you to have a way to be notified. A lot of times your phone is going to do that. If you leave it on, you know, obviously if you put it in airplane mode, then you're not going to get anything, and a lot of people do that because they don't want to fry their brains all night. But if you leave it on and maybe just put it a little farther away from the bed, in most cases, I think for most people, they automatically will give you those warnings. Not in all cases, and something you want to investigate before you start to trust it to do that. But certainly I think that that's something that a lot of people have sort of automatically. All right, so let's talk about some of the warnings here. And severe thunderstorm warning now for Craig and Mays and Rogers County. That is northeast of Tulsa. We're still seeing a little notch in this storm, little inflow notch right in there, indicating that there's still mid-level rotation in this storm. And whenever there's mid-level rotation, then you've got some chance for a tornado. So that's still a possibility, still out there. In fact, let's take a look at the language that the Weather Service is using in this case. And they are indeed saying a tornado possible. So a severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but they are saying a tornado possible. And looking at the core of the storm, that's where you've got the hail potential. And so that hail potential is now just southwest of Chelsea, and it looks like it's going to be coming into that area around Bushyhead. Looks like some large hail possibly coming your way here in the next few minutes. There we see some of the sizes showing up according to our estimation. There you go, 2.3. That's a loft, but could still easily be golf ball size hail starting to move in there. Let's take a look at the flood threat now. Here's Jen with more on that.
All right, and with each storm, we're continuing to see a lot of rainfall. Some of these storms have been able to produce anywhere from 1 to even up to 3 inches of rain as they move over these locations. Now, we're just adding to the rain totals. In the past 2 days, some locations across northeastern Oklahoma has had up to 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. Well, the rain's not going anywhere. We're going to continue to watch it as we go through the overnight hours tonight and into the early part of the morning, and that's why flash flood watches have been issued for Tulsa and a flood watch for Oklahoma City. We're also going to watch that rain across Missouri and push over into Illinois as it then moves well to the east over to the Ohio River. But here we are tomorrow afternoon, and we're still in the middle of the country looking at the threat for thunderstorms and also some heavier rainfall. So again, across West Texas back over into Kansas and into central Oklahoma, we could see more rain developing and the potential for flash flooding. So looking at tomorrow morning, the immediate concern would be the Tulsa area, northeastern Oklahoma, back over into southwestern Missouri. And again, continuing to watch the waters come up and more rain go into these rivers as we go into the weekend. We have some breaking news now. Law enforcement is confirming 3 fatalities in the Golden City area in Barton County, that's in Missouri, and also several injuries in Carl Junction in the area of Jasper County. This is video out of the Carl Junction area where we have several injuries. This is located near Joplin, but again, 3 fatalities from a tornado tonight that happened north of Joplin and Golden City, Missouri. Again, it's just been an incredible afternoon, evening with these tornadoes that have developed across Missouri. Let's bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker, with a look at, again, here we are north of Joplin. And what's amazing, Carl, is just several years ago on this date in Joplin, more than 100 people were killed from a tornado that came through.
Yeah, you know, and forever after, your perspective has changed once something like that happens. You can think of all the towns that have been hit by major tornadoes. You know, Joplin certainly, Tuscaloosa and Birmingham and Greensburg, Kansas, and Moore, Oklahoma, many, many times over.
Right.
And so, you know, the weight of a tornado warning is so much greater in that case because of all that you have been through. In this case, the storm did not hit Joplin downtown, but it was really close. It was just several miles away. We did hear about some injuries in Carl Junction, and now, unfortunately, those fatalities in Golden City, that from the same storm that produced that tornado near Joplin. And we're not out of the woods yet. We've got more warnings to tell you about right now. One of those is in Cole County, and this is in central parts of Missouri, just south of Jefferson City. This is a pretty long way from the radar, but we are seeing a very strong and tight rotation showing up in the low to mid levels of this storm, and that is now coming into areas just south of Jefferson City. So along 54 there, very serious tornado threat. Please get to your safe place right now in these areas. In fact, I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter to get an even better look at what's around this area. So that is now coming right across Route 54. Looks like it's going to pass along the south side of Jefferson City. And again, this is the circulation that we're looking at right there. That is a likely tornado, and now coming across 54 and moving out towards the northeast. So that's going to be near the Capital Region Medical Center at 11:48. So that is about 12 minutes from now. And then it's going to, excuse me, in that far, it's 8 minutes from now, 8 minutes from now. And then it's going to be at the Lone Star School near the top of the hour, and Wainwright also near the top of the hour. Now I'm going to go back and now based on that, I'm going to change that vector a little bit, just looking at the path here. This is going to come, I'll tell you what, this is probably going to come right up and into Jefferson City. So folks, if you're in Jefferson City, you need to get to your safe place right now because you've got just a matter of moments before this moves in. And yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit more of a left turn there in just the last couple of scans. So this is now getting very, very close to Jefferson City, coming towards Route 179 and coming towards the south side and basically coming up and along Route 54. So this is going to be moving, okay, and we've got some debris up pretty high up here. So this is coming right towards Jefferson City right now. It's going to be into Jefferson City in 8 minutes. So that's giving you 8 minutes in Jefferson City to get ready for a tornado to come in. You need to get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a helmet, any kind of helmet, a bike helmet, a motorcycle helmet, doesn't matter what it is, that's great to take that to your safe place with you. Lowest, most interior room, if you've got a shelter, that's great. But now's the time to do it. This thing is moving along towards the northeast here, and it looks like it's going to come right into Jefferson City. It was moving more east-northeast early on, but now is moving more towards the northeast. And I'm going to circle this area. And again, very blocky returns here because we're shooting pretty far up, but look at that. We are actually seeing debris way up at elevation. And Ryan, maybe you could check and see what the elevation here is. 10,000 feet? Okay, so we're looking well above the level at which we often look at these storms. 10,000 feet, 2 miles up into the sky. That's how strong this thing is, that it has brought up debris 2 miles into the sky, and it's now coming into Jefferson City. There's a brand new scan. Okay, so this is now just moments away here in Jefferson City. You've got to get to your safe place right now. You've got just a couple of moments before this moves in. It's just a couple of minutes away. It is now 43 minutes after the hour, and this is going to be coming into Jefferson City at 11:46. You've got 3 minutes in Jefferson City, and if you're in the southwest side, you've got no time at all. And this is a serious tornado that is now producing debris, and it is now coming into Jefferson City. And again, we're seeing a very strong circulation. I'm sorry?
Debris now to at least 13,000 feet.
Debris now to at least 13,000 feet. So that is indicative of just how strong this thing is. It's gotten really, really strong here, and now coming towards Jefferson City, moving up and along Route 54 as we speak, and now getting ready to move into Jefferson City. So please, folks, please get ready for a tornado coming your way. That blue and green color right there, that is the tornado. That is the debris that is being lofted well up into the air by the tornado, and that is now coming right into Jefferson City. So I'm going to get a look at what the Weather Service is saying about this in their latest warning. Tornado emergency for Jefferson City right now, confirmed large and destructive tornado moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotters confirming this as well. This is now coming into Jefferson City. So you're out of time. If you're listening to me and you're in Jefferson City, you're out of time. You've got to get to your safe place right now. You've got just a couple of moments. We're still seeing debris being lofted into the air. Let's take a look at the velocity data, and still seeing some very strong velocity now. Just southwest, we'll get a new scan at any moment. And there it is right there. So it looks like that strongest area of circulation is now going to be coming right across Route 54 here. Route 54 and passing just to along the south side of Jefferson City, but getting really, really close to coming into downtown. Trying to get a sense of the vector. Yeah, I mean, that's basically coming right up Route 54. If it doesn't come right into downtown, it's going to be really, really close. It's either going to pass just to the south of downtown Jefferson City, or it's going to come right into downtown. So, folks, again, this is a
really strong language.
Okay, this is a tornado emergency for Jefferson City, Missouri. We've got a large and extremely strong storm, extremely strong tornado now coming into Jefferson City. Please, folks, it is moving in right now. Please get to your safe place. Lowest, most interior room. Do it right now. Don't wait. And we'll have more on this coming up in just a few minutes on the other side of the break. Welcome back. We are following an awful situation now in central parts of Missouri, an ongoing tornado warning for Jefferson City. Tornado emergency as a large and extremely destructive tornado has come right into the heart of Jefferson City. This is well west of St. Louis and south of Interstate 70. There's a look at the tornado warning. Callaway, Cole, Osage counties under warning right now. Here is the velocity data in Jefferson City. And so that area where you see that blue and red, that is the tornado. Now, this is very blocky, these returns, and that's because we're shooting very far up. It's a long way from the radar. Unfortunately, the radar coverage is not perfect in the U.S. It's such a shame that that's the case. But we're looking at a low to mid level of the storm. And what we're seeing is a very strong circulation that has just come through Jefferson City. And what we also see here is a large area of debris. All of those green and blue pixels are debris that is showing up, being lofted very, very high up into the atmosphere. A lot of times when you get tornadoes, the debris is not that far up. And when it's far up like that, that's indicative of an exceptionally strong tornado. And so this is just an awful situation. Jefferson City has been hit by a tornado. There's an ongoing tornado emergency now in Jefferson City. It is on the east side of town. and moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. There's the brand new scan. We're watching that debris, that cloud of debris begin to move away from downtown Jefferson City. And let's look at the velocity signature as well. Here we see the velocity, that's still the old signature there. But as you look at the trajectory here, the vector, you can see what happened. It was initially moving to the east. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here, and you can see the two different polygons. Initially, the storm was moving more towards the east-northeast, and it looked like it might pass just to the south of Jefferson City, and then turned more towards the northeast, change in direction, and then right into Jefferson City at that point, and now continues along towards the east. And so taking that forward, we look at that vector there, and I'm going to go back to get a really good sense of where exactly it's moving. And so that's basically just north of 54 and then up towards Jefferson City. Taking that forward, that is going to be moving up towards Lone Star School and then also towards Dixie as well. So just south of Route 54, in areas anywhere near Lone Star School at 11:58. So that's just about 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes from now, and then Dixie by 12:13. But again, it looks like we have just been hit by a tornado in Jefferson City, home to about 40,000 people there in Missouri. Here you see the circulation right there. The tornado is now beginning to pull away, but it does appear that it came right through Jefferson City, right in there. A large, most likely very, very destructive tornado came right through Jefferson City. And again, we are seeing a large area of debris that is now beginning to expand out in many directions away from that tornado. And we're not seeing a lot of change in the intensity, in the velocity here. Still a very strong tornado. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. And again, because it's very pixelated, we're not getting quite as good a sense of the data as we would otherwise. But going back to some of these earlier scans, maybe not quite as strong now. Maybe we're seeing some weakening in that tornado there, but I fear that the damage has been done, unfortunately. A tornado emergency for Jefferson City as the tornado pulls away, now coming across Route 54. And looks like Route 94, coming across Route 94 and southeast of 54, and again moving out to the northeast. And let me go ahead and expand the picture out here because we know we're dealing with a very dangerous storm, so it's entirely possible that this thing will hold on to its intensity for quite some time. So if that's the case, it looks like it's getting into more rural areas south of Route 54. Would be coming up towards Dixie at 12:14 and Herring School at 12:20 or so. But again, what we have seen here is a tornado has just come through Jefferson City. We're still seeing a large cloud of debris, a huge area of debris that has expanded outward. That is just a clear-cut sign that we've had a strong tornado come through. We first started to see that debris just as it was approaching. Our first sign, our first real radar confirmation of the tornado occurring not all that long ago at 11:30. So there it was right there. That was the first debris signature that was showing up. And then that came right up, started to expand rapidly, got much larger as it came up 54, still expanding, very well formed as it came towards Jefferson City, and then continued to expand, but then got even more broad and profound as it was coming into Jefferson City. So, that indicates to us that we, in fact, did have a tornado hit Jefferson City. I'm so sorry to report, and our hearts go out to all of you in Jefferson City. We are thinking about all of you, and this is the last thing that we want to see. We want to be here to help you get through this kind of thing, but this is the last thing that we want to see here. And I'm just so sorry to report that is what has happened in Jefferson City. We can only hope that the damage was not too bad. Certainly there are cases where there's a lot of tree debris that's being brought up into these tornadoes, and it gives the appearance of a very serious tornado. But it would not be at all surprising if this were largely structural. as well, a lot of what we're seeing here. And we're now watching that big area of debris continuing to expand outward as it's moving away from Jefferson City. Okay, we got reports of extensive damage now in Jefferson City. And so that is not a surprise at all. Looking at the velocity data now, it looks like the velocity is now beginning to weaken some. And so that certainly is what we're seeing as compared to what we were looking at. Right in there, you can still make out some vestige of a velocity signature, but it does not have the same intensity as what we were looking at coming towards Jefferson City, right in there. I mean, this thing, you know, basically just got really, really strong right as it was coming up towards Jefferson City. So I am so sorry to report that, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other warnings right now and show you some of the other things that are going on. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings now in southern parts of Illinois, and then also to the north in Morgan and Scott County, and here into Springfield, Menard, Morgan, Sangamon County. So this is a damaging wind threat that is now not very far from Springfield. You notice the sort of backward C shape here, seeing a pretty profound what is called a bow echo and a circulation that is near Petersburg. That's not being warned on for a tornado at this time, but there is definitely a circulation there that's coming towards Petersburg. We'll be there at about 12:26, so just heads up on that. We could be looking at a tornado warning at some point there with that circulation being in that position. And then I'll take you down into Oklahoma. New tornado warning here as well. The storm has on and off shown the signs of rotation for quite some time. Craig, Mays, and Rogers counties under tornado warning until 12:30. And looking at a velocity signature just east of Foyle. So that is right in here. And that's coming across 28A and moving towards Adair. And that's going to be moving into Adair at 12:20 and moving into Strang at 12:36. So a possible tornado coming your way in these areas as that moves along towards the east. Also showing you what's going on into central Illinois. Got a severe thunderstorm warning now in Bloomington. But and also want to very quickly talk about the watches that continue to be in effect. Tornado watch is going until 4 o'clock along the 44 corridor, Tulsa and up into Springfield. And then tornado watches in central parts of Illinois. That is going until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But what we've been watching here in the last 30 minutes is a strong storm approaching Jefferson City, an ongoing tornado warning for Callaway, and unfortunately, Jefferson City has been hit by a tornado. We've gotten reports of extensive damage there. We saw a very strong velocity signature, initially moving a little bit more along towards the east, and then more towards the northeast and right up and into Jefferson City. There you can see how relative to that initial warning, taking sort of a left turn there and then up into Jefferson City. And again, we've been seeing debris, large cloud of debris still showing up in the radar, and that's certainly increasing in intensity right as it got over Jefferson City. So let's get a look at some of the other hazards right now. There's an ongoing flood threat as well. But Jen, you know, this is just so upsetting to see this kind of thing. You know, so often when you see tornadoes, they're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Out in fields, and you know there are plenty of towns out there as well, and this is one of them that got hit tonight.
Yeah, so we're continuing to keep our thoughts and prayers with Jefferson City right now as they continue to watch that tornado, again, passing off to the northeast, but just coming through within the past 20 minutes. Let's talk more about the threat for more severe weather as we move into tomorrow. And again, it's going to be right out into the middle of the country that we could see some very strong to severe storms to even more tornadoes develop. Places like the panhandle of Oklahoma, West Texas as well. We have the threat for that all the way up in parts of Kansas. Dry line's going to advance its way from towards the east as it moves into West Texas, and all that Gulf moisture is going to be found east of that system. Looking at the daytime temperatures up into the 80s, so the atmosphere is warm enough, and then we go up in the middle portion of the atmosphere, we see a strong jet coming in, so that's going to help to aid in another day where we are watching out for more tornadoes. Torcon values of 4 to 5 in the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma, also up into Kansas. Torcon value of 4 around Topeka and over into Kansas City, also watching out into Wichita. Right into the Central Plains, we have more rain to move through, so that's going to aggravate the flooding situation that's been going on here for days now. We're going to get more rain on top of that. We're also concerned with some stronger thunderstorms in the Northeast. Yeah, that's right. In the Northeast, we could have the threat of severe weather as we go into the afternoon and we see that warmer air moving in. We're going to be watching a frontal system come through. And later in the day, we're going to see some of those thunderstorms start to develop. Places like Pittsburgh over to Philly, all the way into Baltimore and into D.C. Again, very large area for showers and thunderstorms to develop, and Torcon values of 4 across Pennsylvania to the western half of the state, seeing the 30% chance for some tornadoes to develop. Timing it out for you again, hit or miss in the morning, more rapid going or more developing into the afternoon here across the Northeast for those showers and thunderstorms to show up. So definitely a day that we're going to be paying attention all the way from the Northeast back over into the plains for more severe storms. Let's go back over to Carl with the latest on how the radar is looking right now.
Yeah, Jen, and we're not seeing nearly as much of a rotation on that storm that was near Jefferson City. You know, it's just awful to see what happened here in the last half hour. We've been watching a very intense tornado make its way into Jefferson City. We've got reports of extensive damage in Jefferson City. That's not a surprise at all, given the level of debris showing up on the radar picture here. We can show you the ongoing tornado warning and the velocity data. Callaway County still under tornado warning right now. Looking at the velocities now, they're not nearly as well defined as they once were. You can very clearly see what was going on as it came into Jefferson City there. A very strong tornado approaching, coming right up 54. In fact, when you go back here and you can see how this thing, you know, we talk about this happens on occasion. These things really can change direction. I'm going to show you the vector, which was basically along like that early on. You can see how it was moving along like that there. And, you know, for the longest time on that path, it looked like it was not going to move into Jefferson City. And then watch what happens. It just comes right up and along Route 54, just makes a left, essentially, and gets off of that path and starts going northwest instead of east-northeast. Northeast instead of east-northeast. And at that point came right into Jefferson City. And so, you know, this is just a heartbreaking situation to see this, this level of storm coming into a more populated area like that. And again, we saw a large area of debris forming right as it was coming towards Jefferson City, right as it moved into Jefferson City. Even now, still seeing some vestige of that right in there. That area right in there is still a cloud of debris that is left over from the time when the storm came right over and into Jefferson City. That was the first indication there on radar as it was coming up in 54. Right in there, that was the first a little bit of a debris signature. And you know, this is really remarkable to have a debris signature at this height because it's such a far distance from the radar. This is the St. Louis radar that we're looking at, and it's a very long way from the radar. But just a terrible situation here. And again, our hearts go out to the people of Jefferson City. We can only hope that everybody was okay, even if there has been a lot of damage, which is what we have heard from that area. All right, Green, Jersey, and Macoupin counties under warning right now in central parts of Illinois, and then also warning for Morgan County. This is a big bow echo that's now coming into Springfield. And so we're looking at a we're looking at a straight line wind threat, but also a tornado possible with this storm. It's been given what is called a tornado possible tag here. I'll show you why. Here's the leading edge of the strong wind right in there. That's the strong wind. That's not very far away from Springfield. But on the north end of that, right in there, there's a circulation that is near Petersburg. There's not a tornado warning on that as of yet, but it's one of those things that we need to watch. So heads up there in Petersburg, and certainly in Petersburg and areas to the south, we're looking at some very strong wind coming, and it's about to get really, really windy there in Springfield. On down into northern parts of Oklahoma, Craig and Mays counties under warning right now, a tornado warning, and that is near Adair, and seeing a little appendage on the southwest side of that storm. Let's look at the velocity in this case, and sort of a broader area of circulation that is showing up right now. Oh, look at that, right in there. It's a little bit stronger, a little bit tighter for a short period of time, and now it appears to have broadened out. So at least for the time being, and that actually, the vector there for that little feature is more towards the northeast than to the east. But it looks like that is weakening at this time. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on that storm for you. Also wanted to show you that we've got another warning here, southwest. Oh, we did cover that already. No, excuse me, another warning just west of Ottawa, Bureau County, and that is going until 12:30 Central Time. So, you know, Jen, just a terrible night tonight in a lot of ways, and just so hard to hear that we've gotten a likely very serious hit from a tornado in Jefferson City.
Yeah, we're getting reports on the southwest or the southeast side of the city out near Ellis Road. Buildings are being damaged. And, you know, Jefferson City, because it's so close to the river, that's been coming up. So they've been dealing with flooding the past few days.
Wow.
And they're going to see more of that as we go through the night, because the potential for significant heavy rainfall coming into this area and across much of Missouri is going to continue. In fact, for the southwestern part of Missouri, they're going to certainly be watching out for flash flooding as we're finding showers and thunderstorms moving in from Oklahoma. So again, it's northeastern Oklahoma right through Missouri. They've had a lot of rain lately, and they're going to get more as we go through the overnight hours. That's why a flash flood watch has been issued for Tulsa all the way to Joplin up into the central part of Missouri. We look at this rainfall as we go through the next few hours. We're going to watch it across Missouri continue to slowly move over the state. And then we have more to come farther west. We go out into Kansas, western Oklahoma, into West Texas for more rainfall to develop tomorrow, but also the potential for some stronger thunderstorms, maybe even some more tornadoes to develop across this area. Now for tonight, again, a huge concern across this 4-state area. Southwestern Missouri, northeastern Oklahoma, parts of Kansas, and into extreme northwestern Arkansas. Look out for the potential for some flash flooding as showers and thunderstorms continue to move across this area. We'll continue to bring you the latest on severe weather, so make sure you stay right here.